This night with the reverie made in your memory caught in your ray. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Rage, power, weakest flaws, money driven, nature, fraud. Salto. I will always call this my home sweet home. Some say it's just countryside and city folks can't see wonders of a simple life, no other way for me. But sometimes I take the route out past the old smokestack. And every time I leave this place, the wind calls me right back. High on the hill, 5:30, grab your fiddle, we can dance all night. Might find good old time, we know how to live this life. I got Carolina in my bones, Blacktop Hill to Old Salto. I will always call this my home sweet home. High on the hill, 5:30, grab your fiddle, we can dance all night. Might find good old time, we know how to live this life. Way on the hill, 5:30, play that guitar, make it jam all night. Might find good old time, we know how to live this life. I got Carolina in my bones, Blacktop Hill to Old Salto. I will always call this my home sweet home.
Dímelo claro de una vez, que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo, si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí.
Mountains blowing on the wind, deep in the valleys, drifting down river. You can breathe in the air. You can taste it in the water, out in the fields, spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad, trucking on the rusty rails. You can breathe it in the air. You can taste
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving,
up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco.
That one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's why I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not being so happy. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do everything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you
It's time to turn up the music. The Remix Rumble Championship is up next.
Ela precisa soltar habilidade, conseguiu.
3 days of competition.
耐えてはいるが
Từ nãy giờ tôi thề tôi ngồi trên đọc kênh chat rất nhiều người chê con Katarina đồng quê. Chúc mừng lên liệt.
Rivalries, comebacks, victories, and all that jazz.
Crisscross of damage. The middle of the board evaporates just like that, and suddenly it's Salvi.
Va por todas, limpia la mesa por completo y se lo lleva.
이번에 위치. 와, 방어되면서 통통통통.
Yosh getting a top 4 from his spot. That is unbelievable. It's trying to take it out, but that Yorick is just way too bulky.
The great encore begins. Turn up the rumble.
I know there's something going on. Feels like forever 21. Just like a dream until we pinch ourselves. like the day is nearly done. Daydreams of what is yet to come. We'll talk for hours and watch the sun go down. Nobody's ever getting close. We hit the highs, smash through the lows. We find the shining light in the shadows. Your imperfection is a glow, and I don't wanna see a halo. Halo. We run from the color, it's starting to rain. When you're euphoric, I feel the same. The party's never over, we're starting again. If love's the target, we're taking aim. We run from the color, it's starting to rain. When you're euphoric, I feel the same. The party's never over, we're starting again. If love's the target, we're taking aim.
The Golden Spatula has shown up to the club. This set is about to get wild.
It's fallen! She's faltered so that the Mordekaiser, but it will not be enough! And Tidal is your world champion!
Welcome to the Remix Rumble Championship. From March 1st to 3rd, witness the Great Encore, where 32 of the world's best tacticians will showcase their live mixing skills, battling to drop the loudest beat and win over more fans, and more cash. Whether it's a mix of disco and pentakill or country and emo, every region brings their own playstyle. And like any big festival, this one comes with a huge lineup. We will have 2 performers from Oceania, 3 from Latam, SEA, Brazil, and Japan, who won an extra slot for their win in the Runeterra Reforged Championship. 4 from Korea, EMEA, and NA. Lastly, CN with 6 slots. Now it's time to turn the meta to 11 and see what's in store for our virtuosos. Let's go! Throughout the championship, players will accumulate points based on their performance. The first position will earn 8 points, while the last position will receive only 1 point. Days 1 and 2, tacticians will be battling in 4 lobbies. They will face each other in a total of 6 games, remixing every 2 games. You get the rhythm? Starts to sound familiar. As the notes of day 2 start to fade away, the best 8 players will be our headliner finalists. On the 3rd day, we reach the Championship Encore. Our top contenders will perform to hit the 20-point goal. And whoever hits 20 points and wins 1 more game becomes the Teamfight Tactics Remix Rumble Champion.
Passa no carreto com seus pentakills juntos. Fiona, though, and she's alive in the battle.
怪しかったね。なんか先にはもう負けて
It's just a Zed remaining, but it's not enough.
Get ready to turn up the Rumble on March 1st.
8 tacticians are entering the Convergence to battle for honor, $450,000, and the title of World Champion. Welcome everyone to the finale of the TFT Remix Rumble set. My name is Necker and I'm your host this weekend, and I am so honored and glad to be joining such an amazing group of casters. We have Counterfeit, Hope-san, Panda, and on the desk with me right now, Makes, Casanova, and Clement. Y'all look fantastic.
Thank you. Had to, take inspiration from the maestro himself, Jin, for today, making it work.
Yeah, I mean, you're right there as well. We've seen the other guys. We'll keep it a secret, but of course, matching on the KDA line here, you and I, Necker.
I know, I love it. We have all got some remixing of the Rumbles happening here again on the broadcast for day number 3. I can't believe we are already here on the final day of competition. Like, how exciting is that?
It's insane, right? The time just flies by you, and you feel like you basically just arrived in Alicante yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. And now, we've made it down to our final 8 competitors. We're crowning a world champion today. I mean, I'm just incredibly stoked.
Yeah, and I had to get dressed up just to see CN finally take home the championship and continue with another three-peat.
Okay, maybe you're getting ahead of yourself just a little bit here. We have 8 amazing players that are going to be taking the stage today, and I cannot wait to dive into that just a little bit deeper. But before we get there, we gotta talk a little bit about what happened yesterday for these 8 players to even make it here. What were some of your favorite moments?
I think my personal favorite moment has to be that heart steal that we saw from Jerusor, just going for it all and giving himself another chance to maybe make it into the top 8. Didn't work in the end, but it was so good while it lasted.
It was a great moment. I think for me, it was when Scapeus was playing that Executioner line. I think just the way that he played around the caretaker's chosen Twitch, the way he played around the Amumu, it was just really, really great to watch a master at work of that line.
For me, it had to be the 5 Superfan iteration of the Kale boards. We actually saw this being played a couple of times. It's a great way to cap, and Killa actually took a first place with it.
Oh, we saw so many amazing players giving it their best. But in case you ended up missing out on some of the action yesterday, here is a video to get you up to speed. Competition is heating up as we head into day 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships.
Almost look at this man. Still alive. Look at this. Oh my god, could the dream be real? It can be. All right, we've heard the reviews. They've not been good. HSK though. Yasuo for Taro, not for Cass, but still a lot of one-shot rerolls coming through in his lobby. Yes, maybe walk back to the Kale.
The Ghoul finds some time.
And it draws the Yasuo away. He's on the wrong side of the board.
Is it enough?
And it's going to be enough to pull it away. Taro will not take the burst.
He does not get into the play right away. It's all the other units that are going to get a little bit of firepower at first, but he's actually just completely sniped there as all 3 backline units find him first. Does it buy enough time for the Kale? The answer is going to be yes, and Milala takes this.
Center damage is coming. Zed! As Zed gets into the back line.
There's the Edge of Night. It popped. The King takes down the Ahri, and now he's on the center.
He did it!
Able to find his first place and set him up.
And it doesn't matter. She's almost dead. Look at this clear from the Ezreal. Dominating win from Jiwei.
Make sure that you tune back in with us tomorrow. Be so excited to see you there. Pengu can be so hard to wrangle sometimes. Really does have a mind of his own.
He is one chunky lad, and thus will not be pushed around.
Been running amok the entire time, making it impossible to work, honestly.
What a chaos-causing Pengu that we sure have backstage. But we have had some amazing plays, and over the past 2 days, Tacticians had to play 12 entire games of TFT to get to this point where we get a chance to look at how everybody ended up falling. And I really want to just take a moment here to just celebrate the amazing accomplishment of just being able to get to Worlds in the first place.
It is, right? You kind of always watch these very competitive players be so frustrated with themselves when they cannot make that top 8 cutoff. but even getting to a 9th, a 10th, a 12th is already such an amazing accomplishment that all of these players should feel proud of themselves. I specifically want to shout out Dunizuni, who is just right on that line. They're 1 point off of barely making it in there. One of the best finishes we've seen out of Korea since Binta.
I'm so happy that we have 5 different regions representing right here. It's a very diverse field. And for those honorable mentions, Eggy was so damn close. He could have made that substitute story all the way into the day finals, but I have expectations looking forward to him in the future.
Yeah, and I think Sobio also actually getting very close for Brazil, and he was someone that I was looking at a lot coming into the event because just the video of him qualifying, the tears, the emotion, he was such an exciting player to watch, and the fact that he came so close to that top 8 was really cool to watch.
I loved just seeing every single player try to go for the gold there, and it was so exciting to be able to just see what everybody could really put on the table. But hey, all of you viewers, you get a chance to play along with us today as our players get ready to go for this final day of competition. Make sure that you participate in the Pick'ems powered by AWS. Those are going to be back open so that you can have your voice heard and also get your own predictions and support your favorite players and your favorite region and maybe win some really awesome in-game cosmetics. So make sure that you get those in 5 minutes before the start of the first game. Otherwise, you're going to be out of luck. But we are going to help you out a little bit here as we get to break down the 8 players that we have left in this final day of competition. And the first one that I'd like to focus on is Relic. This was a player we got a chance to talk to at the end of yesterday, and I felt like we got a lot of confidence coming out from him. Just being able to present the Latin America region, getting a chance to make a 2nd World Championships and a 2nd Riot title, I think that's amazing.
It absolutely is. Yeah, Relic has been a big kind of pillar of hope, I feel like, for the LATAM community. Specifically this set, where he's just been getting better and better. We saw him at MSI do really well, make it into that top 8, which is a very, very cutthroat tournament. And I think it's just been crazy to see all of the LATAM fans posting, you know what I mean, the egg copy pasta, saying that they have faith in him. It's just so cool.
He really is the standard bearer of how you want to play this meta. He converts on his Heartsteel, very diverse across the rerolls, and we heard Hupe-sang talk about him. He's just very methodical in his practice, going all the way from TOC, getting recognized in that tournament, and now looking for that first championship for LATAM.
I think they have a really good shot to do it too. Yeah, break through the top 4, and that will be a new high for Latin America, and that'll be very exciting to see if Relic can accomplish that. And he sounded very confident yesterday. At the end of the interview, he was just like, you know what, I don't need to give my shout-outs yet. I'll do them tomorrow when I win the whole thing. But another player that we got a chance to talk to is Degree, and this is a player from North America that we have been able to watch grow just as a player and as a person.
Yeah, I mean, to really break that down, he was an absolute monster on reroll already. We knew this. He was bringing it into the study group with Milala, with Wei Iverson, with Replay, and they would look to Degree to help out with the reroll lines. But he had a weakness playing around Heartsteel. And so far in the World Championship, that has not shown at all. It seems he has shored that up. And because of that, being such a complete player, it's made it so he's had such a dominant performance, and he's been on top after those first 2 days.
41% win rate, by the way.
Insane.
Like, what? The fact that he was the points lead on day number 1, and then he got so close to breaking the record of the total number of points that we've had here is amazing.
Yeah, the record still stands at 7-2. Congratulations to Setsuko and Sake. You will be able to hold on to that for a while longer.
Yeah, one of the other cool things is he's very unique in his reroll lines as well. We saw him playing a lot of Lulu without Hologram or Twin Terror and still having a lot of success. So I think Degree is still someone to watch out for being maybe even a little ahead of the reroll meta, where a lot of other players have not been able to find success in those lines.
I do want to say, you pointed it out, over 40% win rate. That means first place rate,
yes,
and not a single 8th. Normally, when we see these really high top 1 rates, we also see a lot of 8ths because players play very risky and try to go first or 8th a lot. This is not the case for Degree. Do not be mistaken. That's a beast.
That is a beast, and especially when on this final day of competition, we are playing a checkmate format, which we'll give you more details on a little bit later. The TLDR of that is that you have to get first places, and that is going to be your win condition for this final day of competition. But there's another player that we have to highlight that also comes from North America, and that has also already proven himself on this international stage, and that's Milala. The number of competitions that Milala has been able to win as a player in set 10 is going to cement himself, I think, already as the best player in set 10.
He's objectively the most decorated player of set 10, right? We just look at all of these placements here. And Milala, I mean, he is the king of set 10. He's coming for the crown, and we look at it here. He's been playing a lot of stuff that we didn't expect him to. A lot of Heartsteel on day 1. He went back to his reroll kind of roots on day 2, and it helped him make it to the finish line, but he's shown that he can play everything as well.
He's definitely played the most Heartsteel out of any player in the field right here, and that's something we didn't expect because we thought he was going to go reroll. Big question is, can he actually get those first places, which he actually only secured 1 during those 12 games?
Yeah, I was going to point that out. We know that he practices with degree among other players as well, and that top 1 rate, like you already said, Nekra, is going to be really important for Milala specifically. Now, we do know he has experience on the checkmate format from TVO, which I think he wrote history with that, and then all the other accomplishments. I keep saying kind of set 10 has his name on it, and I'm very curious if he can keep that going.
I know, he's got one more shot to add yet another accolade to his title. I'd actually say that top 8 at the World Championships is pretty great. I think he's already earned it. But let's go ahead and talk to Milala, who we are so grateful is going to be joining us at the top of the broadcast today. Milala, congratulations on making it to the final lobby of yet another set 10 tournament. Oh my goodness, like, did you expect this coming into this weekend, and just how ecstatic are you?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even expect to make it to Worlds. I think going into regionals, I was not in like the best form or like even like the best player, but I'm just so excited that I made it to Worlds. And like even on the last day, I was on the cusp of the top 8 pretty much the entire day, and in the last game I really needed a good placement to make it, and I'm still excited that I made it.
Okay, I have to ask you about something really specific from that last game. We saw you at 100 HP at 5-5, and come to find out, you had been jamming to the same song for several hours. So can you give us some insight on what that was and why? Yeah.
I don't want to leak any secret strategies, but if you listen to Taylor Swift, Enchanted sped up, you just like start winning a lot, so...
Okay, that's fair. You got the Swiftie buff for your own Super Bowl. I understand. But Milala, you said that going into the regional finals, which was the qualification method for North America, you were not feeling at the top of your game. So what was something that you worked on in between regionals and worlds, if anything?
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to adapt your strategy between the days. I think even at the world stage, on the first day, I was playing a lot of Heartsteel AD, and I realized that in order for that to have a lot of success, you kind of have to like raise the stakes. So on the second day, if I was offered like the Heartsteel spots again, that's what I was going to do.
Okay, I was going to ask a little bit more about maybe if you're going to do that again, but I won't make you leak any more strats over here. But I wanted to talk about as well your performance from the TFT Vegas Open, where you won in the checkmate format. Do you feel like that gives you any edge over the competition, knowing that that's the format that you're playing today as well?
To be honest, I think I have one of the lower win rates going into the final 8, so I'm a little nervous about closing it out. But I know that if I'm dealt a hand that I know how to play, then I'll be able to win.
Well, Milala, thank you so much for taking the time to join us on the broadcast. We want to make sure that you can go and get ready for the big day. So before we do that, though, are there any shout-outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, just I guess just shout-outs to my study group, Wage and Iverson, Toronto, Tokyo, Philip, and also the regional study group with Replay, Ripple Overdrive, Degree, and Wajan. I guess like I also want to shout out my family because I think they're watching, and I also want to shout out like all the supporters from NA. I know it's really early, but I'm just so thankful for all the support.
Well, you've got a lot of support here from all of us on the desk as well. So Milala, thank you so much again, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Every time the belt and the check in frame. He knows how to do it. Every interview we've had with him since TVO, and I love it so much.
Hey,
It's about a branding, okay?
It's branding, but like that reminds me that Sherman put out this like wild post that really puts all of those wins in perspective. If Milala wins today, I think he would make over $250,000 from a single set.
Yeah, absolutely absurd.
What? That is a wild amount of money.
Yeah, the only one that I've seen actually come close is just Juan Mie with his 4 Worlds appearances, and he also has a big check show up in the TOC tournaments.
Okay, we're going to have to see how many more big checks we can put behind these players, but I think one of those players that also has a very good shot to do that, we've got to talk about Ice.
Yeah, I mean, Ice has been an absolute beast. We were talking about Heartsteel earlier. Ice has been the best Heartsteel player of the tournament. Statistically, he's played it a ton, and he's averaging about a 2.8 on the Heartsteel, which is insane. He's also incredibly fast. We know him as a speedster. He's got some huge roll downs that he's made, and honestly, he's been an absolute joy to watch.
And you might have noticed a suspicious picture appearing right there under Ice, and that is Disco. He has my blessing to play this line because yesterday he went first on it, was fast enough to find the 3-star Twisted Fate, and that has been one of his best compositions just career-wise this set.
Yeah, and Saka is actually a player that has been to the World Championship before last set, knows how to play this checkmate, knows how to actually play this competition as he showed yesterday. Day 1, his average place was 4.3. Day 2, his average place was the best, sharing with Scapeus a 3.17. That is really adapting to the tournament, adapting to tempo and what everybody else is playing. And that's something you need to do when you are in that final lobby, so I think watch out for Saka.
Saka is the only returning player we have in the top 8, and I think he's here to clinch it down. In the JOC tournament, he actually won with 2 very unique compositions in the Olaf reroll and the Viego 1-cost reroll in the previous set. So he knows how to find those unique angles that other people can't deny him from.
There is one comp that Saka was outstanding in because all throughout day 2, Senna has actually performed much worse than in day 1, but somebody that was able to make her work was Sako, so watch out for that.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see if that's going to be the case, but I think like when you look at the other players that are on this list as well, like Zhue, you have to call out as just another amazing player from this region.
He was really unexpected. He played his last 4 games on Heartsteel and managed to get 27 points, just enough to make the final day.
Yeah, and that final game was really great to watch. He ended up win streaking all the way until 4-5, still having 100 HP and being able to close it out with the Heartsteel from there.
I want to put something in perspective for everybody as well. Before we close out the rest of our players that are competing today, China has the most region wins for all of our set championships. And it's just amazing when you take a look at not only just the fact that we had 3 winners from China back to back to back, but there is also just such an elite roster of winners.
Absolutely right. Coming to the Chinese players' point, since Reckoning, we always had a Chinese player, most of the time 2 or 3, in that final lobby. And with Monsters Attack, replace win, that was kind of broken. And from there on out, we had the title win come through. We're really curious if they're ready to take yet another first place at the World Championship, or if another region is going to clutch it out.
It's 3-peat, baby. But if you want to root for the underdogs, Latam is missing from that pantheon, and Relic should be your go-to.
Yeah, I think Relic is definitely somebody that is going to come in with a huge swing to make here, but we also need to follow up that list. Maybe it's going to be a Japanese player that's able to follow up after titles win last set.
Yeah, and this is a storyline I'm really passionate about because for the longest time that I've been working on this show, people have always said, you know, Japan is only as good as Title. If Title is good, Japan is good. And that's kind of where the credibility to that region went. Now, this was broken by Shima Pen, as we all know, who made it into that top 8 before, but now we also have Taro really disproving these theories. He's a ladder beast from Japan. He's a big YouTuber there as well, lots of educational content. And yesterday, he said that he beat Tidal before. Tidal's average at Worlds is 11th place, and he's already in the top 8, so his average is better than that. He's surely gonna win. Quote end.
Well, the cool thing about Taro's play as well is he's actually been the most flexible player we have in our top 8. He has 8 unique compositions. The next highest is at 7, so a lot of players are getting close, but Taro has played a lot of great reroll lines. We even saw the Yasuo reroll that he capped out with that true damage Lucian. It was a really cool game to watch.
Yeah, that was amazing. And I feel like it's going to be those secret techs or those really unique angles that are going to be able to allow these players to find those wins. But there's another player entering into this final day that is very confident. And I cannot wait to hear what Scapeus has to say.
After 12 games, it's difficult to give a recap. I've never been very far behind. I was always at the top of the leaderboards. Never really felt too much pressure.
He's trying his best, snipes the Ori actually on the back line. The Caitlyn is gonna smack down Rennig. Scapeus, EMEA's hope here, gonna take another lobby win.
Oh, finally! I got a Heartsteel opener, yes! Give me more in the finals, please, more dog. I'd like to give a shout out to my team Flip Flop Esports. They all came over from Czechia over to here to cheer for me, and I'm happy I was able to give them back a little bit of something with 3rd place in day 1 and 2.
Just to put into perspective how much EMEA is rooting for Scapeus, our strongest region, normally France, has put out Czech copy pastas cheering for Scapeus, and I really want to see them in chat today, so I'm looking forward to that. They're all rooting for Forest Man.
And Scapeus has been one of the most exciting players to watch throughout the first 2 days. I talked about how Taro was one of the most flexible when it came to final compositions, but throughout the game, Scapeus plays so creatively. And one of the big things that he was mentioning is, he said, oh, he finally got Heartsteel openers. But before then, he didn't get a lot of Heartsteel openers. He didn't get a lot of reroll opportunities. And he ended up just playing very unique flex boards throughout the early and mid game, and then using Ahri items because they're good early game to win streak, and settling on an Ahri for the late game to try and land in a safe top 4.
I'm a little bit sad that he didn't stick to his non-Heartsteel like day 1, but he played 3 games of Heartsteel into day 2, and it's unavoidable. You have to be able to master that comp to even get here.
But that leads me to the question of all of these players have very specific play styles that they would love to be able to go for. And so what happens when we're in this final lobby? There's no reseeding anymore. There's only 8 players. And so they're going to be playing all of these games back to back, knowing who their opponents are at any given time.
A huge part of it is going to come down to understanding the lobby tempo right here, and I think Degree, he's surefire going to go reroll. You kind of know about that. For the CM players, you have to look out for Annie. Every one of their players has played at least 1 game of Annie, and then for the rest, like Taro and for like Scapeus, even though they say they don't, they still play a lot of Heartsteel. So it's about reading that tempo and understanding where you go with it.
Yeah, I think what's been really interesting, I'm excited for Scapeus because a lot of the players, are playing reroll, they're playing Heartsteel, and Skip has shown that multiple times he can play around these other lines and try and still get to those top 4 finishes. I think in the first few games he's going to look for that and then hope to force a Heartsteel spot to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, the meta surely won't look any different than what we've seen in the past days. We still expect a lot of Heartsteel to come through, but we're also looking at the Senna and at the Kale, those very popular reroll lines, and who's contesting them, because there is a good chance that that is not going to work out. And like I said, players like Saka, who are able to make that Senna work, you really do not want to leave it open to them either.
No, I mean, that's why you have to look at a player like Degree as well, and do you just take advantage of the fact that you're gifted all of these different reroll spots?
I want to break down the rerolls a little bit. Senna so far is our most contested reroll comp, so if you hit that blinged out, you might want to scout around. Kale so far is our best performing, and Heartsteel, everyone plays it. The difference between the field is huge. Finalist, 3.16 on the AVP, and for the rest of the field, it goes down to 4.9. So all of our players are Heartsteel experts.
Yeah, and I think a big thing to look at as well is Riven reroll. While this was a comp that was extremely threatening, a lot of people were very high on it. We saw it failing to succeed multiple times yesterday, where it would just get stuck looking for that Riven until too late, or finally hitting it on 1 life, and then all these big Heartsteel boards taking it out.
Yeah, it just takes too long to find those 3-cost rerolls most of the time. And then sometimes when you find it, you don't have that QSSS, and that's just painful. And doesn't work.
I know, we've seen that Riven just get stunned, but sometimes it's not just about if you can get the strongest board online. Sometimes it's also about how you position it. So Clement is here with a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX to show you a little bit more about how smart positioning can be the make or break for your game.
Hi everyone, I'm going to walk you through how Milala made the finals. He only made it through on 8th place, 1 point off. First off, we're going to start with a little bit of background information. He is playing the Kale line right here, and he does have the 3-star Kale with the 3-star Mordekaiser. The line he is going up against is going to be Donnie G's Senna line here, and as you can see with this Senna board, it is very strong, 6 Senna, and does have those 2 spats, lots of focus fire. We're not going to run through the fight, but Milala does lose this one quite hard because of the positioning of his tanks right here. The Yorick walks straight up into the Ahri, gets blown up before he can even get his big ghoul onto the field, and also the Mordekaiser is in the front line, getting focused down rather quickly. So let's take a look at the adaptations that Milala makes to win this fight in the end. We're gonna go here and pause this frame for a while and talk about some of the big things. He did hit it in a Lowy, but he didn't want to place the tentacles onto the board because that would attract Senna, Focus Fire, AoE onto the rest of his units. And the big thing here that he does is that he shifts the Yorick from this position away to this position, the far side from the Nico victory spot, so his Yorick can wrap in when the fight does start and also avoid that focus fire. Now let's take a look at how big the difference is when it comes down to the actual team fight. We're going to be taking a look here from Donnie G's angle as the Senna doesn't get the Yorick, actually targets one of the super fans, and the Mordekaiser comes in from the 3rd row and gets to cast twice. Big goal also on the field, and when it comes to the backline carries, he does have Gifts of the Fallen and the lifesteal to take the win. And that is how Milala got the last point he needed to make the World Finals. The Disney run is still on.
Clement, thank you so much for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. This is definitely things we need to keep an eye on for where our players are going to be able to find that edge, especially in those 1v1 scenarios.
Oh, it's big because every single point counts. How many times have we seen someone be 1 point off of check and then they can't find their way to get the win? So just trying to get every single point possible. Your positioning needs to be on point. Your compositions need to be on point. Everything has to be perfect today because these are the best 8 players in the world.
I just quickly want to mention that Scapeus said he is the best player at positioning in the world, so we'll see if that works out.
That could be a huge edge for Scapeus to have, but we are playing checkmate format. And for those of you that have not seen this format before, here is the rundown. Players will play games today until a player reaches check by hitting a 20-point check mark. And then they get to win the tournament if they are able to get a first place after that. But there can be several players that hit that 20-point check that could win.
Yeah, we were going over it this morning, kind of trying to figure out where we expect that final game to land. In the past, it has been 4 and 5 games. At TVO, we saw it go to 6. We have lifted those points in the past set, so it's not 18 anymore. It's going to be 20, like you said, and that gives us a chance of maybe getting one more game out of there, but it really could be anything.
Yeah, with Heartsteel, all these players going to be contesting those first so aggressively. Lots of ways to really play for that high roll, but that is why we were mentioning that stat for Degree so heavily. 41%. If he gets to check, everyone has to be terrified.
It's going to be an absolutely incredible day of competition here as we are getting ready for our very first game of the day. This is where it all starts, and this is where we get to celebrate the finale of the Remix Rumble set for TFT. And for that, we're going to pass it over to our casters, Counterfeit, Hupesan, and Panda.
Thank you so much, Necro. Just a few days ago, we had 32 players. We had players from 9 regions available. Now we're down to just 5 regions and 8 players looking to become, once more, the global champion. This is the apex of so much work that's gone into this moment. Joining me on the desk, of course, two heart stealers themselves, Impetuous Panda, Yupi-san. How you guys doing?
I'm doing great. So excited for all the regions represented here today as well. Let's take a step back and remember, set 3, EMEA became the very first champion. Korea followed up, but then the dominant stint by CN that we thought would never end until NA replay came in set 8, and of course last set title for Japan. One region I haven't mentioned yet that is in this top 8, Kupe-san, is Latam, Relic, carrying the hopes of your region, of your country as well. Venezuela for Relic, Venezuela for you as well.
For sure, this is huge for Venezuela, huge for Relic, but huge for Latam. There's something most people don't know, but Latam actually has 2 servers, North and South. And Relic, with this victory, he has actually united the whole region into one. And now we're seeing the lobby, we're seeing Skipideos. He's like meditating, right? He was like going for it. And now we're starting first round of the final day. This is up. We're talking about portals. The importance of going for something maybe safe at first, but actually we will start seeing more Byrons at the end.
Yeah, we'll see what we've got. Skipeas, as always, stands alone on the Radiant Blessing. Osaka deciding just to dance in the middle, as is his wont to do. It's the Golden Prelude, so we've at least got a stable first game.
And no surprise, Radiant Blessing and Champion Duplicator, the 2 other options, have not been picked yet the entire tournament long. They continue not to be so in this game 1, and for good reason. Duplicator, I think, leads you too much in the path of those rerolls. Players that want to play 4-cost flex don't want to give that advantage to the other competitors, especially players like Degree, players like Saka, who've played 9 games of reroll across the first 2 days.
For sure, we'll start to see this, right? Now we're starting, everyone has 0 points. Remember, the day 1 and day 2 points are totally scrapped up, and now they're playing this check-in format starting from 0, so any advantage that players like Degree had on previous dates now is totally vanished. So they want to test the waters first in this first game, and then adapt to that in case they want to look for more variants or to try to go for a more stable game.
Well, as we start to see our opening hands develop here for our players, I want to raise the question, now we're in a different situation than before. In group stages, it was all about the snake seeding. You're playing against the different players, reseeding every couple of rounds. Now we've got all the players in one lobby playing against each other again. Can you approach this part of the tournament the same way you approach groups?
I think there's no way. I think the way that you read the meta, these 8 players, in theory, have the best possible read on the meta. They are only playing the comps that give good results, that put you in good spots, no matter the low rolls you're able to get, which means that players, particularly like Milala and Degree, they've only played 5 unique comps. In theory, the most broken ones, Heartsteel, Kale, Seraphine, the very strong rerolls, the very strong 4-cost flex. In these lobbies, they're going to be forced to play more unique comps if players are contesting them on these very broken lines.
For sure. We're seeing Taro on screen. Now he's looking at 2 Seraphines, and that's what we're about to see. We're going to see people going for a line very early to try to reserve it from themselves, and actually the rest of the lobby will be very attentive to that and respect their line. So it's very important to know where you're going to play from the start and let them know while we're seeing some of the Aumex selection on the first stage.
Skipeas, Blinged Out is a very strong option, one of the strongest AVPs in terms of the stats across the later part of this set, but also a line that commits you very early. We saw with Dish Soap, a game with Senna reroll. He could not top forward, he was committed so early, and they just couldn't find the Sennas.
We do have at least one player, Sako, going for the raise to tempo, so we know that he'll be in the spellcaster line in some variety. Seeing a couple of cluttered mines coming through, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger as well. Definitely feels like we've got some players focused towards some of these late game boards.
Yes, for sure. Saka with this Aumen, he makes me think about Lulu a lot, because he already have the Annie too, but he doesn't have additional copies. So maybe Lulu is the one who casts more, who can enable the Aumen to get a little best performance. And now we see the first fight. Sijue getting an early Urgot. This is great for him. Going for the Marshall line on early. He has the buy, he has this, and this is one of the best angles you can expect to have in the early game to later transition into Heartsteel into an AD Flex comp.
And this is maybe the matchup of the entire day 3 with the most bench spaces filled, cluttered mine for both players. The audience is there, they're watching the fight. It's not very exciting, we're still 2-1, but interesting to know that these players will be having that same exact strategy, trying to hold as many 1-cost units as possible throughout the stage 2 to get that extra XP.
Notable as well, we've got a couple of spoils of war in the mix from Relic and from Skipeas, who decided not to commit in to the Blinged Out, but actually has picked up on the Senna 2-star already.
Degree, with Idealism, could be angling towards someone like Katarina, I think is the most expected reroll comp. Katarina, of course, did not do well the first 2 days. The stats were, north of 5.5 average. Not something you want to see for a reroll line that was considered pretty strong coming into this tournament in that 2-cost Superfan line.
For sure. It's interesting also that none of them still have like a good angle for a 3-cost if we don't count Sako with the possibility of the Lulu. So normally we will start seeing, like for default, the Heartsteel meta, then going for the 2-star reroll, and if some players start playing a Riven, for example, it could open up for Executioner or nothing else, but for now, they're playing it safe. As Panda, as you were saying, they're going for the lines that they know can work and can perform and can get a top 1 with it.
Something I'm noticing we've got the readout of all of the boards being played at the moment. Ice and Milala both are playing absolutely minimal boards. Remember, of course, Malala's got what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so it's very heavily incentivized to take the early losses. But it seems like we've got two players who want the losses going potentially face-to-face with each other soon.
We saw a few players already kind of cementing and flexing their spot in terms of the 2-cost rerolls. Scapeus has a Senna 2 already, and we also saw a Seraphine 2 hit by Taro. So these are players that are saying, hey, if you scout my board, I'm making it clear to the rest of the lobby, this is my space, don't try and contest me.
For sure. We have Milala open 14, this is important, and Ice was doing the same, but in the next, he's trying to buy a few units. So for Milala, it's more important. He has an outlet that requires him to lose. He cannot afford to it, and Ice knows that Milala cannot put units on his bench, and so Ice, even though he wants to lose, he is putting some units on the table, and now he's facing up with a very strong board from Sako.
Of course, since those changes to the draw mechanic, meaning that both players would have missed out on their streaks if Ice had not backed down there, it's a very interesting point there for Ice to say, very last second, okay, I'm not going to pull the trigger here, I'm not going to take the chance that this could rest up my game.
And for Degree, trying to defend this 2-win streak. Can the Cannon do it? Yes, he can. The stun comes in last second, just a sliver of HP left. But now we move into the stage 2 carousel. Key things to look out for, spatulas and Heartsteel units. Yone's available with a belt.
All right, guys, so talk to me about the opening hands our players have been dealt here, which you can see at the bottom. Who are you most optimistic based on what we've seen so far?
I like Sako because he already committed. He has an augment that is going to scale with the Spellweaver, so he can play Lulu if he's offered. He can only go for fast 8 and play only an Ahri Warrior and ensure that as a carry. It's not the best item for carry for Ahri, but actually the rest is still a little open. I don't know if you agree, Panda.
I have to go with Relic. Relic has a 2-star Kayle, a 2-star Olaf, and a 2-star Vi with Spoils of War. An Arcbert that wants you to snowball, levels to 5, adds in an Urgot, a little cherry on top, and can slam a ship if he wants to, if he really needs to, if he wants to defend. This 3-win streak, make it a 5, maybe a 7, maybe a 10. We saw in those last few games yesterday from Jiwa, especially to qualify to this day 3, he had like a 15-win streak, a 14-win streak. Maybe Relic trying to follow down that path.
Well, yeah, as you said, Relic versus Degree is the next upcoming battle, and might up in the rounds. As we noted before, Milala's the only one to be able to hold on to the loss streak. For those Spoils of War, Scapeus and Relic, the two players running it, and they'll run right into each other.
Yeah, for sure.
We see it.
This side is to slam, so this is actually what you read, Panda. This maybe is a play to pressure the tempo of the lobby to ensure that the Spoiler Wars gives in goal, but remember, the shred of a magical resistor is not accumulated in both of them, so he's actually going for the damage, going for the additional speed on this scale. So this is it doesn't work for Relic. Now he loses against Kipideus. He already has 5 Senna, the headliner, and 2 more on the bench.
And 2 items on Senna as well. Both players on Spoils of War. You can understand their strategy. I really do love the late slam from Relic. This is something you have to really keep note of. If you're playing on ladder, if you're trying to get better at TFT, it's the correct idea to slam a Shiv. You're trying to defend the win streak, yes, but wait until the fight loads in. See if you're actually facing a strong player to do so.
All right, Jacob came with Milala, of course, who was open 40 before and won the draw there. Does have a lot on the bench, but he's actually starting to build up a board now. He's thrown a lot more units than he had previously.
Taro going for the Seraphine. He already has the 2-star. So an additional possibility for him. So now we're starting to see how each player is already getting into their angle. Relic going for the Kayle, Taro going for the Seraphine, the possibility also for Sako for going for the Spellweaver line, and now Relic, who already lost his win streak, is going. He wants to kill. So he wants to get as much money as he can from the Spoils War, and then try to get that kill as fast as possible because he knows he can pressure the lobby on the mid game until the rest is trying to, at least the Heartsteel players, start to pop out.
I love Relic's board for this stage 2. It's almost the Hall of Fame of set 10 stage 2 boards. Urgot, Vi, Olaf, and Kale, all units that do so much in this early game. Lost to Scapeus there, but still a very healthy 96 HP for Relic in a very good spot with Spoils of War especially. This is really an augment that can snowball so heavily in stage 3 if you continue this win streak, or at the very least, a high percentage of wins.
There is a world, I have to say, because I know Relic's training there's a comp that is underperforming, that is Executioner, and he has a good angle for it. So it's a possibility for him. Spoilers of Wars is one of the best augments for it, and maybe he doesn't want to play Pentakill in this line. Obviously, if you get the kill early, that's your line, but I think he's thinking about plan B in case he gets that he already has a great defensive acting for Amumu.
Well, I mean, you talked about this, kind of bringing the executions into the lobby as being something that's ideal when you've got the 3 costs being taken out of the pool. Based on what we've seen so far, is it that kind of lobby that can thrive in?
Only in the possibility that Sokka decides to go for the Lulu reroll, for an example, but we still don't know what his actual final gameplay will be. But now we have it. Now he's committed. He has the Kale headliner. He only needs 3 more and some front. Obviously, the Mordekaiser, as soon as possible, get some good tank units, and obviously go for the additional Ginsu on the Kale.
And the 2-cost reroll market has opened up. I think most of the key units have already been sold out. 6 kills for Relic, 6 Seraphines for Taro and Scapeus, who we saw had 5 Sennas earlier on. So very clear direction for 3 players on the 2-cost reroll lines.
Now again, Ice against Milala. Milala already going for the Hearthstone line. He used the lose streak to get a lot of gold. He had 50 gold before Crocs, and now he's winning with the Hearthstone, with a good chunk of HP actually. So now he wants to stop the loss a little, stop the bleeding, get some good wins here, try to pop off with a little cash out of Hearthstone, and then on stage 4, maybe he can only stabilize to get a better cash out with the loss and go for level 9 and actually get the cap of the board.
I love to agree. 6 win streak, itemizing a Kennen headliner. A headliner is shunned upon in the later stages of set 10, considered not very good. In this case, just the tempo slamming options keep him with that 6 win streak, and Degree really, I think, cementing his status as one of the strongest players in the tournament after that day 2 performance.
And Taro has done it for the fan. He has done it for the fans. For everyone watching right now, this is an interesting augment. Panda, have you seen it frequently? I particularly haven't. So maybe he has a read that he identifies. Remember, it makes the super fans more powerful. So now you want to itemize the units that you normally don't, the Lilia, the Neko. So it will be interesting why he picked it, and maybe he has some read that could actually work.
If it comes from Taro, I'm not surprised. He's played 9 unique comps across the first 2 days, by far and away the most flexible player in this tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, I really love what we heard from Taro before on the desk. Certainly being that he's not intimidated at all by stepping into the gigantic shoes of our current reigning world champion title in this tournament. Still has that until this event is done. Let's see how well it works out for Taro here. You see, certainly the headliners are going to be split up a little bit, but notable that previously Seraphine was contested. It's no longer the case. Taro has a clear line.
One additional that I want to point out is the second augment from Sako. He gets Infusion, so it's a perfect synergy with his third augment. He will be able to cast more. He will be able to ramp up. So now I think the damage is already in place. He will only need frontline.
And Saka's a player that played the most Lulu alongside Degree we're seeing here. Throughout the first 2 days, he played 2 games of Lulu, had great success, with Degree playing 3, but Degree, for now, double idealism, trying to make the best use of his first augment he picked up at 2-1. No Katarina's in sight. It's a comp that did not perform well, and we talked about it. Degree has not been playing flexibly. He's only playing the comps he thinks are strong, and Katarina has not proven it so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got the superfan chosen or headliner in place here. As you mentioned, the Kennen massively stronger than would be normally. This is the biggest streak in the lobby up against Zio, who is more or less in the middle of the table, and I think it's going to stay in place.
Yeah, for sure. I think Degree is now in a mode that for sure, the Katarina will be the most obvious when we see the augments and when we see his board, at least the front line, but he doesn't have even one. So actually, this is a spot that it will be difficult for Degree. It will be interesting to get into his head and figure out what his plan will be.
Well, I think it might have been Kale, but Relic has clearly stepped on that line. He's not going to give up on that. So it's the comp that Degree played most often alongside Lulu yesterday and day 1. He played 3 games of Kale, 3 games of Lulu. So has to maybe finally get shoved off into a different line.
All right, let's update ourselves on where the lobby has developed to. We mentioned, of course, Taro
with the Do It for the fans, as we do have a Ezreal and a Spatula on the carousel. Ice picking up the 2-star Riven, we can see at the bottom of the field. We haven't mentioned it yet, the 2 healthy for Relic, that Kale board and the Gnar. We've seen it do wonders in previous days.
For sure. Now he has the option to go for this scale. It's actually one of his best comp. He loves Senna, but the second comp, and actually highly praised and played on Latam, is actually this scale. Cheche played it a lot with good results, and now he's passing the wave to Relic, who actually could perform very well in this.
We're seeing from Ice rolling down on 6, looking for a 2-cost headliner, but which one does he have his eyes on? Looks like Katarina to me. Has a Zed, has an Evelynn, has that 1 Katarina, 2 Katarinas, 3 Katarinas already on his board, but he's looking for the headliner still and is rolling deep for it.
Oh boy. We've certainly seen the Katarina be pretty treacherous before, as you mentioned, David. So for the time being, we'll just take a short stint, perhaps not a permanent stint, into Mordekaiser territory. You'll be able to carry those items pretty damn well.
He's going against Siyue. Siyue is still not in his best form. He's actually getting good economy, using the Clutter Mine to get as much gold as he can to up the levels, and also he's getting vampirism. So any loss is only ramping up that. And the thing of this lobby is that the reroll players will have to get very close to their 3-stars or achieve their 3-star before stage 4-1, because the players that are playing Hearthstone, Milala, Siyue, they actually have a lot of economy, so I'm very sure that on 4-1 they will start to pop off.
Especially with Hearthstone, it's a line that you can really say is a player diff. Every player in this final 8, they are very good players. They know exactly how to roll down, what units to buy, how to stabilize while using as little gold as possible. There will be no disastrous roll downs in this day 3.
Well, there may be a disastrous next round, though. Scapeus and Degree are face-to-face, or at least potentially in the next round. We can see observers, thank you very much. Just
one Senna off, my goodness. With Spoils of War as well, it's so good to get this early spike and then let the augment continue spiking in stage 4.
Yeah, also he got naturally on level 6 the Echo. That is the only front line you actually need. You're going to burst the front line with the true damage from the Senna, and now he's faced it up. We have him against Ice, while Degree is facing Taro on the left. So 2 comps that are actually going to perform, but I'm very hyped to what's about to happen after this round. We'll have a lot of roll downs, so be attentive, because the camera will be very crazy and we'll have a lot to see.
Let's hope not too crazy. We have to follow the action, Coupe. Don't bring chaos.
I want more.
To the broadcast.
I want chaos. A little chaos is good.
I vote for chaos. I'm on board with the hype train, but both our winning players keep their win streaks, not facing each other in this previous round, so there's a lot more money staying in place. Let's get into our PvE round and see what the players have been put together.
Senna, 3 for Scapeus, the big spike. Seraphine as well, trying to hold a few copies to make life harder for players like Taro. You need to do these min-max optimizations in a game like this, game 1 of the final day of the TFT Championship. And I'm going to go ahead and say it, NA, EMEA holding hands 1 and 2. I'll take it for now.
For sure. And Taro, as you're saying, they're being hold the Seraphine. He's actually very low in gold, only 10 gold, and still 3 copies away from getting the Seraphine 3. Skipdeos already have the Senna 3, so actually he will be a lot behind tempo for now. And now the possibility of Relic, he wants to pop off now. He knows it's the moment to have it, so I believe he will go out at least onto 30 gold.
Keep your eyes out for those 2 stars, those 3 stars coming in, just as you said. The money is being spent en masse.
One more kill for Relic. He's rolling under 10 gold. He finally finds it, but is it too little too late? You're stuck on 6. You can't go 7. You can't fit in of Viego, which you haven't even found yet. You have quite a few Mordekaisers though, but maybe not enough.
No, he snuck that one just in at the side, at the tail end. So at least we've got the items on the Mordekaiser, but we don't have them on Viego. We do not have stars on our frontline units. We may not have enough time. We have a little bit more health coming out that 2 healthy. We'll see. I mean, this is the board from Taro's side of things, which has got the extra healing in for the superfans, so might be able to hold out long enough.
Yeah, Relic decides to go with this high risk, because if he didn't hit the kill here, it was actually pretty tough for him. He has Spoils of War, so he needs to keep ramping up the economy. As you say, Panda, his economy is now lost, so he needs to recover it with the win streak, with killing players, and actually achieving that final ultimate selection. And this is very important. This is where the game can come to a close.
Unfortunate for Relic, had the chance for Crown Guard at a great augment from Mordekaiser, but already has 3 items on the Mordekaiser. Also 3 items on the Kale, with a Shiv slammed early for tempo. Remind viewers in stage 2 for the attempt at the win streak against Scapeus. I wonder if Relic will try and pop off the Shiv in later stages of the game with Superfan and try and fit in something like a Gunblade, which you saw being the difference maker in so many fights throughout day 1 and 2.
For sure, we have Taro also going for the duplicators. Now he only needs one copy of the Seraphine. He got it, and now he's able to stabilize in this important round. The rest of the Heartsteel players will, Peter, start to pop off now, so this will be the best round, and the matchmaking will be also very important.
And we still have our win-streaking players able to face each other. The 3 stars have started roaring in. So we've got 3-star River, we've got 3-star Seraphine, we've got 3-star Kale, we've got 3-star Senna. All the stars are out tonight in the first game.
Where's the Riven going?
Of the finals. And Riven positioning is absolutely crucial, getting stuck on the tank for such a long time. But once she gets out of the stun, she might move back onto the Ezreal. And that's going to be a disaster. Ziwei has very little health to work with.
They're all very, very capped in the board, only on 4-2. So I believe that this is a round where they're turning it up the Rumble, and it's impressive because normally they have to wait a little more. Normally they have to play it, don't hit so much, but because they made so much economy, Milala going for the 3-star Riven, and Zijua, even if he loses, he actually has a good table setup.
This is very bad news for the Heartsteel players because you lose the entirety of the first 2 stages, you roll down finally at 4-2, you assemble what you think is a strong board, and every fight you load into in stage 4, there's 3 stars all over the place, and you're losing every fight and maybe going 8th in the process. That's the risk with Heartsteel, but especially in this lobby where everyone seems to have hit except for maybe Ice with a Katarina 2 still.
Yeah, that's a little painful when you know the quality of the other boards is very, very good indeed. At least in this case, oh no, we see Katarina get immediately targeted by the Kale. She's going to have to try and heal through that. We have got a Yone secondary carry, but I don't think it's going to quite be good enough.
Yeah, for sure. This is bad news for Ice. He tried to risk it, the fastest player here, and he didn't hit. He didn't hit. He tried to go for the risky play, going for this Katarina, even though the game wasn't given to him, but that's the only thing he could play. The rest of the major comps, of the tier 1 comps, were already taken.
And we talk about the strength of this lobby on day 3. There are no snake seeding, no players that maybe a little bit lost in the meta. These are the absolute best players in the tournament. Players like Zivia, he played 6 games of Heartsteel on days 1 and 2. Ice played 5. Now suddenly, it's maybe not working as easily with the strength of the boards that the other players are able to build up. Spatula on a Corki could be very interesting for Milala, who already has the Riven 3, 8-bit Riven as well, and an 8-bit emblem on her Viego.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely getting towards the end zone here. Our players have their boards much more locked in. Milala decides not to go for the emblem after all. Already has one on the Viego on the field, so prioritizing instead a little bit more mana.
Relic for Pengu.
Yeah, and Taro is the one who got Taro is the one with the spatula, right? So he will go for the rod, and he will probably make a KD spot. And Ice hitting. This is great for him. The problem is, Katarina, you want to have it as early as possible, try to punish the lobby. She's single target, so it's actually very hard now that the Heartsteel board add more cap. We have a lot of front line she has to push through, so it will be actually difficult, even though he hit his Katarina to stabilize against these amazing boards.
Yeah, Ice and Zio, they're both on very low HP.
There it is. Almost everyone is hit now except for Degree. The only... Oh, never mind. He's just hit a Mumu 3. So every player that is playing reroll has at least 1 3-star now on their board. And Degree has finally opened up his comps. He's opened up a 6th unique comp. He is playing Executioner reroll in this game number 1.
All right, Ice and Zio will see if either or both of them can survive through this round. On the left-hand side, we see that Z-Ray is still fighting. Ice does make it through the round. That 3-star Katarina doing what she's supposed to do.
For sure. In a great degree, I like his comp. The problem is he doesn't have gold, and the rest of the comp have already ramped up. So he had 3 combat augments. Is he able, by managing the economy and looking for good losses, he might be able to pop off, and he could be the best board if he hits all the executioner comps with the Amumu 3, with the Country 3, the Samira, and also with the Vex. So actually he can pop off, and he has the spot because he's very healthy.
With 10 gold only to work with, 3 away from the Vex. There are so many 3 costs out of the pool already, with the Rivens all out, with the Amumus all out, with the Lulus all out. It makes it a lot easier to, of course, hit. There's just less 3 costs to roll in your shops. But still, with only 10 gold, it's going to be a little bit dicey. You're going to have to wait for the PvE rejuice and hope for some extra gold there.
Very focused damage. You can see the right-hand side of the front line of Saka evaporates immediately. You see, he's definitely a little bit worried about how things are developing. Of course, and these Vex casts, they swing around. One more cast out of Samira, and it's Executioner 6 that gets across the line.
That was great positioning from Degree, actually avoiding the snipe from the Lulu, making sure Lulu will hit with the additional cast, the Cartus, So his main carry, his Vex, was safe until
Big
the
cash
end.
out. He finds a tome. We saw what happened yesterday with Zue. He found a Jazz emblem to qualify to this day 3. Will it happen again? Can this man be stopped? We'll find out once he pops it.
I mean, this is what you need at a moment like this. You need something high risk, high reward.
Changing the traits, making sure he's getting the best possible combination of traits once he pops this tome. Ot 5-1.
Let's see if he gets it now. He already has the Kiana, normally not seen in this line. We're going for this, but as you were saying, he's trying to get the most amount of synergies, traits.
True damage would be great, exactly.
True damage could be a possibility, but obviously we're looking for that Jazz emblem.
Z2
he should pop up now.
Doesn't find the Jazz, doesn't find the true damage. Not the best hits here, unfortunately. We'll be going for the rapid fire.
The good news, I suppose, for ZUA, even if we can't find exactly what we're looking for, and Ice as well, is Taro has started to drop down the HP standings on the right-hand side. It's starting to become more realistic that they can fight their way towards at least maybe a top 6, top 5.
Ziyui is making a promise to his actual gameplay. He's played 6 times the hardsuit with great results. So actually now, normally he goes to level 9, goes to level 10. He cannot do it now, and he's very pressured by the rest of the lobby, and now he's facing Ice, his teammate from China. And the Katarina could be the end for him.
Both players on 1 life. The Lucian stacking up the Titan's Resolve, but the Yone is on a mission into the backline. The Zed is trying to defend. He gets in the way, but doesn't do enough. And the Katarina, she can't do it. She's being bursted down by both the Zed and the Lucian. The healing comes through, though. The 1v1. And Zed, like Faker, is able to do it, but Ice is still alive.
That's the whole thing, isn't it? You survive to the very tail end and get those kills through. That was a heart stopper of a round, but we're moving into the space where more and more players are moving into that danger zone. Saka, Zio and Taro and Ice all on low HP. There's a huge leap up for a top 4 or on 40 and above.
When we see Sikipeos, he actually hit the Senna very early on his play, so he's actually in a good spot with 48 HP for him. Looking at Taro, he also has a very good board, but the problem is he lost a lot of AP by hitting very late the Seraphine.
Oh boy, half of the players in this lobby have not taken a 8th place in the entire competition. Of course, playing against each other, that's going to change very soon. Taro, one of those players who's at risk of taking the 8th right now. It's a relatively slow approach in here because they don't see the Seraphine casting too quickly. The front line is holding on for a remarkably long time, but the multi-threat from the Executioners, I have to think it's just a little bit too much. Taro is going to be our first one out.
And for Degree, that's not even his final form. Still sitting on only 7 Vexes. Still doesn't have the Samira 3 as well. So Degree can only get stronger. And he's still 70 HP on a 3-win streak. Is there something going on with Game 1s and Executioners? We saw Skipeus on broadcast yesterday getting that massive win with the Caretakers allied into the Twitch, into the Executioners. Same story here for Degree.
This little guy is the difference.
I know. Believe me.
He's the only frontline. He's like the hero, the only one in the front. The MVP, the absolute MVP, absorbing all the aggro. And as you say, Panda, he can only get more strong with the Vex 3.
Has a
with
duplicator
the
as well.
3. Yeah, that's going to make a big difference for getting the 3-star Vex in place as well. CUA and Taro exiting after that previous round. Ice could be up on the chopping block here. At least the main tank is in front of the main opposing carry from Ice, but
the Katarina constantly stunned by the Ahri, but does not matter. She survives, she heals back up. And the Lulu is trying to clutch up here. She's able to do it, but she can't kill the Yone. The Titan Resolve and the Bloodthirst are doing too much.
So confirmation now, Taro on 8th place, ZUA also confirmed on the 7th place. Relic still haven't used the spat, so we're using there the possibility he will probably have it open, because now he will have it's very difficult to get a possibility for him. So actually he will lose a little on the late game, but because he saved so much SP, he's actually in a good position. And there's also an Illaoi there, no one's getting it. We've seen less priority for it, especially with the Executioner comp. You don't want to clump so many units in the front line.
With Riven as well, with the Tentacles potentially being used as a catapult into the backline. As I predicted and mentioned, Relic pops off the Shiv, adds in the Gunblade. So important, this synergy between the Mordekaiser and the kill here. Unfortunately, no Mordekaiser 3. This really dampens the win rate potential of this comp.
He's holding Nards, or maybe going for the Nard 3 to have an additional possibility of DPS. Actually not the best, but whatever little thing he gets, while Degree now has his comp almost completed with the Vex 3, and I still holding on with this Katarina.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough for people to get these wins in here. Degree's been playing so strong for such a long time. And we're again in Elimination Station. Keep your eyes on the right-hand side on the Katarina. She's managed to avoid most of the damage while Yone soaks the front line. She does survive towards the tail end, but there's a lot of targets on the board. Those Katarina knives are not getting anywhere near the center.
We're seeing Sake there shaking a little. That has to be a little nervous, but no, he's still alive. I think that's his lucky emblem. He's like shaking a little in the chair, trying to puff it out, like trying to shake off the nervous system. He was actually laughing. So he's having a good time. Look at that. Look at that.
He's shaking a bit too much. What's going on in CN? Hopefully just a webcam glitch.
I can only assume the power of this TFT is enough to rock the boat a little bit, but I mean, this comp is very good. We're down to our top 5 with Ice out of commission. Still very low HP for Relic and Saka.
I know why it is. He's playing Hyper Pop, so he's just bouncing along with the tune. He did just find an RE2 that could be a big upgrade in terms of trying to get some extra DPS alongside the Lulu. Let's check out now Relic's fight with this Pentacle board, Kale, and the Mordekaiser, the 2 key units to look out for. But look at this clump for Senna, feasting the AoE damage, channeling through the middle of that board with Ari playing secondary carry. The Mordekaiser, he's only a 2-star, already taken down, and I think the Kale cannot clean up this fight. It's going to be a 2v5 here, just the Seraphine and the Kale left alive. The Senna onto the Kale, and that's going to spell disaster with the Ari stuns coming through as well. Relic, unfortunately, taken down in top 4 at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. He wanted to, the round has to be very long for Relic to pop off, while the Senna is actually bursting down the rest of the comp. The Mordekaiser 3 didn't come, but actually a good first spot for Relic, getting good tempo and not getting the win condition, but a good first place.
All right, guys, so talk me through the final 3 we've got here. We've got the Executions, we've got the Riven, we've got the Senna. How do they match up into each other? Which one's the most favored?
I think the most important thing is that we have NA and EMEA in the top 3, Peter. I'm celebrating. I'm sure many others around the world are as well. A very good start for the NA players. Hoope, I'll leave the comp discussion to you.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is Riven. Riven is the one that is the black horse here. She wants to pop off. She wants to try to access the backline, but actually there are 2 comps that burst a lot. So actually, if Vex and Samira are able to both go together and focus the Riven, she's good. And also, if the Senna goes to a Riven with some help of the rest, it's also a good possibility, but actually it's very clean, and the positioning will be very important on any matchup.
And this is where the QSS is so important. Stuns from the Vex, stuns from the Echo. She'll be able to not really fall prey to that in the first few seconds of the fight at the very least, but there will be a lot of AoE damage coming in from both the Senna and the Vex. The Riven has to try and avoid.
All right, we'll see how it goes up with the Senna versus the Executioner matchup here. We mentioned we've got the 1 big tank in that movement. We've got the 1 big damage dealer from the Ari. We'll eventually get the drop.
What a clump.
But I think it might just be enough. The Senna can't quite get onto the right target in time. Samira is through. Scapeus can't quite break the streak.
Degree does it again. He decides not to put the Amumu in the front, to put the Pantheon first, absorb the first burst of damage, and then the Amumu is capable of surviving more, applying the Chispa Ionica in Spanish.
Ionic Spark.
The Ionic Spark.
I got you.
That was the best. That was actually what he needed. So the focus damage with the Vex, with the Samira, and also the Akali, that normally is not a carry that you want to prioritize, is actually doing that chunk of additional damage that you need.
And Degree, I think now the speech for his comp is remember your roots, my fellow executioners. Massive stats given to all the units here, and a 7 win streak despite still missing the Samira 3, and despite having 55 gold still in his coffer.
With Milala, we've got the 3 carries there. The Riven, the Viego who's dancing through the center, and the Caitlyn at the back. It's looking like the raw damage might just be enough. Degree gets run over. That's a 7-round win streak broken. As Scapeus drops out, we're down to our top 2.
Top 2, so now Executioner against Riven 3. We're talking about it. This was so far a hard shield and 2-cost reroll meta. If we saw some units, some 3-cost as the Lulu, as Sake was proposing with his Fair Omen, now we're starting to shift the meta, and it's very interesting that we only have got this on day 3.
I do want to revise my previous statement because that's what David said before. We have a top 2, and they're both from NA.
They are, and they're both adapting to what this day 3 asks of them. They're both playing unique comps they have not played yet in this tournament. Degree has never played Executioners. Milala has never played Riven yet in the first 2 days. We'll see what this fight has in store for us with the Vex and the Samira trying to focus down the front line. But my goodness, the Caitlyn will be able to clean up here. I have to assume, can the Vex cast come out? It can't in time. And Degree now maybe has to start thinking about spending this gold. He's using his HP as a resource to buy him more time to make as much gold as possible to try and have the highest possible spike to try and win the game.
For sure, pending that Samira 3-star, and he's actually very close. He has 46 gold, so he doesn't want to up the level. There's not much units he can get inside, maybe Alawi, but it's actually not relevant. He only wants to make sure that on this roll down, he can get the Samira, get the additional damage, and that should be enough at least to try to focus more on that Riven. But the problem is that the Riven is not the only carry. There's a Viego with an 8-bit spot. There's also the Caitlyn that is also popping up with the 8-bit, and obviously the Lucian that we can never not consider him.
And so much of Degree's composition is built around keeping this Amumu alive. Even Shroud has been
one off Samira.
But Milala, it's a roll down, will go through. We have at least got the Karthus coming in at 2-star, but it does feel like we're getting close to an end here. Still a lot of HP left in the bank.
Love this positioning. The dummies coming in, trying to stun the Vex and buy time for the Viego, who gets actually almost ulted down. He tries to damage these units in the process, but the Vex and the Samira, so much Omnivamp, they stay alive. The Vex is already being targeted down. No, we're going to need more from Degree. He needs to roll down all his gold. He needs to find the Samira 3. He's trying to maybe have a projection. I'm going to call it 3, but just too far away. Only 4 copies right now.
Trying to look for it. Yes. It's important the positioning because we were enhancing Degree about the position, and now Milala puts everything in the back. The dummies jump to the front, they absorb the damage, but they're not. The rest of the tank are still not close enough to those dummies, so the control damage is not coming for them. So actually, great positioning from Milala, knowing the strengths of the comp of Degree, and now he finally hits a Thresh, but no Samira 3.
Yeah, Milala's got so many damage threats towards the back. The Lucian joining in the mix as well. So in our previous rounds, we've seen the melee carries getting blown up pretty quickly, but the Caitlyn still just walked in and finished it off like it wasn't even anything. This time, the Riven makes it to the end of the round, and it's not even a little bit close as Degree gets annihilated. Milala, looking to become the god of set 10, takes his first step there.
And a very confident first place. A player with only an 8% win rate across the first 2 days, had only won 1 of the 12 games, comes in on day 3 and says, you know what, it's time to start winning.
He actually got the best possible solution for that Riven, actually analyzing, knowing that the 3-cost line will be better, and hitting it good, getting the 8-bit emblem, so the win conditions were there, and he went for the win more. He went for the Lucian, he went for the Caitlyn, the Viego 8-bit, and he take it off.
All right, well, if you're an NA fan, you're very happy with how the first game of the Remix Rumble Grand Finals went, but we still have got ourselves a whole bunch more games. Checkmate is still in place, so things can change very much in game number 2. We'll be headed to break. When we return, our analysts will break down game 1 and look towards the rest of the day.
Through though, the 1-1, and Sad, like Faker, is able to do it, but Ice is still alive.
That's to the end of the round, and it's not even a little bit close as Degree gets annihilated. Milala looking to become the god of set 10.
Hey everyone, I'm Riot Blue Cove, one of the game designers for TFT's next set. Stay tuned after the finals for a first look at what we've been working on.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the final day of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. What a first game that we had, and it's almost kind of what we were expecting heading into things with a checkmate format. There's a lot of reroll. You're looking for consistency right now when it comes down to these first few games to even just get you to that 20-point benchmark.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on the third day, he has risen. Milala finally finding a first place. Amen. You love to see it.
The interview buff really coming to play here.
An amen.
Yeah,
I was trying to ignore it.
Yeah, the interview buff for sure, though. I feel so bad sometimes because when we talk to our players at the end of like the day, we always say in North America it's like the first place curse, where we talk to them as the points lead for day number 1, and then day 2 they go out, and like I'm just happy it hasn't happened this time.
No, it's an interview buff, as you clearly saw taking that first place just because Milala spoke to you this morning.
Oh, I'll take credit for that, sure. Well, I can't take credit for what happened to Taro's game, though. I mean, like, the Seraphine reroll didn't quite work out for him, and it was really disappointing to see in that spot because it looked like it was going to be so dominant.
Yeah, finds that Seraphine really early on, finds do it for the fans, which arguably is pretty good for Seraphine reroll, get all of that extra healing in. But it completely loses out on the roll down, doesn't find that Seraphine in the end, even goes for the duplicator augment to try and get something online, but it's all too little too late. Everybody else had great spots in this lobby and just went down for it. I personally was really, I don't know how you felt, but I was really excited to see how Ice played that line, because early on he was kind of just like chilling out, playing strongest board, and then we saw him sell off everything, find that Katarina, find that Mordekaiser as well, and playing around that for a long time. In the end, it was only a 6, but I think for what he was given, it was pretty decent.
I have to say that's just the normal 2-cost reroll experience here. The way 2-cost rerolls are played right now, you hit level 7 and then you roll down, and that's actually lower chances than you hitting the 3-cost, which is why some of the players coming into these tournaments actually have the strategy of sticking to 4-cost and 3-cost at the same time.
Yeah, we actually did see a Lulu reroll, and that ended up being super powerful, but I'm looking also at the top end where we got a chance to see that Vex Executioner reroll.
Yeah, Degree doing kind of the classic North American way of playing Executioners, which is they only really like to play it from tempo, and generally that is the best way to play it anyways, right? A 3-cost, you have a lot of things you need to hit. You need to hit a Mumu, you need to hit Vex, you eventually want to hit Samira as well, but because Degree was able to play around that Kennen with Idealism in the early game so well, saved so much HP, the transition was really easy to finding those Executioner units and utilizing those augments he'd picked early to really cap out the board.
That was really the thing for me. Superfan's Kennen is not something that anyone really picks, and you can see early on how much HP, that was Milala, but Degree had a lot of HP going into stage.
You can see Degree's line too.
Yeah.
It's a little bit less emphasized, but you can see it from Milala though. We did see him kind of play for Econ more in the early game, trying to get that up, and then rolls and finds that Riven after having hit that spatula in the carousel, gets that comp online in super fast time, and just aces it out.
Yeah, it was a Heartsteel opener with a really heavy emphasis on the early loss streak, but then pivoting out immediately, recognizing that Riven was open, and being able to have that open bow and pick up the spatula, and it was just a really good recognition of the spot. We talked about how Riven had underperformed on the previous day, but Milala comes in immediately, picks it up, and goes first.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with also the itemization of the Riven. That's going to be so important to make sure that you can actually contend with some of these more, CC-related compositions. Looking at you, Lulu. But here is where the standings are after this very first game. It is still 20 points for the total that these players want to hit in order to put the lobby into check. After they hit 20 points, then they get a chance to be able to win the whole thing if they get that first. But I feel like the pattern's going to continue here. You want to just get to the 20 points in the first place, be one of the first players to do it, and then you go for the risk, right?
I agree, the pattern should continue. NA 1-2. I think that's...
what's that in?
That was alphabetical, okay?
Yeah, I would like to see
See, I don't know about that, but I will say that we will see more crazy portal choices come out once players are getting on that 20 checkpoint mark. It's something we saw in previous sets as well, and it's just players playing for more risk and everybody else trying to throw off the players that are on the check.
So Crab Rave. Got it.
I like it.
Crab
Yeah,
Rave,
go
Crab
for
Brave,
it.
Crab Brave. That's exactly what we want here. Maybe we will get just that as we are ready for game number 2. So we're going to send it back over to our casters, Counterfeit, Hupeson, and Panda.
All right, thank you guys so much. Yes, that was a pretty wild game number 1. I don't know if we'll see a Crab Rave. We get maybe a little...
Negative.
No? How are you feeling?
Yeah, for sure. I think in Latam, in the regionals, we had it, and Mordog was also saying in his socials that high-level players on high-level challenger lobbies were using a lot of these augments that was supposed, that was created for fun. So it's as Mace was saying, we will start seeing it, maybe not now, but from game 3 and above, for sure, we will see some more variants.
Okay, one thing is high level, and the next thing is this elite day 3 of world level. I think they're not quite comparable. Talking about the high variance portals, we have seen Crab Rave, Scuttle Puddle, and Wandering Trainers picked in this tournament up until now, but only one time each. And talking about Scuttle Puddle and Wandering Trainers, my goodness.
heard our prayers and said, you know what, we're going to make sure we get something a little spicy at least.
Skipeos is there. He's going for the Wandering Trainers, also the Scuttle Puddle for Ice and Taro. They're moving.
They're going followers.
They're going
to him.
for it.
Believe in
Crazy
Skipeos.
Prismatic Finale has never been picked yet in this tournament, and for Scuttle Puddle and Wandering Trainer, only one. So what a mix of portals. I'm sure not what our players would have liked to see. It's going to be Scuttle Puddle in the end.
All right. Okay, so more gold for all the lobby. Normally, hardsteel players don't want this, so this should be a more reroll meta. So if some players get the additional 3 costs early, that could be the 3 cost meta that we just saw. But normally, this should be super fans. It should be Sena, it should be Kale, it should be Katarina.
All right, so looking forward to this game then. Yeah, with a Scuttle Puddle in mind, what's standing out to you most? We heard from the desk, of course, about game number 1, but on reflection, what are you kind of bringing into game 2 here as lessons learned from game 1?
Look at the big picture. Looking at regional narratives, I think for the first time in the history of the World Championships, I'm not sure, but I have to assume CN, bot 4, all 3 players in game 1 alongside Taro. So the West versus the East, we had all 4 players in the top 4, 2 NA, 1 EMEA, and 1 Latam with Relic finishing that 4th place position. But also in terms of the unicomps played, Degree, Milala, and Skipeos, the top 3 of that game 1, all played reroll comps they had not played yet in this tournament. So my question was posed, can these players adapt? The answer is yes.
Yeah, for sure. We thought that the day 1 and day 2 was going to be more prevalent, so we studied a lot. We were in the analyst list saying, what have they been playing before? Well, actually, they can play everything. The thing is, are they getting the spot? Are they recognizing that the other players are helping them get to that spot of the reroll? So it will be very interesting. Degree already going for the possibility of a disco line. That could be interesting as an early level. And also, disco, even though it hasn't been performing, is also a good line to go later for Executioner, for example.
Yeah, I really would hope we get to at least see some early play. It looks like Degree will be making that happen before the early going. So you mentioned, especially to see the reroll coming in. You mentioned the flexibility as well, though. If we are focusing down towards the lower end of cost, presumably that's going to make a bigger problem with people contesting each other.
Certainly will. And talk about Disco Hupe. 2 players, despite all the hates the Disco has gotten from other casters across days 1 and 2, 2 players in this top 8 have played it, Ice and Taro, and they both top forward with it. So they know something that others seemingly do not. In the case of Ice, though, what he knows is that if you hit Twisted Fate 3, you might just win the game. So let's not count that one, okay?
You're not willing to commit on that one, though.
Okay, possibilities. Sake also with the possibility of going for the Tariboris Guardian. That's the bad one. And now also Relic, he's passing on the Casante Sentinels. He only wants it if it's a Hardsteel, for example. So maybe not the best, still not the best face-offs for him. Meanwhile, we see several buys. So that Mosher angle that we always see and Punk. Well, we're starting slow. We're starting with the
Thank you,
silver
Mordog.
Yeah.
Well, let's bring this into the conversation. So Scuttle Puddle with the silver augment being brought together. How is that going to play out in terms of the long-term game here? Does it change anything?
The biggest thing I would know with augments and Scuttle Puddle is that gold loses value because a lot more gold is injected into the game from the massive rejuices in the PV rounds. Things like AFK are maybe no longer as appealing. The relative value of the gold you get is lesser than it would be in a normal portal.
Yeah, for example, Sake is going directly for the duplicator, and he already has gold, so he's now saying to the lobby, I'm convinced 100% to doing some reroll. Which reroll? Well, probably it could be the buy. I don't think so. He could go for something else because he doesn't have the super fan angle. So it will be interesting what Saka will try to perform.
And despite that, the synergy between AFK and Scuttlepuddle, because Scapeus was only playing one unit on his board, he's able to make maximum econ, and in this case specifically, it's actually going to be a great idea. Usually with AFK, you can't sell units once the augments come up, so it makes it much harder to hit those intruders.
I mean, I find this kind of fascinating. So Scapeus came in third in the previous game. ZUA obviously had a much lower finish, but they both decided to go for much longer-term strategies. The AFK on one hand, and the tiny Titans on ZUA's on the other.
Well, ZUA is not surprising. He's played 7 games of Heartsteel in 13 games. Extra health, Heartsteel, always good.
Yeah, China, all of the Chinese players have been playing Gracio, but mainly the one you're saying, CUA, Panda. And now we have Milala already with, I believe it's Country. Yeah, no, it's Crowd Diver, so he's missing one out of Country to get a little more frontline. Still very flexible, getting the Seraphine on the board, on the bench. So they're trying to look for an angle, but no one still is going for this. Only we have some players going for like the B in the early game, Relic on the other side, going for the Corki, but no one still has a chance. So now everyone, I believe, I don't know if you saw it in regionals in other regions, but people were going to the chat to say, I'm playing this. Definitely.
It's the NA thing, yes.
I don't think it's happening on the world stage. The players have a bit more respect for the competitive nature that's happening here. I think players...
He should scout, he should know I'm playing
Exactly.
it.
Players can know. I think they're going to identify it very easily.
All right, well, we'll have to find out from our players later on if that turned out to be the case here on the grandest stage of them all. Checking in with Saka, of course, came in the bot for last time around, but has a decently strong early game board. You mentioned the duplicators for a chance to build up to something quicker than expected.
And we talked about indicators already on the bench being held. The options available for Saka is trying to angle towards. We have the Kayle here, we have a Seraphine, of course. The stage 2 carousel coming up next will be a big next step in terms of deciding your direction, in terms of available spatulas, available 3 costs that can maybe, cement your game plan with something like a Heartsteel if a Yone or set is found.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see something around Mosher, but obviously we will need Summit to the Pit, or maybe something around EDM. Jax hasn't been performing, but if maybe in an angle that is possibility. If someone can play it, it can be the CN representative. They love the Jax when the Jax meta was usually coming around, and we saw it a few times on this TFT World Champion, but obviously there's not a prior to go for that comp.
So David, coming into our first carousel, talk to me a little bit about the economy at play right now, because there seems to be one particular standout.
We saw Scapeus had 30 gold already. That's before the extra AFK gold comes in, so we'll definitely have a huge leg up. I wonder if he will commit to a 3-cost reroll at 3-5 potentially with all the extra gold, or will try to play for those 4 costs. Picks up a spatula, so is open now to this next level of cap with things like Riven, even lines like True Damage that he played in Game 1, or Game 6 rather, on day 1, and had great success with.
Yeah, it will be interesting. He will have to scout the rest of it, know which of the lines is free, and then go for that one, obviously trying to get advantage of that, but he will not be able to decide, because other players already have priority to go for the Seraphine, to go for the Senna, and to go for an additional reroll angle.
I love Milala and Degree with the Dangos right next to each other, holding hands. These players, you can tell they're in the same study group.
It's quite a thing, isn't it, to be able to go into a grand finals of a world championship with your friends to have alongside you. But Scapeus has turned the corner here from having a massive amount of gold in the bank. Is now starting to build up a little bit of board strength.
Yeah, he's trying to get, exactly, going for a little strength. You already have the 50 gold, and as Panda was saying, you don't need that much gold. Now you need an angle. You need to know when to push the rolling down. And actually, he will get additional gold on Crocs, and now he's facing out Ryuje that has items that can only be considered to go for level 9. So he's actually will want to skip level 8 with this.
Oh, he's skipping, as usual, the first 2 stages, maybe 3 stages of TFT, and starting to play Heartsteel in stage 5. The Rage Blade maybe going on the Lucian, but I love Scapeus' board. He could have maybe slammed a True Damage Spatula, but why get ahead of yourself? You're losing anyway. Keep your options open, wait for the Kruk components, wait for the natural shop, and then decide what to commit to.
Taking a look at the win streaks over on the right-hand side and the loss streak as well. Scapeus, of course, we noticed before, with the loss streak in place with Relic, and ZUA up at the top. ZUA will be able to hold on to the streak, rather. Moves into pole position as a player who started off with Tiny Titans rather than anything more aggressive.
Peter, I wanted to ask you, there's the controversy around Disco, some favor it, some not. What's your stance on Disco?
Honestly, one of my favorite things I heard about Disco was from Scapeus himself, who said he was most proud in regionals of playing a Disco to a 4th place than to any of the other competitions he played, presumably because it was such a difficult thing to do. I hope here in the top 8 our players have that kind of pride to say, this is the road less traveled, the harder road, but still a road with rewards at the end.
Considering Degree's game plan of really sticking to the comps that he has proven results with, that he thinks are strongest, I do not see him committing to Disco in Game 2 of a World Championship Day 3. I'd love to be proven wrong. I've seen Ice, of course, we mentioned how he was able to get a 1st place with it. Taro got a top 3 as well in Day 2, but I don't think we'll be seeing it much in this final day.
For sure, the second element will be very definitory to see what is the option, what is the angle, what is the line that they will want to take. Now, Crocs again, remember, they're changed to Scuttle Puddles, so we will get more gold, more resources, more orbs that could even be additional champions that could get some of these players the angle of the additional units that they might need.
And the early pre-level to 6 trying to fish for a key headliner potentially on the natural shop after this Krug round is over.
Yeah, Scapeus, of course, as we mentioned before, the exemplar of playing at what the game it gives you. So far has kept himself pretty darn open, with of course the exception of that spatula narrowing things down a little bit. Has the 5 loss streak, but not an awful amount of HP.
4 options open for me right now. KDA spat, Seraphine on the bench, Kale on the shop, could be a Pentakill spat, True Damage spat with the Echo, and potentially a Riven. We see the 8-bit Garen on the shop as well. Look at these components. He has all the options open. Pentakill, True Damage, 8-bits, and KDA. Which option does he choose? Why choose yet? Just buy the whole shop.
Yeah. I mean, is there a world in which this is kept too open for Scapeus?
I think he's scouting now. He's actually scouting now. He waited a little. He decides to go for this Neko.
This is temporary.
Yeah, it's temporary, but when do you sell it? Do you go for 7 and try and commit to a 3 cost? Or do you actually wait to see if naturally you get like some units and then even sell this 3 cost headliner for a 2 cost that is even better?
You wait for the augments. Augment not just for your decision, but to see everyone else's decision. But it looks like Seraphines are not really being contested right now. He's going to commit to the line. Of course, Scapeus played a lot of games of RE Warriors, 4 to be precise. A third of his games that they 1 and 2 was the tempo option, which is why I'm not surprised to see the slam now. He can play for Seraphine. If he gets it, great. If not, let's pivot into the thing that I'm most comfortable with.
No, I absolutely agree. Certainly, as much as we praise Scapeus for being a flexible player, playing what has brought you to the dance is absolutely going to be hugely important to see. It looks like the streak, or the rather loss streak, is actually going to get broken here against Ice. The KL for item carry for the time being not quite good enough.
Yeah, the Neko doing the additional damage. Actually, Scapeus doesn't have a good carry, but because he has so much frontline and actually the Echo, the Neko are doing very, very good work. And now, Panda, this is what you're saying. These elements will make the decision, will make them commit to a final decision. Ryu, for example, he goes for not today, so he will decide to go for something more like Hard Steel or trying to go around the set. And we have the rest of the possibilities. Vampire is always a good decision, and rerolling obviously for Taro.
And 2 more players have that option as well, but not today. We see Ice at the very top middle there, and Relic on the left. Of course, very effective with Zed, very effective with a lot of the melee 3-cost rerolls as well. But last stand is a pickup from Relic, trying to make a last stand, trying to guarantee another top 4 coming into this day number 3, game number 2.
Relic hasn't still popped off the anvil. He still has 4 components as a possibility. So he's waiting for the last moment to get the actual additional items that he has. And now that he has last stand, he can even grid it out a little more. So let's see what's his decision. Milala also with the Kale now committing to this line. He has not the normal items that we could get, but actually the Morello has gotten a lot more love recently with his buff. Also, you have the damage amp and the possibility to choose more items.
The more important items are down here, Peter.
Yeah, we've certainly seen this. Milala's been doing pretty darn well so far. We'd definitely like to push this one further. I think, following up what you're saying, the Morello's certainly doing a decent job down the other end of things. Ice in a little bit shakier of a spot as we do see things start to develop here a little bit for Scapeus. Noted before, he didn't have the backline carries really at all. Now it's slammed the static Shiv to give us a little bit more direction as to what this board will look like longer term.
And the big thing is level 7, 40 gold. Akali natural in the shop because of the early level. No player is on 7 yet. We're not even at the stage 3 carousel, but the AFK alongside the Scuttle Puddle really min-maxing his econ.
And Taro now with the angle for the Senna, he already had 6. Not the best goal, but actually with a good position. He tried to roll, trying to naturally hit the Echo, but he only has 1 copy. So he has good damage, he has to go for another thing. And Sokka they're actually contesting. They're both are going for the Senna. Maybe one will pivot out, or maybe both will go for it. There's a possibility of both of them getting the 3-star, but it's
Double
actually very low.
duplicator makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing at this point. You need to be making those huge decisions that will follow you for the rest of your TFT career here in the Grand Finals. You certainly see, even at 2-star, the Sena's doing a pretty damn good job. The Rabadans and the Giant Slayer means you can punch through pretty much anything.
And the rest of the lobby, if they're scouting, they're seeing 2 players contesting each other on Senna. They're going to hold some Sennas as well if it doesn't really hinder their own game plan. Just make sure it's as hard as possible. Griefing other players in a lobby like this where every 8 players is trying to win the entire championship is going to be so relevant. Making sure you're topping off your points. Looking at the carousel coming in, and Ari potentially for Skipayas. He is not first pick though. He's going to be second pick here. Can he pick it up? He's angling towards it. He's waiting and he's picking it up with a belt.
Yeah, there's other possibilities. See, Disco also with the Twisted Fate, also with the Blitzcrank as a possibility. But now they're only looking to finally finish the itemization of their main carry. Some of the carries were lacking the final item, and it's very important for them now to consider to stabilize the rest. I'm very concerned about the Senna player, but as you say, Panda, with the duplicators, they add additional units to the pool, so it's actually more easy to get them. So Sake is still looking for them. He needs to get and use the duplicators. The game is not giving him, but he doesn't want to burn the economy, Peter. He knows that he will need the economy to later go to additional levels and try to cap the board even more.
It does feel like that's been the theme of the lobby overall. Our players holding their resources. Now they know what the situation is coming into Game 2. Remember, of course, our players are trying to hit 20 points overall. They'll then put the entire lobby in check and can win off the next lobby. For our players who did well in their first game, if they can do well again in the second game, they can put themselves in a threat zone in Game 3.
He's going to scale to the late game with the Vampirism. For now, has the kill. I'm not sure if he'll maintain this kill throughout the rest of the game, but he had a very poor result in that game number 1 with Katarina. Has to bounce back himself, and really all the CN players have to try and get a top 4 to contest that possible checkmate around the Game 4 mark.
Yeah, it's not a good place for Ice. Probably he was trying to go also for the Senna line, but 2 players were also going for it, so he will have to innovate a little. He's holding a Vex, holding some units on the bench, holding now the Katarina, but actually very difficult to go for a Milala. Also with the Pentakill emblem in his frost line, he gets the rounding. The rounding will allow him to get a lot more defense. That is what he's lacking actually. But he now needs the 2 costs only to get more HP, so the armor are more effective. Sokka also rolling for his units. His heal. No, he has it, yeah. He could go
maybe
now.
waiting to find it naturally, maybe not wanting to spike just yet. We'll see what's going to be the decision for Sokka.
Okay. He's not got a streak to defend at this point. Has at least changed over the front line, so the Ari comes in to put the KDA online. But no, doesn't commit in as of yet. I think, again, it's slow and steady for our players in this second lobby, especially as you can see, we've got Heart still coming in across a few players as well to try and really look towards that later game.
Relic from the other side playing a different also comp. He already had the last stand, so maybe he's pivoting out of the comp he had. I believe he was going to stay, but maybe trying to pivot out of this into Heartsteel. He knows he has a lot of game ahead of him because of the augment. So maybe he's thinking about capping it more. He got a 4th in the previous round, so maybe now he will try to look for a 1st.
So to follow up, I mean, I think you sort of partially explained this already, but just to make it clear as possible for everybody watching. So we mentioned Scuttle, we're going to be seeing a lot of reroll comps, they're going to be contested with each other, not everybody can have them. For our players who try to go into that line and don't find what they're looking for, is it viable for them to just abandon ship and say, I'm going to go for something later, or are they still too committed at this point?
Yes, for sure. The only bottleneck when you're playing reroll is that you need gold. You need to hit as fast as possible. Some of them didn't hit. So actually the lobby should be a more higher tempo. We should have seen for now at least 1 2-cost 3-star, but we didn't. So actually the players who played, like for example Skipeo,
the roll down, Milala and Taro both looking for the kill 3. Taro is so much closer. They're only 2 copies off, no duplicators. For Taro, there is 1 for Milala, but look at how far behind Milala is. This is the problem. You have to be scouting. You have to be identifying what other comps players are going for. With the Pentakill emblem, Milala is very much locked into some version of Pentakill. Is it the flexible one on level 7, maybe going 8 and avoiding this kill plan altogether?
Yeah, none of them getting there. Actually, very, very difficult for both. So we have 2 Senna players, 2 Kale players, and this is what happened. Obviously, they try to force it because of the element, but Peter, that in the end, the player like Skipdeos that will go fast 8 and try to play the Ari Warrior will be the one that will get more beneficial from this.
I think you guys have illustrated that extremely well with saying that the 2 costs have slowed each other down. and the late game could well be the way to go. Taro, though, as we said before, needs the big win out of this lobby. The KLs aren't quite there yet. You see Relic up at level 8 with the last stand and a good amount of HP in the bank.
And for Relic to win that with Heartsteel in, down and Augment with last stand not even close to being procced, not a good sign for Taro at all. The Kayn 2 does come in early. That could be very impactful, but Kayn overall, I think, will not stick to this board at the very end of the game. Not the best of 5 costs coming to the later parts of this set, number 10. Degree, though, now on the Heartsteel line, 8th place in the HP standings, and Prismatics coming through, Peter.
Yeah, this is what we need to see, the big explosive thing happen. Of course, for everybody else in the competition, Degree, the NA players overall just going out towards the bottom would help give them more room to breathe. But we've got some interesting choices coming in. Hologram being picked up in your top left-hand side.
Yeah, the hologram, actually, we saw it before into the Heartsteel line. They call it the windshield. What was the name? Like the windshield come because you have the double ult side by side.
The windshield wiper?
That's the windshield wiper. So also a possibility to see it right now from Degree. Maybe he didn't got other best augments. There's obviously better consideration to have this. Let's see if he can save
Milala
it.
was able to do it. Finds the kill 3, still at 30 gold at level 7. So all of a sudden, a very good spot for Milala. Picks up Cybernetic Bulk as well. I have some bad news. Bulk in these stats across day 1 and 2 had a 30% top 4 rate. This spot, though, looks like a good one for this augment.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important to see Milala get as much time as possible with the ramping of the Ginsus. But once the crowd control comes in, it gets a little bit dicey. I think this time round, there's just enough power there. Nope, I'll eat my words immediately.
Relic wins again. Panda, you were saying he's down an augment. He hasn't popped up the last 10, and he's winning against a table that already has the kill 3.
And with these shops, no wonder Alawi and Zig in the shop for the Latam player. Clearly, Hupeson here has all the buttons to be pressed to try and give his colleague here, his Venezuelan compatriot, a little bit of extra luck, because my God, those 5 costs will be very impactful. And Taro, there's a winner, and there's always a loser when 2 players contest. In this case, the Japanese player who had a very bad start today, number 3, is still sitting on 7 kills.
Yeah, and I did appreciate his cockiness coming into the event, saying he'd be able to equal up
Big Shroud
as the title. But yeah, the Shroud at least gets across. We do see the disco board here from Ice. We're believers once again, but that Shroud is exceptionally effective against the clumped units of the disco board.
These popping off, yeah. Go.
I feel bad for Ice, maybe. He had some fake confidence from getting a first place with Disco because of the TF3, now committing to it again. If there's one player that can maybe pull it off, it's going to be him.
Yeah, for sure. And again, a line that is already stable at level 8. If he managed to go to level 9, get the Eli, get the 6, it's actually a comp that can really ramp up. We saw it with the additional possibilities. And now, the biggest carousel so far, the most important. We have a Spatula there for Skip Deos. He can
10 KDA is on the menu, and Skipeus, because of the gold start he had, he's been able to pump up a lot of levels. He's level 8 right now. We have to see exactly how much gold he has to find out if he has the potential to go 9 early, if he's been holding units like Evelyn, anticipating a potential Spatula. And he has to hope for a Rod as well in the next PvE round.
I like his augments also. He has the Dual Lotus, getting a lot of additional damage to all his comp. And all of his comp will be highly buffed with the KDA spots. So actually very good for him. Taro doing his last praying here, trying to get the kill, but...
Level 6, no gold, no kill. I think this is...
He only needs one. He has a duplicator there, but the game is not smiling at him.
And he has 2 Tacticians Crown here thanks to the return on investment. So he has extra slots on his board despite being level 6. But again, 2 more kills with Milala already having a kill 3. It's just not looking good.
No, you can see the chances down at the bottom right there. It's not a situation anybody ever wants to be in. But Taro, he knew where he was going. He's going to run into Milala, who says, make it kill 3. Let me show you how it's done.
Rubbing it in. The Shroud is good at the very least. Could that be impactful enough? We see both kills here. And the kills are on the items are on the wrong kill as well because you haven't found the 3-star yet. The awkward situation that sometimes occurs with headliners. Already the Akali onto the kill on the right. Can she be taken down? The answer is yes. And that's going to be it for Taro. Big hit now on 1 life.
Well, we're talking about players trying to reset the tournament. For Taro, a 8 into an 8 would be a disaster. He'd have to spend multiple games waiting to catch up on the rest of the lobby. But Ziwe, in a similar position with only 2 points, is in a much better spot.
Yeah, it's a good spot. He doesn't get hold. That's the problem. He has the Jhin, and he wants to cap
big
out.
top. Lucian was found there.
Lucian there, but he actually wants to go level 9. He wants to cap the board in synergies as he can.
Scapeus has made all the check marks are ready to go. All he needs is a rod coming up in the next PV round. He's level 9. He has the Evelyn and the Kaisa, the trait bots waiting on the bench, and he has more than enough HP. He's not going to be dying here. He has at least one more fight in him.
Oh boy. Yeah, we have the Melody now coming from the Jhin in the front side. Ziyue try to live a little longer. Going for the losing in aggro, going for an additional item on the Jhin, but he wants to pop up. As you say, Panda, he already has also the Lucian, so he has all the components to get a very, very powerful board and Scipeos. Even though he dies now, he's actually in a very good spot. If he gets the road, now Taro is defeated. We know he didn't hit the kill 3, so he's in 8th place now.
If you're an EMEA fan, if you're a Scapeus fan, a Czech Republic fan, it's time to start praying in the chat, start hoping that Scapeus can find the rod he needs. If he doesn't find it, the plan for this game, considering his HP and his spot right now, becomes a little bit disastrous. He still has the Nico headliner, not wanting to risk losing that KDA headliner with how little gold he has.
Oh boy, yeah, it's all in on this round. We'll see if fate is smart, if Mortdog is listening to the mere hopes and prayers. It's not one.
Let's see the reaction.
Yeah! Oh, Mortdog! Couldn't be with us this championship, but with us in spirit.
And just in case you needed a little bit more Scapeus, here's an Alawi, here's a Ziggs as well.
Okay, we finally reached the other side of the danger zone, hopefully for Scapeus, but he still only has 11 HP. He's got to have some bad matchups in here, despite having a 10 KDA board.
Unfortunately, he finds a new Akali headline, but it's Executioner instead. Trying to get those last few rolls in, maybe trying to find a way to fit the Ziggs in if he finds the upgrade. Doesn't just yet, has an Anvil Soul to pop to have one more item slammed potentially on the Ahri here, but making the best use of the bulk, spreading out so many different components.
Yeah, he's too powerful now. It's almost impossible for this board to lose. He's trying to spread out, as you said, and all the units are making work. They're actually more powerful, more HP, more basic AD, more basic AP. So you can see, like, this was a phantom board, obviously, but we will see this more, Peter. We will see him destroy completely the competition and win by more than 4 champions, hitting them a lot and actually penalizing a lot of the HP.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on Scapeus developing as Relic. We'll get the cash out there. Again, remember, Relic has been sitting on high HP for quite some time. The last stand is not procced, and this board is getting stronger and stronger.
And exactly enough gold to level to 9 there for Relic, trying to fit in the Lucian, trying to get as much jazz in as possible. And of course, our resident Heartsteel enjoyer, Ziyue, on his 8th game of Heartsteel in just 14 games in this tournament, trying to do it again. The Tiny Titans gave him a big HP buffer, but all of a sudden he's sitting now towards the lower side of the HP standings.
Yeah, now in 48, he's facing, no, Relic is facing the Disco player Ice, going for this. He already has the 6. He has the Dazzler. So 4 Dazzler for him. Very, very powerful. But
Ezreal, my goodness.
Great ulti, but it's not enough.
Hold on a second.
Damage from the
Ezreal just got blown to pieces. Yes. And despite it being a bad matchup, Ice gets the win here. I have to wonder, David, what's it going to take for you to become a believer in the Disco?
If Ice gets first again, I will eat my words, and I'll maybe make another bet, but for now, I'll keep it at that. Don't want to get too crazy. It is Ice. He's one of the best players in this tournament. I think I wouldn't be too surprised. But with players like Scapeus in this lobby, it's going to be very difficult for anyone else to get a win. Maybe someone that can do it are, of course, our Heartsteel players. Maybe some upgrades onto the rest of these 5 costs could do it for Ice. It's still Alawi 1. Lucian picked up here, trying to make it more difficult for other Heartsteel players to pick up, I think, the most important Heartsteel unit for the late game, which is, of course, Lucian.
I think we did just hit Blitzcrank 2 there for Ice. That's absolutely massive to buy a little bit more time for those backlands to get the work done. Saka, though, of course, we mentioned that the dual Lotus for Scapeus also in place for Saka to provide an enormous amount of punch, and it's another AoE board versus the clumped Disco.
Yeah, but Disco, now this is good positioning because Ice is in the same side as both carries from Sako. For the Dazzler will diminish the damage coming up from the Senna, from the Ahri. Let's see if it's enough. They exit the backline, and yes, it's a good victory for Disco again. Nice positioning from him.
Degree's in trouble. Hologram Zed, the windshield wiper, as you mentioned, Relic, Kupason rather, not quite working out there. Degree, a player that's been dominating all tournament long. 41% win rate coming into day 3. Now sitting 1 step away from a 7th place potentially.
11 KDA. We have the 11 KDA.
You gotta do it. Yeah.
If you win with 11 KDA, you get an extra point on the standings. That's how it works,
I believe
right?
that is in the bylaws.
But only for EMEA players. Anyone else, it doesn't count for them.
I mean, that's, we've got to give ourselves a little bit of a push there. But yeah, that's absolutely fantastic to bring the quality of Skipaeus' board even higher than before. He came in third last time round. Are you guys reading a first place for him in this lobby?
It depends on Relic because he still has not procced last stand. He's still staying relatively healthy. He's won the last fight. The Kane 2 doing so much work, a very underutilized 5 cost. I wonder if he'll be ever swapped out because the itemization is a little bit awkward. The JG, not many good AP 5 cost carries in this stage 5 and 6. Maybe if you find a Jhin to accompany the Ezreal and have that Shojin go on him, it could work.
For sure. And Skipaeus also can get stronger. We already saw the KDA spat on Kiana. She's actually one of the best to cap, to win more. If you already have a safe board, you can spread around more items to the rest of your units. So actually a good place for him, facing off against the Disco player on the right, while Degree is facing up the Jhin board.
All right, let's see if Skipaeus and a newly minted Kiana can get the work done. Certainly looking like she's doing a pretty great job of knocking the items around. Of course, the massive base stats combined with free items is absolutely fantastic. Degree on the other side, though, would go through and have a bit of a tournament reset if he gets knocked out here.
Is it enough? No, he's good. So Degree lives to counter one more. 2 HP per him. Relic only 110 HP, but remember, he still has the last stance. He still has 1 additional life, so he's safe. Degree is in the danger zone, and 6-2 now for Skipaeus. He has the possibility to give 6 the KDS pad for more survivability and more power.
And the problem with Heartsteel in lobbies like this, where someone like Skipaeus comes in and says, hey, I'm the Grim Reaper. I'm not losing any more rounds. If you're low HP, be careful if I'm in your matchmaking pool, because if you match up against me, you're out for the count.
Yeah, Relic and Degree certainly fall into that category. Relic will be up against the Jazz board. Zero, decent backlines. We've got the 2 Gwynsus, and you mentioned the Edge of Night from before, going to make it very hard to get rid of that Jhin at the end of the round. We have got Kane dancing through the front and through the middle. We'll actually get on to the Lucian and delete him. The rest of the board is starting to come together, but that's right. It's not quite enough, but Relic is not dead.
That's so important. 3 HP, so last stand not proc, but Degree taken out in 7th place. Still not an 8th place for the North American player. He ties his 7th he got with Seraphine reroll in the first 2 days, but he has to bounce back to try and make that check in the next 2 games if he wants to try and contest for the win, the tournament win rather.
Now we have the big Scuttle coming up, making a presence. So
not Crab Brave though. Don't
I know. For 1 second, my heart skipped to me and said, "Are we going to lose players this round?" But no, we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Soccer still managed to put together a pretty good KDA variation with Skipaeus in the lobby, soaking up a lot of the other KDA units. We've got ourselves a pretty good front line here for these backlines to work off.
Yeah, and Soccer making a little possibilities going also for the Loot 3 as a possibility of a 3rd carry for him. So actually very good, because normally the Senna is good for top 2, for top 3. He knows that the rest of the world are very capped. So he's trying, and he gets it. So now an additional carry from him. He has 3 sources of damage. Lulu making a possibility to access the backline. Obviously, Ascena destroying the tanks, and the Ari with a little CC also.
One of the most unique boards we've seen, the Senna 3 alongside the Lulu 3, and the rapid fire on the Lulu. She wants to attack very quickly. Great synergy there. Ice up against Relic. Relic with the Lucian 2 triple items. Harm assist, last stand proc potentially in the cards if this fight goes in Ice's favor, and Ice is trying to make Disco work another time. He's won with it once, but I'm not sure if he's doing it again. Massive loss against a player that still has last stand to proc.
It's very reminiscent of the Riven going into the Disco backlines, finding other ways to punish a very backline-centric composition. But we look at the win streaks in this lobby. Skipaeus is the only one making that happen. He is clawing his way up the table, and the other players are falling aside as he does so. And also, he hits an RE2 as well, just because.
No, yeah, Sako and Skipaeus are the ones in danger now.
Skipaeus is not in danger.
He is the danger!
I know you're trying to caster curse my man, but don't worry about him.
He has 10 HP more than he needs to, for sure.
Exactly so. And Relic only 3 HP more, but still, both I think are going to be safe considering their strength and their potential strength in the case of Relic. Skipaeus we're seeing here as the fight loads in. Who is going to be next on the line for the Grim Reaper to come and try and take down? Look at the Ahri stunning. The Zed is going to be focused fire by the Ahri. Now the stun's going to be so big, installing the DPS. The Jhin taken down. The Senna and the Misfortune left alive. The Zac cannot do it by himself. Skipaeus, a big, big win.
Something I am noticing here from Scapeus' board is, we've got these KDA emblem things, but in terms of the actual itemization for our backliners, we've only got one or 1.5 items on our backliners. Scapeus' board, I think as you said, David, can get much stronger than this.
It's only up from here for so many different reasons. With the next carousel coming up, a full item will be massive. For Relic, last stand now procced. He has reached his final form.
Yeah, he already has his carry. He has an additional damage with the cane, only pending itemizing the 6 as a possibility. Zuyue now trying to go for his legendary 2-star. His board is amazing. He has the Kiana too. He has good front lane. He only needs those carries to do the additional damage, and he's facing against Sokka. With a high possibility of also even eliminated, we are going to lose one of those in this fight.
Oh boy, the clump up in front of the
center. Look at the Jin. He's stunned by Echo.
Yeah, the Edge of Night will not save him. That means there's a big damage source gone. The ramping up of the Lucian on the backside is not, I think, quite enough damage. The center cleans up the job. 2 eliminations. Relic, Zuyue out as well.
And the Echo dancing on the grave of that Jin. So impactful, that walk up, the stun, the not today. Well, unfortunately, it is today. You meet your maker, you're taken down. 4th place for Zuyue. Relic, despite the last stand, also taken down in 5th. I think he was not able to transition from that Cane to that Jin because so many other players were holding those Jin 2s already.
For sure, and remember, Sokka and now Zuyue with this 3 and 4, they start to climb a little. Remember, the Chinese representative only got a top 5 or less in the last lobby, and now Milala is the one who gets in a great position with both top 4 in both games. So actually, he will now be the contender so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, this top 3 is looking somewhat familiar, at least as you said, for the CM players. A better finish, but not a massively better finish. Again, it's the most representative region in our top 8. We definitely had some big high hopes for them, but Milala seems to be staying the course. 76 gold in the bank. He's looking to challenge the godlike ascension of Scapeus.
Oh! It's going to be the real test now. Can Milala take down Scapeus, or will he need to use the gold now? Can he wait until the PV round to really make the best use of it? Hold on to his econ for as long as possible to kill. Ramping up, the Gunblade ranking up. The skill, oh my goodness, it's not even close. I'm not even going to try and hype it up. Milala gets chunked so much.
It was such a high stakes round though. We know Scapeus doesn't have the get out of jail free card. If any of these rounds go poorly, he's out of there.
Yeah,
yes, it's Yorick.
Yeah, whoever gets Scapeus now is the one who is sad, who is not happy, obviously, of getting it. And now the board is amazing. This is the best you want to have. Where we're checking the stat, this is the best board. Vertical KDA, full strength and power to your full board, and now with the Yorick 2, this is almost unbeatable.
All right, we'll see. Milala has gone up to level 10, and so has put everything into this composition. We'll be going against Sokka, the player who's really fighting them for 2nd place. Keep an eye on where the center damage comes through, because it actually looks like it doesn't do too much damage in the early going. We have got the ability to punch through the center. The Kali providing a little bit of a distraction to bring the center off, of course, and the Kale is left free-firing at the end. That's a huge defeat. Scapeus stays alive, but Milala does as well.
Great positioning again from Milala, avoiding the snipe from the Lulu with a great win now with the Kale 3, going against the 10 KDA.
And we talked about it, Scapeus had still a lot of projection on his board. We see now the upgrades. The Yorick comes in now holding the KDA emblem, and the Ziggs fully itemized with the KDA emblem as well. Level 9, can't go 10, but do you even need it with 10 KDA and the 10 win streak Scapeus now has coming into what could be, and I think should be, the final fight.
Just looking at Milala's camera there and seeing the TFT Vegas Open title belt in the corner, looking to try and build up to the most insane season of TFT ever on record, but Scapeus standing in his way here as we have got a little bit more punch perhaps for Milala for what, as you said,
Kiana
should be the final one.
All of a sudden, he's trying to go for Kiana 3. He knows he cannot beat 10 KDA, otherwise he's rolling. The APM is there. He just missed a Kiana, though. He still has to find quite a few more. He knows this is the only way he can win. Can the master of APM do it? 7 Kianas. He's 2 away. The time is running out. Scapeus has to try and predict what's going to happen, but he can buy it in time. A valiant effort, a great strategic play from Milala, knowing that he could not beat this board. He had to find an alternate win condition.
Great performance from him. It's very, very short from getting a missed one, but he needed the rapid APM, so the game goes for the 10 KDA from Skip. EMEA! Tells it again.
Skipeus blazes his own path and gets himself into a fantastic position. You mentioned it. The players who finish out top from this lobby, who've done well before, they are getting into pole position in the tournament. As of the next game coming up, they can put themselves potentially onto check. What an incredible game.
And it really highlights the level of play in this tournament. Milala understanding what he had to do, the only possible path, the only maybe 5% chance, 1% chance, but the only chance he had to try and win that game. 1, and then 2 for Milala, 3rd, and then 1st for Skipeus. They're starting to run away with this day 3.
Totally. The meta is starting to shift. We saw more risk-taking now. Skipeus going for the 10KDA. We saw on the later round 3-star, 3-cost. So actually, they're going to the places that the game is giving them and actually fully committed to them and actually getting great results. So this is the best final we've seen so far, and we are still no one's in check. Remember, this is checkmate format, so we have a lot more games to come.
Yeah, of course we remember, the very short finals, which are done by our players running roughshod through in 4 games. But hopefully we'll get ourselves a little bit more of a long-term engagement. But general friends, we're heading to break in just a second. Of course, when we return, our analysts will break down the second game as we are closing in on what should be a hugely explosive Remix Rumble Grand Finals game number 3.
Talking about Battle
heard our prayers and said, you know what, we're going to make sure we get something a little spicy at least.
The reaction.
Yeah! Oh, couldn't be with us this championship, but with us in the
And just in case you needed a little bit more Skipeus, here's an allowing, here's the Zig as well.
One, but he needed the rapid FBM, so the game goes for the 10 KDA from Skip. EMEA tells it again.
Hey all, I'm Sloan. We're revealing some of what we've been cooking up for the next set, including a whole new mechanic, right after the finals. So stay tuned.
are now 2 games into our final day of competition here at the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. And we are here to break down with some analysis of what happened in that second game. And we got to start off with, I think, one of the just sadder parts of these first 2 games. Taro is now back-to-back 8th places, and honestly to no fault of his own.
I mean, this one was pretty rough, right? Because in the previous game, he low-rolled trying to find the Seraphine. He's playing another reroll line, going for the Kale. This time contested by Milala, and Milala's in a much more high-roll spot. He had a lot of tempo early game. He was able to push to level 7, and being able to roll from there with the extra duplicators. And Taro not being able to pivot out of that line ends up getting stuck, and because of that, playing on the Kale too, when everyone else is hitting their units, it's going to be an 8th.
You said that, Necra. Going into that second game, we were going to be seeing more reroll lines, and that's exactly what happened, much to the frustration of players like Taro or even Ice. Ice found himself with items that work on that Senna, that work on that Seraphine, but both of these lines were contested when he tried to find his comp, specifically the Senna, just so many players holding on to that unit and trying to make that happen. So Ice going to aid, rolling down all the way, and the only thing he's really able to find were disco units. Now, for a while that works out because everybody else hasn't really invested all of that gold, but then that's where it starts to get frustrating and you realize you're playing disco.
Yeah, he was definitely angling for a Seraphine earlier on, but seeing that was contested, held by Scapeus there, he pivoted into a disco board, and because it was Scuttle Puddle, I actually felt like that was a decent option to go for. However, against a heavy Heartsteel lobby and other high rollers, disco is just very mediocre.
I do want to point out, by Scapeus going into this game, we saw the Scuttle Puddle. We also saw, due to the Scuttle Puddle, many players just playing one unit in the early, as we usually do, just to make those econ breakpoints. Scapeus recognizing that, saying, okay, why don't we go all the way, goes for AFK and sets himself up to really go for a high cap board later on, which he did.
It did lock in that level 9 as quick as possible, so when he was able to find those spatulas, it enabled that high roll potential.
And then ended up getting the 10 KDA online, and something that we don't get a chance to see super often. But we even saw him go higher, get higher capped out when he was able to find that KDA emblem from the carousel, and he had so many options at his disposal to put that on.
There's a lot of good options for 10 KDA. For those of you that don't know, you do gain 10 extra mana every second, so it's great for things like the Kiana. You usually run Echo on your board anyway. She gets a lot of shoves, true damage is already in, infinite items, and he also put it onto the Yorick, which we typically see with the Emo spat. Very similar concept there, keeps on rolling into those big ghouls.
Yeah, it was cool with the Ziggs as well, right? Just being able to have to get those bomb after bomb, and because there's that infinite scaling, even though it was nerfed forever ago, when you're casting that frequently, it still ramps up very quick.
So that is why we ended up seeing Scapeus get a win in that second game, and now we have 2 players that are sitting in a position to reach that checkpoint of 20 points in this third game, and it's very exciting.
Big point gap right here. 4 points from between the first 2 and then the rest of the lobby. I think it's about time to kind of hold their, some of their copies here and there. If you see there's extra rerollers already going into the line.
Well, we did see that with the Sennas, right? Saku actually was holding a bunch of copies of Senna, ended up just hitting it anyway, and then I've been had an option to pivot to the Lulu. We're going to see that a lot when it comes down to these next few games. But here we have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX with Pengu. So Pengu, what you got for us? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I get it.
Yeah,
I did like that spot. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's a great point.
You're right, Pengu. Milala is the GOAT.
Oh, wait, what's that?
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Oh! The best little legend in the game.
Pengu, I thought that was you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Giving some credit to one of the many little legend friends. Pengu, thank you so much for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we do have game number 3. So is there going to be a player that hits that check breakpoint? We're going to find out very shortly. told you it would be a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the final day of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. Myself, Casanova, and Clement are going to be on the casting desk to bring us through this third game. And as we mentioned before the break, really important to bring up that we have 2 players right now that are within an arm's reach of hitting that 20-point check.
Yeah, Milala just needs a top 4. Scapeus needs a third. Either of them can easily make it into that check position and then try and send us to another 4-game final, as we've seen so many in the past.
I think there's really 2 big mental points here. You want to keep within 8 points, and you also don't want to land on 19. That is such a bummer for these players.
Crab Rave!
Crab Rave! Crab Rave! Crab Rave!
They're not going to go. They're not going to go. But Sakura is going to give us the
Poreo.
The Poreo. As he's been doing every single game so far, very exciting to carry on for Kokaken. Continuing the Poreo. Pot of Gold is Scapeus keeping open as an option. A lot of players tend to not really feel like that does too much in the game, and it would be Pot of Gold, but of course this one's not so crazy. It's just one that people don't really stand on.
I feel like Scapeus is giving me replay vibes because he always stands on the portal that no one is there. He wants to mess with the mentality.
What kind of mental does that break for these players with the Pot of Gold? Do you think there's anything in particular that happens there?
I think Pot of Gold is kind of no beans. It doesn't really matter. People don't really care too much about it, but you really can get to people. You know, we saw people standing on Spatula, and that one can do a little bit more, but yeah, end of the day, Pot of Gold, probably not too much.
The shortest game we've had so far ended on 6-2, so you will see the Pot of Gold cash out almost every single time, and it does mean that for specific players, they can really cap their boards higher.
Yeah, Taro picks up a pair of Urgots. We've seen some trouble for Taro so far in the tournament, but this is a great way to start your stage 2. You know, we heard yesterday, what is better than 1 Urgot? Actually, 2 Urgot ones is going to be the best thing you can have early on.
I would say this is a different type of Crab Rave, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly. He played this double Urgot line into one of the most dominating Heartsteel wins that we've seen in the tournament so far.
Oh yeah, that was the 4-5 win streak, keeping it at 100 health. We'll see if Taro can replicate that. Picks up a Tarek 2 to go alongside it and still has not even found his headliner, so this is making a very, very massive board already.
It's really interesting that we actually don't see any of these players pick up those copies of Annie. I was thinking that maybe Annie reroll would be one of those a little bit safer lines that these players could go for. Even just picking up 2 pair would be great.
We had seen a couple of the CN players actually go for the line. It didn't really have the best results. It wasn't horrible. It was usually kind of around a 5th, a 4th. It didn't really do much better than that. It is something you could still look at, but feeling as we've gotten closer towards, you know, the middle of this tournament, and players are getting towards checkmate, maybe you need to play a little bit riskier if you're at the bottom of the standings.
Oh, and now we have the silver augments coming up. A couple big ones we want to look for. 1, 2, 3, vampirism. Those are the ones that really are the highest value by the players. And the warping ones are the ones like AFK that we saw from Scapeus.
Yeah, we've also seen a lot of popularity of Spoils of War, and both Degree and Scapeus have picked that up. And we're going to get Ice Grab that as well. So win streak is going to be heavily contested, but Taro is still on 2 Urgots. So these players trying to play for the win streak with the spoils might have a little bit of trouble.
I also do spot Zirya going for that Yasuo reroll, has picked up the Champion Duplicators and is sitting on a non-headliner Yasuo right now. So basically hits the headliner, he's not that far off.
Let's top on board with Taro's board and perspective, as you do see that Mosher as well as that Punk. I love being able to see this Vi headline early because you're starting to at least keep some momentum, try to generate some of those win streaks, which might be a problem for some of these players in the lobby.
Yeah, the early slam of the Edge of Night as well, going to kind of commit towards that 80 flex line that we'll probably be seeing later on. You can go a lot of different ways with it, but wants to be in that 80 direction. And Taro, of course, going to be able to steamroll anybody by one of the best early game headliners. And then having the 2 Urgots, of course.
I just want to say he's due. He started the day with a double 8th, and honestly, both of those times was contested heavily. That's just going to happen for you. The question here is, how does he pivot out of this line? You know, you have a great start. Is he one of those tempo Heartsteel players, or does he have something else up his sleeve?
No.
Oh, early disco. It's fine. I don't think he'll play this. It's actually a fine early game composition. In fact, we actually saw Dish Soap play around disco specifically when he was playing for the switching gears and just pulling out the disco headliner in between when you wanted the win or the loss.
Well, I'm looking at the Katarina too, and I'm just getting a little nervous. That's all. We haven't really seen Katarina find too much success.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why. Katarina 2 has been one of the most consistent ones because you can roll deep on level 6 and not get punished. You have that 4 Crowd Diver, 3 KDA, 3 Superfan in. It's really strong. But so far, the players just haven't been able to hit it.
Katarina has not been able to prove her worth just yet in this tournament. And I don't think that we'll end up seeing him go in this direction, but the early Shiv slam is something to look at, right? He's trying to make sure he can win to get value out of switching gears, and Shiv is one of those really strong early game items, but it does start to lock Milala towards an AP line, and Disco is one of those, though I still do not expect North American players to go towards that line.
I want to say that they use Disco because it's one of the strongest early games, so you can just bench your headliner and make sure you get the loss that way. When you want to win, it's always available for you just because of that strong start.
That makes sense. You also have the opportunity to put Heartsteel in now, so if you see an angle for that, may as well take it. I'm interested to know how that actually synergizes with something like the switching gears, but we'll see how much economy he's able to work up to. Now hopping on board with Degree, who did end up getting a 7th place in that second game, is sort of on the outside looking in terms of that upper echelon of players, but has found this early bruiser start, and you also could tech in the pentakill.
Yeah, finding the Olaf when you are playing around the spoils is really solid. He's actually playing into Tara, who is kind of the strongest board. And actually, one of the weaknesses of Olaf is running into Vi, because she kind of soft counters him with the ability to add the stun, so he takes the damage he can't actually drain tank through. And we see Taro take this as expected playing around this double or dot.
Yeah, Degree spot is not that envious. He actually has a champion duplicator early on, which means you get less gold for it. I don't think he got that from Spoils of War.
No, probably not on stage 2, especially the silver version. But late game, that can come in handy to have that duplicator. He can create some very strong advantages if he can find his way to level up swiftly and get towards some legendaries. Definitely an early Lucian 2 can make a huge difference.
Oh, there is an Urgot here for Taro if he wants it. That would spike him all the way.
It's staying there. Ice. Okay, Ice takes it away. Ice going to grab that, have his own Urgot for the rest of stage 2 and early stage 3.
He's got the Gargoyle Stone Plate as well if he really wants to be able to take that with that vest component, so it's probably for the strength of that item.
And I want to pay close attention to Ziria here because he has 6 Yasuos without the headliner already. All he needs is just the headliner to pop and we could get a stage 2.
Yeah, the way we've been seeing this Yasuo succeed is when you actually are able to natural it on stage 2 or at latest stage 3. Anytime after that, we actually see the AVP of that comp just drop significantly. It's really, really surprising to see how far it can fall. But if you spend no extra gold to find it, it's actually one of the ways you can play for a top 1 or 2.
And we saw a player win with Yasuo reroll just yesterday, so you can't really count it out for sure when you look at just heading into the competition today. Reroll has definitely been on the menu for a lot of these players.
All right, 2 of our spoils players. It's going to be Degree going up against Scapeus. Scapeus did have a lot of those 2 stars, but this Olaf in the front line trying to run through this, and it does come down to the Ginsu Jinx actually being able to ramp up, and Scapeus actually will be able to grab the win and try and get some extra gold from those spoils.
We have 2 more players at 100 HP. Let's see if they will run into each other here. And that's always the big question when we're looking
Taro
at
lost.
stage 2. Oh!
I can't believe Taro lost, but Scapeus is now the last remaining win streaker. So we'll have to see if he can actually hold on to that as we get here, because this board does seem strong, but it actually seems very beatable. I mean, it is the Vi and the Jinx as the main carries here.
Yeah, I like the Gwinsu slam here early, the best way to preserve an early win streak. We do see a lot of Heartsteel players kind of play the Punk line to start off, get the Gwinsus, one of the best stacking items on stage 2, and then go from there into tempo stage 4.
All right, well, Taro is in Scapeus' pool. That's probably who he wants to avoid the most. Ends up being Relic, who's still on level 4. This should be relatively easy to win, but it is a red buff JG on the end.
And we do see Relic already setting himself up into that Seraphine reroll line with the red buff and the Superfan item, of course, there on Annie. A big thing to notice is that he does have an Ornn item coming up, and typically the best one you want to be looking for is that Mana Zane.
Manazane would be really nice too, because if for some reason you don't hit the Seraphine, you could actually pivot out of the Seraphine and go into something that requires a couple more levels, but Ari's not too bad of a holder of that item either.
Yeah, the Lulu as well. There's just a couple options you can go for, but currently I'm not seeing any other Seraphine items being slammed across the lobby, so it seems like that line is completely open for Relic.
Definitely is, and we have avoided the stage 2 Yasuo 3-star. Nothing happening so far. We're going to have to see if Ziria does a big roll down here, or if he's going to wait for the augment. Oh, excuse me, sorry, he actually already has it in pocket.
So, but it is just one more. He's got a duplicator here, and he's got one on the bench, so reasonably we could see after Krugs he tries to roll and find it, or he could just kind of let it ride for now, wait, and just see if he can find that one copy naturally.
Ooh. Got an Echo out of the orb as well. That's going to be really nice to get some extra synergy online. But do you econ here or do you roll?
Well, I mean, you really do want to econ. You want to wait. It is just one copy of the Yasuo. So you can either roll on this round until you find one, or two, and save the duplicator for your Echo later on, which is quite good.
Once. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. And this is where we've seen the success, right? If you spend pretty much 0 gold on rolls, that's where the Yasuo can come out. And this was 2 gold on rolls, right, to actually find the hit.
He's perfectly on time here. Another person that's already found his headliner is going to be Saka. He also played the Senna reroll in the previous game into a top 4, and he has the true damage spat. So he's set up so incredibly well. We've typically seen that spat go over towards the Ahri later on.
Yeah, we'll see if Zhiyue ends up hitting some Sennas early on and it ends up feeling a little bit more contested for Saka, because it's going to hit the board relatively early to get the true damage since it's a 2 cost, but it's not overly contested, right? Zhiyue only even wants the 3 copies, and so Saka should be in a good spot with this Senna, as it feels like it's only him going for Senna, and then on top of that, there is going to be another 2-cost reroller with Relic on Seraphine.
And I do want to mention how much gold that Zhiyue actually rolled. Are you guys prepared for this? He rolled a total of 4 gold.
Oh, it was twice, not once. All right, yeah, there we go.
That's wild. That is going to be some really nice money to have saved up for later on, but we do have our second choice of augment, and it's going to be gold.
So I'm looking for Blinged Out. If Saka hit that, that's the highest roll he could get. Oh, doesn't find it. And for the other ones, Live for Danger, really good for the Yasuo. That's the one that is typically seen from him going top 4.
All right, Degree picking up return on investment back to the comfort zone, looking for a reroll composition. Currently looking at the itemization. He actually has a bunch of AD items slammed already with the Last Whisper and the Sterix. So I'm curious what reroll you'd be looking for, particularly with that. Is that kind of leaning towards maybe a Riven?
I definitely would say that this is more of the Heartsteel style right here. You can see him already holding on to the Heartsteel units in the Aphelios. And one thing I want to point out is he has his Punk in. This is a tech that we saw a lot from CN, where you use Punk rolls and also the return on investments to get you that early Tactician's Crown.
Beautiful. Love that, Clement. It's another way. It's not a reroll style, but it is using rerolls to actually cap out that Heartsteel board even higher.
And I love when you get the Tac Crown with something like Heartsteel, because it allows you to tech in a higher value unit earlier than any other ID Flex player in the lobby. So you get that just extra firepower on top of maybe a really great synergy and just high value.
All right, taking a look at the lobby, we see Scapeus still on that 100 streak. Looks like he finally actually takes a loss. He was playing around Punk for quite some time. He has picked up Vampirism, so now he may play a little bit greedier. Maybe he finds Heartsteel and he actually can play for a spot where he starts to drop HP now that he saves so much, but Milala gonna have that Heartsteel in.
I feel like this is a pretty good disco angle. He actually hit 2 of those in the same shop, only a 5% chance.
Whoa.
If there ever was a disco game, this would be it.
Yeah, it terrifies me. I hate to see it, but that is still... I do have to agree with you, right? Level 6, you hit 2 of those Twisted Fates. It's got to be solid.
And now with the Tac Crown, you could just tech in Alawi really early if you see her. That's super high power.
Oh, it's Milala, so we wouldn't have that Tac Crown, but he did actually... We do have Degree picking up a Tome.
Oh, you're so right.
Which is possible. I mean, you said this is Heartsteel, so he could actually try and get 5 Heartsteel online very quickly.
The good news is he has one of the highest caps possible with the Duplicator and the Tome. The bad news is a lot of his resources are not in his hands right now. So he is going to drop down a little bit more here with Ice, who's already found a perfect setup for that kill. I believe that's already 4 kills on his board.
Yeah, he does have 4 kills. We saw him hit 2 of the 2 stars. We'll see if Ice actually ends up to get that 3-star relatively quickly at this point, because that's another 2-cost reroll going through, so that's looking good for both our Senna and Seraphine rerollers as well to have all those different options.
And we do have Scapeus now moving over towards the Executioner line. 2 Vexes already.
Oh, Milala!
Hey, I got it!
He got it! Twisted Fate 2 on level 6? If there's ever a time for everyone to panic at the disco, it's right now.
I was looking at that and I'm like, does Milala go for it? Does he get a chance to get it? And I think people are going to be a little nervous now, seeing that TF is now online.
There's almost no chance that Milala doesn't actually just check right here, because he has such a huge tempo advantage. He only needs 5 more points to get to that 20. And if I'm in this lobby, I'm starting to sweat.
Yeah, it's actually some payoff from the Static Shiv as well, because it's actually just very good with this composition. You kind of wanted this item anyway, and you slammed it for tempo because you've already got some decent tempo with it. 64 HP is at the bottom of the lobby, but he does have 50 gold. He's got Heartsteel online, and now a Twisted Fate 2.
Scapeus, though, we get a chance to check in on how he's doing, and he does have the Executioners in the back line. And we're going to look at Ice as well, that's trying to get this Kale up and running. Also has like a couple of extra copies of Mordekaiser, but wants to just... I wonder, yeah. Doesn't want them in quite yet because of the items that are on the Mord.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about the Kale composition coming into the tournament is how easy it is to actually get the Mordekaiser 3. This wasn't a thing in previous patches, but this time in the tournament, over half the Kale patch comps were able to hit the Mord.
Yeah, and I think it was a big struggle in North America for people to hit it during regionals because the comp was heavily contested. But I think some of the regions actually undervalued Kale in the early stages of the tournament, and it led to a lot of players who actually valued that line finding their Mordekaiser a lot easier than you would normally expect.
And he's set up in a really good position, gets the Mordekaiser 2, and should be able to win streak through stage 3. But, oh, we have another high roller online. Taro, who started the game with double Urgot, now finds the Zed with perfect items.
Ooh, okay. So is just waiting for this opportunity to cash out the Heartsteel and maybe get some really nice upgrades in.
Yeah, Taro must have taken some big losses because he started out with a pretty decent win streak, winning most of his rounds in stage 2, and now he's down to 52 health on this 4 loss with the Heartsteel.
I think the way he needs to stabilize is actually just find a Z2 early because his cash outs are not going to be very good. He did not find the 5 Heartsteel despite having the 2-star Aphelios headliner with the Heartsteel +1.
Yeah, so it is just going to be that 60 break point. It's nothing to write home about for Taro as he finds the win, breaks the streak, and as you said, really going to have to look for that Zed. But he's only level 6. He's not even able to push to 7 at this point, right, as we got to 4-1. That's when a lot of people are able to go there, but a lot of times when you're playing, loss streak with Heartsteel, you want to be pushing 8 at 4-2.
Yeah, and I have to say he did low roll on the stationary support item right here. This one is not really one you want to look at. Gives you that extra Voidling, but there are much better options in the Aegis or even the Locket for a Heartsteel player.
Right, looking at Degree, he's benched a lot of this board. Looks like he's trying to tailor his tome here, maybe trying to go towards a Riven line. It ends up being potentially there, even though we thought this could be Heartsteel. Riven's still potentially open, gets the 8-bit in, starts tailoring for it, and these items can work out for Riven, though they're not the most optimal.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at like...
8-bit, found it though.
Yeah.
The tailoring works out. I mean, it was still just a relatively low chance to hit, but he was looking for 8-bit, Jazz, or Rapid Fire, I think, to keep the compositions open. Ends up finding the 8-bit and the Jazz. Decides Jazz, so we're still playing Flex here if we are Degree.
I was going to say, we've seen this before in a couple of our previous games where the Jazz emblem can just be really powerful to get extra Jazz online. And so if you're angling and you're like, okay, well, I think I'm in like a decent enough spot, just pick the Jazz emblem, and you also do have the Tac Crown coming.
He does look a little dizzy, though, because he's trying to put this board together. He hasn't really put anything out there. He's going to take another big loss here because there's really not much power on this board. A lot of gold on the bench and not a ton of direction. Still at level 6. So 4-2, we're going to have to see a huge roll down from Degree to find a stable spot in this game.
And he's going to be very, very poor going into this roll down here. Likely only 30 gold if he wants to go for the 4-2. But since he's already gone Jazz, he just has to hope for the high roll. I do want to go and touch on the Heartsteel high rolls here, but let's see these augments coming in. This is one of those spots where a balanced budget can actually bail some of these players out. And Taro did hit it, goes for something else instead.
Yeah, we see Ice actually finds Metalheads and Heroic Grab Bag, so deciding if he wants to get the Heroic Grab Bag to try and hit his rerolls faster, or Metalheads because it can be part of the higher cap with the Kale and the Mordekaiser. On top, Degree only getting bulk, so not actually able to find any gold to help stabilize this spot.
I've been looking at Milala's POV right now, was able to find a Disco Blitzcrank, and so that's a huge upgrade to the board. Just needs to find a couple extra champions to sort of help shore up that backline, but with the Iron of the Locket of the Iron Solari.
It's just Locket.
Locket.
The Iron of the Locket Solari.
The Iron of the Locket that he got from stationary support. It doesn't feel bad either.
Yeah, Degree, I saw his roll down. It was pretty dizzy. He didn't actually find anything. As we now go to Scapeus, we see he's actually hit his Twitch 3 as we're going to start seeing those 2 costs come into fruition.
And this is exactly what I said Taro needed to hit. He needed to go for the Z2. His cash outs were not enough for him on stage 4. Can he actually make it through this 3-star Twitch? That's going to be a question, and it looks like he can. This is actually one of the strongest level 8 boards if it was the 4 EDM version, because you get that -1 second on the Z ult.
Milala here is going to end up taking a big hit if this Disco TF cannot do its job.
How do you keep losing with TF2 on like level 6? He even found the Blitz. Well, I guess
no, technically it was the Sentinel. Technically it was the Sentinel.
So he got rid of it and he was looking
couldn't see
for
the traits,
else.
but it was the Sentinel.
He's on this 4 loss. He's down to 16 HP when it felt like this was kind of a high roll spot. Disco's just bad, honestly. I don't know what else to say.
I do want to say that this was the absolute worst matchup. He ran into the Seraphine
That's fair.
right after 4-2. So I honestly believe that this board is actually stronger than it's showing against Relic.
Yeah, I mean, he even found a Ziggs on level 8, which, you know, it's only the 1-star Ziggs, but it's still very strong. Just picked up a Blitzcrank. It looks like he's still headlinerless, though, with only 8 gold.
Oh, you called it, but Degree didn't know yet. So he's going back to the Riven. Has to play the Riven headliner.
Yeah, ends up getting stuck on Riven. I don't think that's where he wanted to be. I think these are 2 of our weaker boards in the lobby going at it, and Degree looks like you'll be losing this one to Milala. Degree going to drop incredibly low. Is he actually out? No, it's going to be 1 life.
And I think this is the problem when you have a bad low roll start and you also force yourself into Spoils of War. He probably would have wanted to go into one of the 2-cost rerolls, but those were also sealed off by Ice and by Relic.
And we also see Scapeus dropping really fast in HP. He's gone Remember Your Roots with Executioner, which is quite good, but he's playing around the Twitch, which is not going to be giving that buff to your front line with the Mumu. It just gives it to that Pantheon. And because the Twitch is the carry taking up 2 item slots, the cap of this board is a lot lower. So I'd be worried for Scapeus there only at 40 HP.
This is something we saw Scapeus do, and he did win the game in the end. I wouldn't count him out just yet, but we do have to take stock of how many Vexes has he actually found, because that's the true star of the show.
That's UA actually being able to find a spatula, so we'll have to see what he can actually make happen with that. It's probably true damage, seeing as how he has that Yasuo that he's playing around.
Only has 4 copies of the Vex right now. Count at 5, and we take a look at the shop reroll.
Whoa,
there is 2 in the shop.
And he's
now
on
just
6
needs
Amumus.
2 more. That feels really nice to be able to see, and he's going to
Another
find another one. He's 1 away from getting this Vex 3 online. And
I don't feel like his odds of hitting were that high. It was not that much gold that he had to roll down, but he's 1 away from Vex, so that could salvage the spot. The problem being still not hitting a 3-star frontliner. Usually the Amumu is the biggest anchor of the composition.
At least he's close.
He does have 6 copies, right? 3 away.
I do want to ask you guys, is Mortdog actually from the EMEA?
I might be.
That's weird.
Might be.
Well, you saw his pick'ems, right?
True, he did. EMEA would be the strongest region. So we do have our first elimination Degree. This was expected at this point. Couldn't get anything together, as you mentioned. A lot of his resources tied up in these kind of late game strength with the Duplicator and with the Tome, but not able to keep enough tempo early game to make use of them.
You really hate to see it. And now with Milala's board, he's actually sold his natural TF2 here and moved on to a headliner. I believe this the 5 Disco board already in, has the Ilaoi in as well.
That's 2.
And I think he should be stable for a while, but I will say this is still not going to place well because he is stuck on level 8. Whenever you're playing Disco, even when we've seen level 8 boards get that Ziggs 2, get that Sona 2, they still don't top 4.
Yeah, it's rough for Milala. He just needed a top 4 to get in check, and it's going to be tough to make that happen playing Disco, as we do see a pickup of that Kane 2.
Oh, this is at least a ghost board. So Milala might be going up against something that's a little bit lower strength, but if he's not able to get through this, then
the Yasuo is wrapping.
Really dicey. The Yasuo is going to be behind that Blitzcrank and is going to wrap around, but does this TF have enough time to actually make it through? A nice Ziggs bomb into the Yasuo, and yes, but that was cutting it really close for what's supposed to be a ghost board.
Yeah, and Scapeus takes a big hit as well, right? Not being able to get the 3-star online for that Vex or for the Amumu, just stuck on the Twitch and not having the best itemization he can possibly have because of that.
Yeah, a lot of times you do want to look for the best item here is going to be another rod to fill out that spark in the front line. And I usually don't like Executioner comps without prismatics in the lobby. You just don't have enough gold to fill out that win condition. 54 gold goes into the Amumu and the Vex.
Okay, well, there's a little bit of gold that's dropped here from the chickens, so now has 12 to work with on top of a couple of extra components. And with the interest as well, there's another copy of Amumu making 2. He's 1 away from
3
both.
rolls, he hits
so
on all
there's
3
the
of
Vex. Does he sell anything to try to
Yeah,
find
you sell
this?
that Karthus, the first one at least. He's got to hold on to the second one for the
he gets a little
Executioner.
rod as well.
Okay, that's
huge.
great. You can make a Death Cap. You can also make a Morello's if you want to, or the Ionic. So many
Yeah,
possibilities.
you can go Spark, Morello.
Yeah.
Pretty
He's
solid
got
here.
the Even Shroud.
Oh, Death Cap. Oh, Death Cap Even Shroud because it's the 3-star Twitch, trying to play around that a little bit more. The Vex is about to be, or the Vex was hit as well, so I think it's maybe just the headliner trying to get more damage, Even Shroud giving a little bit more tankiness to the Amumu.
I do want to mention Milala's positioning right here. He's hanging on for dear life, and he's trying to split the focus. Has all of the tentacles right in front to take over the AoE, but his front line is slowly crumbling.
Yeah, but it looks like he'll be able to deal with Scapeus. Scapeus takes a huge hit and actually goes down, not ever able to find the Amumu. Milala eliminating someone near the bottom is massive for him as well because, as we said, just needs a top 4, and this is pushing him at least to 6. Taro also very low.
And Scapeus was the other person that was in reach distance of getting that check, and Milala's knocked him out. So Milala now has a shot to reach that checkpoint before Scapeus can.
How many games do you guys want to see? Because I'm going for the full 8.
I want us to go for the long haul. As much as I would be happy with Milala spiking it in 4, I'd be okay if we keep going on and on. And right now, especially with ZUA being at 41 HP to Milala's 7, trying to find a top 4 is a massive uphill battle here. And so everyone else is closing the gap on these points.
This is such a bad matchup for Taro. He actually grouped everyone for the Randuins and runs straight into Relic's board with the 3-star Seraphine. He's also one off from that Lucian that's going to spike massively, but hey, nobody's targeting the Zed.
And meanwhile, Disco on the other side staying alive as we do see Taro having just a Viego remaining, trying to live, trying to heal, doesn't get the cast. Taro goes down as Milala has climbed now to 5th. And if he can find one more placement, he will lock in check.
I'm just happy that Taro has been able to turn things around a little bit. So maybe he can continue to do so as these next few games come forward. But if Milala is able to keep that up, there might not be enough time to get that online. But as we take a look at Ice's position, I'm laughing a little bit about the TF.
Oh, they definitely need to kill Milala before he gets into Carousel. He's already sitting on Ziggs pair. If he hits that, that's a big stabilization and most likely someone checking. Now going into Zirya, and his Yasuo is actually on the wrong side. This is why you position like this in 2 clumps so you can switch around easily.
Yeah, but still with that true damage Kane, they're slicing and dicing through Milala's front line so swiftly, and they're already to the back. Looks like Milala will be dropping here in 5th. He will be 1 point away from check going down in 19.
This is what I was talking about. Throughout so many of the checkmate plays we've seen, a lot of times when players hit 19, it really causes them to go into a mental spiral because the next game you're like, oh, I just need to go 8.
Literally
and that is not a good mentality to have.
No, you want to keep racking up as many points as possible, but there is the Ziggs. He would have had it. Milala would have had it.
One more fight win, he gets the Ziggs too. Maybe he can stabilize to survive over one more person. But ZUA being the other one who was low at 28, getting a true damage emblem in the trade might have been enough that it doesn't matter anyway as we look at the rest of the lobby health and just how healthy everyone else is.
I mean, Sokka also has the 6 true damage online. So I'm looking at Zuye and Sokka having some really high cap boards here. And finally, Sokka hits the 3-star Senna. It's been a long time coming.
He definitely would have liked to see that earlier. I'm going for the true damage pair right here. I think they have the best chance of capping out the lobby. For Ice, unfortunately, the Mordekaiser is being held by the other 2 players, so he really doesn't have the front line.
Yeah, it's going to make it really tough, right? He's on 6 copies, and he has a duplicator, so he only needs to find 2 more. But with how many are being held, it's still just going to be such an uphill battle where maybe it's just better for Ice to try and push levels.
Take a look at this fight, though, because the Senna coming online is going to be the saving grace for Sokka for now. And Zuya is now going to be the next player that is close to getting eliminated in this game. Picks another hit here.
I was really surprised by that loss. You know, with the 2-star Kane, I thought he might have been able to get it. So Relic had some really good positioning to prevent the Seraphine from being touched on early on.
But he is an edgelord, to be fair.
I mean, I'm looking at it as like 5 edgelords, 6 true damage. The Kayn is true damage. He has a healing item. I'm like, how is this board not good? Like, what is?
Yeah.
I know there's a good amount of 1-stars there, but I still would have expected a little bit more.
Sometimes.
He can still definitely cap, and some players will ditch the 5th edgelord completely. It's not really necessary in endgame, and you can just go for the Lucian instead, which would be great if he could find it. But Zira still has 50 gold. He still has time. We're going to have to watch his roll down in the PvE round.
Yeah, once again, the Kayn just immediately getting focused down by the carry on the other side. This time it's Kale. Takes him out pretty much instantly, and now Yasuo, just the solo one left, but he's already lost his Edge of Night, and once again, Ziyue just losing by 1 or 2 units, and it's just not being able to put it together.
That just seems like a bad positioning part, though, right? Like, you got the Mordekaiser, and then you wrap around the back, and it's way too easy access for that Kale.
Would love to see how many stacks he does have on that Yasuo right here. Usually when we're going into a stage 5, stage 6, you do want to see at least something like an 800 on that to cut through the front line.
See the next item pickup as it comes through on the neutrals round. Take stock around the lobby. We do have the 6 true damage on line for Saku. 6 true meter damage, 5 edgelord going on for Zue. And then we have a Spellweaver board with the Seraphine and Ice on the reroll Kale. So reroll across the board. Senna, Seraphine, Kale, and Yasuo.
And here's that pot of gold.
This
Does
is
that help?
exactly what Zira is looking for, because he has so much to cap for. He still has the Yorick he can look for, he still has the Lucian he can look for, and now he's hit one of them. This is going to give him Shred in the early phases, which he still has stuck on the 1-star Kiana.
Looking at these item pickups, a lot of players looking for big rolldowns as well. We didn't see the Mordekaiser be able to be hit. Instead, Ice going to level up to 9, pushing the levels because other players were trying to keep him off of that Mord.
Ooh, Zio actually found an Akali 2. So that was a really great roll down to be able to get that in on the board.
Yeah, and the Edge of Night being added to the Kayn, so now he can't get instantly focused down in every fight like we saw previously. He does end up getting taken now anyways by this Ahri, and even though the fight's close, a big stun from the Echo! Actually enough, Zue able to finally break this loss streak, though the fight was still incredibly close, and it feels like it's just a matter of time before one of these boards knocks him out.
He has to be so careful about positioning on the Yasuo here. He's been trying to frontline the entire time, but they haven't been on the same side as the enemy carry so far. And now if you look at the bottom left corner, he is going to put the Kayn here and try to find an edgelord path into the backline. We do have 2 KDA boards that are side locked, so he has to position around those.
Yeah, for sure. You want to make sure that you can take out that backline as quickly as possible, because all of those backline units just want time to be able to get as many casts off as possible. So if you stop that, then that is going to be the win condition. But he's running into Relic right now, and there's that Seraphine right in the back left.
Yasuo could find a way to wrap all the way around. He goes after the Ziggs now. He can chase all the way through, make it to the Seraphine, and the Kayn has done the same. Relic has now been outscaled by this board as long as the positioning goes okay for Jiue. Still going to live a while for the Nico, but this is the weakness there of that Seraphine. If these two are dashing past on opposite sides, she can't get effective damage out.
It does come down to KDA board placement sometimes. As we see here, he could wrap directly around the right side, and even though Relic did have those tentacles there, it was enough to pull Yasuo away.
All right, now looking at the rest of these boards, he's going to have to try and find even more edge when it comes to positioning, trying to find more opportunities to find that wrap.
He also could try to find the Viego 2. That is the next big upgrade that this board is looking for, and that would be able to help just give it that extra little bit of firepower in the front line there. But we are going to see who is next. Relic is also very low at this point and is going to be running into the Senna board.
Yeah, Jiue actually does have both of the edgelords away from the Kale this time, but they're not dashing towards her. Kayn taking his sweet time on the left, but now he's dashed in onto the front line, and because he's had single target most of the fight, we actually just see this Kayn popping off, and now it's just Yasuo versus Kale. She's ramped up, but it's not enough.
Yeah, once the Yasuo gets onto that back line, there's no chance.
Ooh. Relic has fallen on the other side of that fight. Jiue has at least survived to make it in the top 3. And look at CN, 1, 2, 3. They started off really weak in this final in the first 2 games, but coming back strong in game number 3.
You have to trust in the process. A lot of times if you play rerolls, there are going to be ups and downs. You don't want to let that affect your mental. You know, Zero is still going into this line without even a headliner to start off stage 2.
That was so risky. That was so risky, but has been able to make it work so far. But I'm taking a look at Saku's board, and I just feel like this is all going to come down to positioning here on where or not you're going to be able to try to get that, hit that headliner with those edgelords.
Absolutely. It really is just positioning against the edgelord composition. As we see the positioning trying to come down, you're kind of stuck, though, because you're playing KDA, so you have to kind of play in this one zone.
And we do see Saka actually saving up with 49 gold. He is going to try and cap this board out with another Jazz unit going over to level 9. However, this positioning for him not looking so good.
Both edgelords into the back line, immediately wiping them out, and that's just going to be yet another win for Ziyue as he continues to run his way through this lobby.
I do want to point out the reason that Senna instantly imploded is because the live for danger right there.
Yeah.
Just the splash damage able to take out the carries.
Meanwhile, though, you've got Ice that has the Metalheads online with 7 pentakill, and so still sitting at a very healthy HP at 42, but how is he going to fare against the real board that Ziyue has?
That's the big question, right? Is can Yasuo or Kayn make it to the kill? Once again, kind of baited by KDA because now Kayn is looking at this board and saying, oh, every single unit is separated from the rest? Maybe I'll just cast 45 times in this next fight if I go up against it.
Yeah, when do you ever just get off the hexes, right? It's always so tough, but on the left-hand side, we will see Ziyue actually hit the ghost board, so all eyes right now are on the right-hand side between Ice and Saku.
And Ice definitely knew that he was going up against a Senna. That's why he's sparsing his front line out. When he's going up against Ziyue, I do agree with Necra here, is that you want to give up the hexes. You want to make sure that Yasuo can't just slide into your back line.
Yep, that's going to be lethal there. We see the Lee Sin once more. Ooh, that's going to be 2 remaining, Ice and Ziyue. And now you can position specifically for the edgelords for the rest of this. But I will say, you don't want to spread out because of the ability for Kayn to just get the constant resets, but Live for Danger is in this lobby, which is going to allow you to get that AoE anyways.
Oh, this is an interesting pivot. If he figures that he cannot beat this board, never mind. My dreams and dashes. My dreams are completely dashed. I thought the double rapid fire was enticing enough, but yep, he's going to skip the Lucian.
That would have been kind of cool to see. Maybe Lucian, not always the most accurate of units either, but at the very least you can sort of have that natural dodge chance. There's a lot of gold, though, for Ice to work with, and there's going to be a Yorick, too. That's a huge unit to be able to have in.
I will say, unfortunately, that his...
Petal Ward 3?
Oh, he still
found it? Yeah, you can just sell out of that extra Viego, and he's waiting to pick it up. There we go.
Second year. Let's see if it changes his positioning. As we were talking about, like sometimes these units, like the Lilia, if the Yasuo comes in a little bit too early, it could be rather dangerous. But he's thinking that the Mordekaiser can't attract enough attention, keep everyone there in line.
He's added 2 crowd divers, Yue, that is. So now we got to see if they're able to get the stun, but Metalheads will stop the early stuns from happening. Looking at the positioning, we do have the edgelords making it to the backline. Yasuo turns around, though, but now he's finally on the Kayle. Yasuo on the Kayle will take it down, and it's up to the Mordekaiser to solo the rest of this. Mordekaiser and the Yorick, the Bash Bros in the front line, take it down, and Ice going to be able to pick up the win.
That was impressive from Ice. If you look early on the fight, Yasuo actually was able to just wrap directly into the back line, but the Mordekaiser 3 that we said was so impossible to hit still found its way to Ice.
Yeah, you had to wait for the rest of the boards to disappear so no one could hold them anymore, but Ice, with the patience, leveling up instead of looking to force the roll when a lot were out of the pool, and because of that, he's able to actually hit and cap out the board.
We saw all that gold come through. Pot of gold or the PvE rounds. You never know what you're going to get dealt sometimes, but ended up working out great. So now we have 3 games down. We're going to get a chance to dig a little bit deeper into this game, and that's going to be after this break.
Don't want to land on 9. That is such a bummer for these players.
Crab rape,
crab rape, crab rape, crab rape, crab rape.
They're not gonna go. But Saka is going to give us the
Poreo.
The Poreo.
Already.
Milala! Twisted Fate 2 on level 6. If there's ever a time, it's up to the Mordekaiser to solo the rest of this. Mordekaiser and the Yorick, the Bash Bros in the front line, take it down, and Ice gonna be able to pick up the win.
Welcome back after that short break to the Teamfight Tactics Global Championship here for Remix Rumble. My name is Mix and I am here with my dear colleagues Counterfeit, Hooperson and Impatches Panda. Now, of course, after that game, we were all a little bit relieved, I will say, because of course we don't want it to end too quickly. And I personally was also a little bit sad that neither Milala or Scapeus were able to reach that 20-point check mark, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely came into this one with a very clear game plan. Get a good finish, go to check, get into the next game together, and create too much trouble for other people to be able to grieve them and stop them from going for the championship win. Instead, didn't quite go that way. Scapeus at least chose a path that he had trod before, and we've already seen Degree show works in this tournament with Executioners. But, from Milala going for the disco, with, head in the hands moments a bit there, it seemed like such a big risk for a player who was already ahead of the pack.
And looking at our results after that last game, I really kind of want to shout out Siyue. Had 2 first games that ended with a 6th place. That's usually pretty rough. And then being able to kind of recognize the spot, saying, hey, I'm getting a lot of these Yasuos, finds that Yasuo 3 on stage 3-1 with lots of gold still left, had 40, could even level up. And then later on, being blessed a little bit by that 2 damage emblem as well as the cane. But with that, having 3 CN players on top, Hooper, is this where they have adapted to the lobby?
For sure, CN again is being the protagonist with normal performance in the first game, but now in the second and third game, they're actually popping off, gaining the top 3. On first place was Relic, but actually what was the best is that once again we're going for the 2-cost reroll meta with Relic, Saku, Siyue, and Ice with the first place.
And I mean, looking at CN, Ice Baby on top, playing a perfect game of Kale, reroll. Everything went in this player's favor. Spoils of War scaling all the way into stage 6. The pot of gold helping that reinjection of gold as well. And we saw it. He picked up Magic Wand. You won so many rods for the Kale, 3 at least for the Rage Blades and the Gunblade, and Mordekaiser with double Crown Guard as well. And then we saw it had at the very end the Mordekaiser 3 upgrade to guarantee the first place.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff in there. I feel like the trend continues. Games get more and more crazy every single time, but here are our standings, and you can see how many players are incredibly close to making it. The only 2 players that will not be able to reach that checkpoint for sure are the Gree and Taro in that next game, but everybody else could potentially reach the 20 points.
And a very interesting tournament dynamic with checkmark, especially here for Milala. Any result is okay for him to get to checkmate in this game, which means he's going to do everything in his possibilities to stop Scapeus from reaching that as well. And this is completely understandable and expected in a checkmate format like this one.
Yeah, as I was saying before, this game 4 could look very, very different than it's going to be. I think really now at this point, we're just really gearing up for how absolutely manic game 5 is going to be, with so many people potentially able to take the world's crown.
Well, but before we go to game 5, we have to go to game 4, Peter. At least I got my math correct on that one. I'm personally looking forward to see how many players actually reach check, because of course the cookie could crumble several different ways, and in the end we don't know who is going to place where. It could even be that Tara and Degree take first and second place, leaving less points for other players.
Yes, for sure. They should be checking the dynamic, as you said, Panda. They will try to look for exactly the amount of points they will need, and that could really change the lobby. You can go for a top 5, you can go for a top 4, or if you're in the lower place but still with a chance of doing the check, you can go for a more hard steely comp for a first or a second. Obviously, some players still don't have the chance to get there, so maybe they will try to, risk a little more to make sure that the next round they have it for sure.
And players from the 2nd to 4th position, I would say have to avoid reroll, because there's going to be a lot of scouting from Milala, a lot of unit holding, making sure that no one can get close to his current point check mark. He's guaranteed check after this game 4.
He is, but in the past we have seen players actually play still for highest points possible, trying to get there for sure. Even if you recall last World Championship, only 1 player in check. Other players, well, they didn't have much chances to stop title, but they also didn't try very much to do so. They were much more focused on getting their own points as high as possible for a potential end. So that is still something competitors will keep in mind here and will try to go for.
Yeah, it's an incredibly volatile situation, especially you got so many players on check potentially heading into game 5. I think you're absolutely right that you're still going to try and push your points up, and even if you maybe don't get the championship because of that final game, getting 2nd place prize in there is still very much worth shooting for.
But that's, of course, not what players want.
For sure. It's been happening in previous TFT championships. Normally what happens is that one player gets to check and he has more possibilities of closing out the game than the rest catching up. So actually that's what you want. You want to get there and stop closing it. Of course, we want the show. We want this go to 9 games if that's a possibility. And I think that this game is a threshold, an important threshold to see if that's going to happen or not.
And a bounce back. Players like Battle need to come back in, need to check in mentally, because they can perfectly still come back into this in the next 2 or 3 games if everything pans out their way and win it all.
I mean, we've seen it at the TFT Vegas Open, where it went to, well, at least 6 games. It could have gone even longer if Milala wouldn't have run away with it at that point. But we know that there's still chances for Degree, for Taro to keep going, make it happen, and go all the way. Everything is open.
Yeah, I think you're very much right to evoke the Vegas Open because, of course, we saw how close that was to shutting down early and actually stopping Milala from winning the entire thing. It's players like that who have the ability to keep their focus when everything seems to be lost, who can swing around the sun, come back, and get the amazing win that will resonate forever.
Talking about Vegas Open, Mix, are you trying to say we're going to see Yone reroll in this game floor? Because I'm down. Let's summon the spirit of Kevin Parker and bring him into this game.
We need some high rollers.
Maybe. We'll see if we can get there. But for now, we are going to be heading over into our next game. Game 4 is ready with our amazing casters. Here are Necra, Casanova, and Clement for you.
I don't know about you guys, but I'd love to see a Yone reroll.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Yone here this time around. As I heard the spirit of Kevin Parker coming back. I only want to see it, though, if it stops someone who's on check to get checkmate, just the exact same fashion in Vegas.
I just want to say, poor Broccoli, that one Yone took away $75,000 in prize pool from him, just 2 slashes. And also, I actually disagree a little bit with Panda about the mentality in going into the last game here from Milala. The worst mentality to have is, I just need to go 8 and lock someone out, because there's 6 players that could potentially lock their check right here, so you don't want that spiral to continue.
Okay, but I'm looking at these portal options, and I am instantly getting excited about the fact that we have an opportunity to go for some really high variance gameplay. We've got Prismatic Symphony, Wandering Trainers, and there's 2 people sitting on Wandering Trainers right now.
All right, come on, Scapeus and Taro. Give us what we want to see. Give us the Wandering Trainer.
Oh, thank you, more dogs.
Back to Anvil. Come on.
I'm so relieved.
You don't want to see Wandering Trainer?
No, I don't. I actually wanted to see it removed, but they guaranteed that they would keep it in.
All right. Well, I want to take stock of things as we take a look at all of our players here, right? Milala obviously just needs any placement, and he's going to make it to check. And we look at the players with 16 points, Scapeus and Saka. They both need to get 5th or higher, and they'll be able to get their check as well. And then we go down to the players at 14 points. Ice, Relic, GUA. But all of them would need top 3 in order to secure check in this game. Degree and Taro can't get it, so they just want highest placement as possible, try and get themselves in a spot where they can get check on the next game.
And honestly, if you think about what has been winning these lobbies so far, it hasn't really been Heartsteel. We've seen the 10KDA earlier from Game 1, Game 3, it was the Kale. So a lot of times, I don't even think you need to force yourself into Heartsteel in order for good placements.
Well, I think what's really tough about that is the tempo of the lobby. Depending on how quickly all of these players are going to be hitting those 3-star 2 costs, you don't have time to actually get to level 8, level 9 in order to have those big Heartsteel cash out boards.
And hitting they have been. We have been finding those 2-cost rerolls relatively early on in these games. We've seen some very high tempo boards, some Urgots on stage 2, of course, right? And a lot of players playing for that tempo with the spoils that we saw as well in some of those silver lobbies. So we're looking at what the augments end up being to see if the tempo is increased once again, or if we end up somewhere that gets a bit slower.
And none of the players have actually popped their completed item Anvil just yet. This is pretty typical here, and there is going to be some high rollers and some low rollers. The best one you can possibly get, I would say, is Infinity Edge. It really opens you up to so many different lines, probably the S tier item.
Yeah, outside of that, maybe red buff because of its flexibility. It can go in a lot of different ways. We see a lucky streak for Degree. That's a way to really jumpstart the economy.
What we have to be looking for here is blinged out metal heads. Those are the 2 augments that give you the clearest direction earlier on what line to go for.
Well, I think Zue has found some direction, actually popped the item anvil, picked up an Edge of Night, and went ahead and early slammed that there onto the Vi.
Yeah, going to play around Spoils of War, so just wanted to slam for the highest tempo right now. Edge of Net on Vi, pretty good early game item to just win a lot of these rounds. Try and get as many from the gold spoils as he possibly can. He ended up getting that lucky streak for Degree, so he's going to be playing for very high econ, but playing through a point of tempo because you need to keep that auto attack. But the Ginsu from the Superfan, great start.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those item combinations that can get you all the way into the late game if you actually high roll enough. And Milala from the same region, North America, is going for the same thing.
Oh, okay. I thought NA were supposed to hold hands together, not...
They are holding hands. They're not contesting at all. This is actually just playing the Jinx because you get the Ginsu to go alongside that gosh, I can't even, Gambler's Blade, so you can get as much gold as possible. So it's actually just more prep than anything. You look at them, they're doing the same thing when they have the same option, which is exciting to see. But
holding hands in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. Holding hands in a good way. I'm looking at the Stars Are Born from Ice. I want to see where that ends up. It's really good for those 2-cost rerolls to be able to find 6 copies of your 2-cost very quickly through the Headliner and the Stars Are Born.
It absolutely feels just absolutely broken, and sometimes we even see players just using it for econ early to just power up. It does give you 5 gold on the side as well. Yep, this would be one of those starts.
You saw everybody popping over and be like, huh?
Like,
what
why
happened
Aphelios
here?
2? Oh, Stars Are Born. Not usually how you play this, but you get tempo with Heartsteel. You want to have tempo with Heartsteel on stage 2. You want then to later transition to 5 Heartsteel when you lost streak. So this is a really, really good start for Ice as well. And we could see Heartsteel finally rear its ugly head in these finals.
It's about to. I usually think it comes down to the augments. If you get the Prismatic, there's so many good ones. Heartsteel is all about item saturation into the late game. So it really comes down to just hitting things like the binary airdrop, buried treasures.
Oh, one thing I don't like to see, Taro has been struggling, and we've got a Keepers as the 2-1 augment, looking for a disco start playing around the early disco as well. We might end up seeing yet another disco fall to the ground.
Well, I do see the Olaf that he's sitting on as well, and so I wonder if there's ever a world where you go for something like a Mosher angle with the Keepers. We have seen that sort of play out. I know you two are like sort of...
We'll see on 3-2. We'll see on 3-2, right? Submit to the pit could still be picked up on 3-2,
Yeah.
and then absolutely. Yeah, we actually saw players go into it on 3-2 previously. It is something that is possible. I won't count it out completely.
I actually have seen this in TOC. You know, you're not making things up, but it usually is from the Jax line transition. You go Keepers, and then you go Jax, AP items, and you go there. It is not the most efficient line by any means, but it is doable.
It's just giving yourself one more out that you might not otherwise have when you have disco units on your board. And we know that players need a lot of those. But checking out on what's happening with Relic's board, you do have this early Kale.
Oh yeah, and I do want to mention the blue buff on the Vi. This is actually a secret tech, I would say, because you get instant cast, and you can actually backline your Vi for that as well.
Ooh, getting more of the Clement tech.
The big punch so far away. So we've got Kale
Still
already
lose it, though.
on the Relic's board. Yeah, of course. Still losing. Still losing. Relic has gone towards Kale. We've got a Spatula. Taro, considering that, picking it up immediately, but it's going in a disco direction. Usually Spatula is not something you really look for, so it could be something else.
Pentakill. Just putting that out there.
It is the Exodia of the patch. If you get 10 pentakill, it's not really that hard. 2 spats, you can do it. It's much better than 10 KDA.
Is it?
It is.
Yeah,
I'm sad you're telling me that when I'm in KDA. But
Oh, yeah.
Are you the Spellweaver girl? I remember.
The spell, which one? There's 2. Anyway, checking back in on Taro. Does it have, I don't know what emblem you would actually want to slay.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Heartsteel available, but it's not really like a Heartsteel position necessarily.
No.
You're not going to slam Punk, you're not going to slam Country, right? So this spat is just going to sit here for quite some time. Taro seems very open to just lost streaking on this stage, regardless.
Does seem like this would be the place to cook. If you're Taro, you can do it now. Show the world what you have. He's 11 points away from Milala, and he really can't check for at least two more games.
Yep, so going for open fort, just gonna lost streak quite a bit, and then we'll see what composition he ends up going for in the late stages. Basaka has been able to find a Gnar headliner on the tail end of stage 2. It's really, really good for win streak, and having the blue buff Sterix, pretty reasonable items to be putting on that for this early stage of the game.
And it does look like Saka is going to be going for something. I think this is like a Senna transition. He actually slammed the Jeweled Gauntlet. This is rather interesting. Jeweled Gauntlet, you know, not typically favored in the Senna composition because true damage doesn't crit. But we'll see where he goes for. We know he does play blue buff on the Senna, though.
And speaking of these Gnar headliners in the stage 2, Jiue also finding this. Maybe even better items for that with the Super Fan online as well. It looks like 3. It's actually a pentakill Gnar this time around. But still being able to have a 3 itemized Gnar 2 Spoils of War, going to be able to make a lot of econ.
Yeah, especially because like that Gnar can be pretty tanky.
Ooh, it's Radiant.
But wow, Radiant
5 Super Fan on the other side.
Oh, this is a bit awkward for Zilria. He's on a 4-win streak. Can he actually make it to the PvE round?
We'll see. The Radiant Steric's going to be very strong, but the rest of the board for Zue was a bit better initially. He's got a healthier Gnar, but the Radiant Steric's, I believe it's already popped. There's still too much to get through on the other side, though. Edge of Night, I think, is still available, so there's still going to be that to kind of fall back on. It comes down to the healing as we go into overtime. Edge of Night helps a bit. It will be enough, so that is going to be Jiue keeping the win streak all the way to Crows.
That was extremely lucky from his Gnar. He jumps to the backline immediately because he is on that headliner, and the same thing happened on the other side from Saka.
Swap places.
Exactly. If they actually hit each other first, I think the Edge of Night would have been popped and he would have lost.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. It just comes down to the way that Gnar works in this game as a headliner, and it's all for a W for Jiue being able to get that win streak coming in after a rough start. Had such a great game with the Yasuo in that previous game. Needs a top 3 to get into check, and that can be very doable from a place of such high tempo. We've seen him win streak to 4-5 before. I don't know that this spot's going to do that, but Spoils of War can help you extend those streaks for a very long time.
This is exactly what Zilria is known for. In the TOC, he had a game on level 8 where he hit Alawi 2 and Lucian 2 and just steamrolled through the entire tournament. That was what happened yesterday too, where he had 2 very high-tempo Heartsteel games.
All right, no one losing to Krugs. That was a little close.
What?
Just a little close.
Taro.
But this is very interesting to see. Taro was playing with the keepers and some of those disco units. Had a really nice shop there to get the Senna already in, and has a super strong role for the Senna now for the reroll.
5 Sennas in a single shop, so everyone else who was wanting to play Senna is now like, okay, well, that's not really fair. And now that Spatula has some more direction, right? Because now true damage is kind of the very clear sign.
I really like the Christmas tree positioning he has here, making use of the keepers. And this is what we see from Senna's early stages on. You want everyone to group around that Echo, the stun to go down, and then the AoE to just wipe out everyone.
Ooh, Seraphine though on the other side. Scapeus wants to try to go down a reroll line, and he's really well known for those. Said in his interview that he really likes to be able to play those when he gets to a spot. And we've seen Seraphine have some hit or miss runs so far in the tournament, but it's got the blue buff already, so you could either go for a Seraphine here. If you find some early copies of Lulu, you could also go Lulu. It's a really flexible item.
Yeah, I could still even go towards the Ahri Warriors, which Scapeus has been really comfortable playing around throughout this tournament. He said he does like to slam the Ahri items early on to play for tempo. It feels like blue buff and the rest of the Ahri items are just good for that, so we'll see if he ends up in that direction. He's still very open as we move into our augment selection, and immediately Taro, who is just dropping HP so much, has grabbed that last stand.
Definitely, and I do agree with you. Ahri Warriors is most likely. It's its most played line, plus he already slammed double Sterix. That is usually not how you play Seraphine, from what I've been told.
Hey, it's the World Championships. You never know. You never know what these players could be cooking. But we've got a couple of Crash Test dummy choices coming through from Ice and Scapeus. And I'm looking at the team building that just got picked up from Milala now to have those 2 Lesser Champion duplicators. And I see those Kale items.
Yeah, that Hero grab bag is going to make it happen, right? Because we've got the Kale items online. He knows he's potentially contested because we did have Relic on the line, but Relic's not committed, right? Because this is just a Ginsu coming from the super fans. The only thing that is slammed are the AP item in the front line with that Spark and then having the Guard Breakers. And this can go a lot more ways. We've got to raise the stakes for Ice.
This is exactly what I want to see. So far, nobody really contesting those big cash outs. And I remember Ice actually had Heartsteel fairly early on. did pick up that Aphelios 2 as well. So it's all about how many stacks you can go to. Typically, if you hit the 500, that's worth about 2 prismatics. You know, one can hope. It doesn't happen much, but that would be what I want to see.
Yeah, we've been looking for a big cash out from Ice to be able to really see that APM on the screen for us here, and just not being able to really get too many chances to have full display of what Ice can do.
Ooh, got an Executioner backline in. So Sako is kind of cooking something up. Still has these items land to the Gnar. And I'm wondering, when will he pivot?
Well, he's going to
What
want
is
to
he
be
looking
able
for?
to push to, you know, level 7, level 8. It looks like more of a 4-cost potential board here, trying to play towards that from tempo, and then just play around potentially Ahri, right, with the blue buff, and then also having this Akali online with the red buff and the Bloodthirster, definitely wanting to just try and find a bit of a flex line here.
Yeah, this is an interesting position for him. He does have the patient learning, so it's most likely still going to be 4-cost, as you talked about. But usually if you want to go for something else than Heartsteel, you really need that Penta Emblem to actually play it. Now, Saka is at, he's still very healthy, so there's not even that much chance of him getting a spat.
Yeah, wouldn't have an early pick on the carousel, and we saw Taro pick one up earlier. I don't think he's actually slammed it yet, so he still has it on the cannon. So if we see a spatula on this carousel, immediately Taro will be the one to pick it up. Ooh. And there it is, Tac Crown for Taro on his side if he wants it. We do see him immediately go instead for the Senna. So not going to go for the Tac Crown, wants the true damage emblem to try and cap around the Senna instead.
I think that makes the most sense, because I wonder where you go in terms of the Tac Crown to add another unit.
Yeah, and then with that, though, Saka actually picks up the spatula. And so that is what you were talking about, needing the Penta Emblem to actually cap it out.
That's actually very fortunate for him, because he was 5th place in terms of the carousel, and still being able to get that big boon. Now he has an open line towards the pentakill. It's just that his econ is still suffering for a bit, but he's going to emoji anyway.
Get the emoji out. Just a reminder, Saka just needs to get a top 5 in this game to get check. And I think a Pentakill emblem is a great way to try and make that 4-cost play for, you know, a top 5, right? We've seen some struggles from Pentakill, but it can still find a 5th place relatively easily.
5th place is always good enough, especially if you hit that pentakill on your headliner +1. Level 8, you can put in 7 pentakill.
7 Pentakill would be pretty great. And then maybe if you get to the end of the game, you still figure out a way to maybe get 10. But right now, Ice is going to be on Raise the Stakes versus Milala's board.
Yeah, and this is actually potentially winnable, but it seems like this Olaf might be able to hold on long enough. No, but the chain CC, and now Ahri takes him down. Frontline finally falters. This fight for a moment there was starting to look like it could have been something tragic for Ice's Heartsteel as he gets to the 200 breakpoint exactly.
I think this is pretty crazy, but with a 1-star kill, he's able to go on a 7-win streak. There are some fraudulent boards out there that are waiting for 3-7.
Quite a few, and it lets Milala get there with just an insane amount of gold on level 6. He's got 80 here on 3-6 as we've got this cash out from Ice.
I sighed a breath of relief right there, because there's a very high chance you could hit Tome on 200, and that usually blows up your stage 4. Getting the Radiant item, definitely one of the high rolls.
It's a Radiant Deathblade too.
Yeah, it's a pretty reasonable one, especially being with the IE and the red buff. Yeah, maybe mana generation would be nice for the Ezreal, but if you have that much flat AD and then the crit to follow it up, attack speed from red buff can be enough. It's just an immense amount of damage.
I don't think it's reasonable at all on Ezreal, but it would be good for Ice.
Yeah.
Well, we on the other side have Degree that is still rocking it with that Jinx. And just trying to keep preserving some HP here, but Ice is spiked now after that cash out, and this this Jinx is having some trouble.
Degree is much more likely heading towards that Executioner line here, as we see the Guardbreaker is one of the best items for the Executioner, and you have the innate crit going into it.
But I worry then, is Saka contesting in any way, having like the Vex and the Akali?
No, just going to be playing towards the Pentakill overall, so the Akali's the only one that would likely want to stay. We do see that for the mid game though, Saka is actually able to pick up a Samira. So if the units are held in this like mid game, the stage 4, before Saka goes to level 8, then it can cause some trouble for Degree if he wants to roll now.
I still think he's going on the pentakill like we talked about. He's holding on to super fans, and also those Akali items like Bloodthirster don't really have a great place for the Executioner line. So, you know, I think Milala would be under a little bit more pressure from Saka looking forward.
Whoa, that's a lot of 2-star units now. With Milala doing a big roll down, rolls past quite a few different headliners.
Yeah, he needs to find the kill. He's got the 2 duplicators, so he just needs to find the headliner, and he's actually just going to have the 3-star immediately. That's why you see him rolling all the way down, but he just misses at this point. Milala just needed to find that kill, and it would have been 3-star immediately.
He rolled 48 gold on just that turn, did not find the headliner. Welcome to 2-cost reroll, TFT.
Well, the good news is that Relic on the other side also doesn't have a 3-star 2-cost. I know we said that he's probably not sticking to this Kale, but still, you're really happy to see that on the other side, that you can still win these boards.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Milala is just still winning. Yes, he rolled a lot of gold. He did upgrade his board significantly, but he didn't find the 3-star, and a lot of players did actually roll on 4-1. There's been a lot of gold spent on these roll downs, and Milala's still keeping the streak alive, so at least he can recover his econ and try and find this headliner.
Oh, well, he found a Mordekaiser instead, actually.
Oh my god! Is that even better? It might be even better to just find that 3-star Mord immediately. It does mean he's very far from Kale, though.
Yes, he did use up, I believe his champion duplicators are gone for that one. So, actually, statistically, the Mordekaiser 3 does actually have a higher win rate.
Right?
It caps higher.
Yeah, so Mordekaiser 3, and then now, I mean, reasonably, I guess you could push levels and just try and play around some additional carries to supplement the Kale and just play around 2-star Kale instead, because it will take a very long time to actually hit the 3-star from here.
Ice is rolling 2 and found the Ezreal headliner. Also has a Blitzcrank, so Sentinels in the front line. Still not going to be the most powerful front line that we've seen here.
And Degree actually almost finding the Vex, playing around the Emo Vex, and the Amumu not quite in, so it's not quite close to the Amumu 3, but the Vex 3 is just 1 away.
True, and I would say overall, probably the biggest hit is Zirui right here. He does find the Lucian on 8, which allows you to go 3 Jazz very early on. And his board also has the Yorick, too, with perfect items. So this is what Zirui is known for, just high roller on level 8.
Use the tempo from the early game, get to level 8, and then just high roll, and then you'll win the game. That's easy enough.
And that's the thing that has made Heartsteel so sometimes problematic. It's not really that the cash outs are that powerful. It's just that the flexibility and the overall cap of those level 8 units can be overwhelming to all other boards.
Well, Scapeus has found a Lux for now and has re-itemized those backline Kale items onto Zed.
Yeah, it looks like he completely whiffed on level 8 here and ends up just landing on this Lux at the end to just give himself some backline to rent for a fight or two. But Scapeus on a 5 loss, and then this roll down not finding purchase. This is a really, really tough spot for Scapeus, who only needed that top 3 to make it happen.
He does have enough HP to go into the PvE round, so this is a big point to see if he wants to just keep on donkey rolling, or is he going to just say, you know, I'll save a little bit of money and see what happens here with the naturals.
Well, it's lucky that he ran into Taro, who is still 1 Senna off from being able to get that
He's
Senna
got 1
3.
Senna off pretty much the whole game.
It's been a while.
It feels like. And still, I mean, I think it seems like he rolled down once again. He's on 0 gold. I don't know how it's possible for one player to be a lightning rod for so many low rolls in a single tournament.
Taking one for the team, I guess, which is sad. But we've got another carousel up, and there is a York and a Sona.
Yeah, this Yorick is going to be absolutely massive if Zirui can find it. It would send him onto the pair. It looks like someone else was able to snag it away.
Caitlyn picked up for Milala.
God, Milala's Dango is so
big. Dango.
Big Dango.
Big Dango. You look at Degree, little Dango.
Well, we are seeing a big board here from Ice. Still, the Ezreal has now become itemized. This was a hit that Ice was able to get on that 3rd augment choice, and now you've got it fully itemized. That feels pretty good. Degree has also found a 2-star Samira, and still looking for the Vex and the Amumu.
Looking for Amumu, not Vex. Dropped the Vex headliner. so that he could
right,
find the
he did.
Amumu instead. Ends up getting that Amumu, stabilize the front line. The most important unit in an Executioner comp is that Amumu, and gets it as 3-star. This should help stabilize him a little bit, but I don't know how it's going to last long term because he's still kind of far away from upgrading the backline.
Yeah, and this is a really unfortunate matchup for him. The Akali does go into the backline first and picks off most of his damage. Only one item on the Samira, and not even that much crit. 2/3 of the damage on Samira is actually locked behind her style points.
Yeah.
So if you have this sort of item combo, you really want something such as a guard breaker or the Hodge onto her.
Need that crit to level up the composition. We see the support item as well. Degree gonna roll a little bit, not able to find more as we look at Taro's board. Unable to find the Senna still.
Ooh.
That's so tough. Like he basically has no gold left to work with here. Even though he has the 6 true damage online too.
6 true damage, but he's taking true damage as mental damage for all of these low rolls, time after time, game after game. Yeah, he's got the true damage Ari, but not for long because there's the Akali in the back line once again.
This is such a tough matchup, and I think everybody's going to need to be really nervous about this headliner Akali. Relic is once again found himself into a spot to be able to just kind of play around all of these forecasts.
I do really like his board. I think he's playing 7 KDA right now. There's a ton of stats there. And though this is a bleed out style of composition, if other people are low rolling, you can punish them.
Yeah, the big thing that this looks good for is Scapeus, because Saka and Taro are both falling very low. Scapeus needs to find a 5th, and Degree, while he found the Amumu, hasn't been able to find a very strong backline. So Scapeus just needs to out-survive those 3, find himself in a 5th, and he'd be able to lock a spot for check.
This is a big alert for everyone. There's already 7 Zeds here, and I didn't see another Zed elsewhere.
Yeah, you would want maybe Zue to have one of those if you want to be able to try to upgrade it that way, but Zue doesn't actually have another crowd diver unit at the moment.
Yeah,
So.
and Taro gonna finally hit that Senna 3. It's probably too little too late for this to be a solid game, but that's really sad for Scapeus, as he will be in a tough spot from there.
Saka on 10 HP. This is his final roll down. Can he actually find those last 2 copies of Zed and bring it back? Oh, doesn't look like it.
Not
1 gold.
able to put it together, and now it's Taro fighting for his life, goes against Yue. Still very, very strong at this point. Saka gonna run into Relics, Ari, Akali. And Akali immediately gonna get onto Saka's Ari itself. Should be able to knock her down with the burn from the red buff.
This just looked like a game where Saka didn't have a very clear direction on where to go. There were 3 other Heartsteel players, Executioner cutting his lines off, Senna and Kale there as well, and Saka falls with a potential 3-star not realized.
Only needed a 5th or better in order to get into check, but gonna fall in 8th here, so that's one of our players who was in striking distance, not able to convert, not able to make it to that check so far. Looking at Taro and Degree, players at the bottom of the table haven't been able to get there as Degree is just 1 away from this Vex. Just cannot find it.
I cannot believe that number we're seeing. 92
There
gold
he
rolls.
Oh, but he can't get it. If he can win one more fight, what did he sell? I didn't see, but he got there.
He sold a
Executioner.
Yeah.
Oh, so 3 Executioner instead.
Yeah,
It's probably still better to have the 3-star.
Yeah,
He
he's
sold
only
an
on 8
Akali that was
HP.
in the back.
Yeah.
so.
It's going to be hard to get there, though. The Mumu trying to survive. It's against Taro, who has finally hit the Senna. And Degree not able to hold on. Taro at least going to survive one more. Find yet another potential 6th or better. As Degree going to take that hit and go down.
This was the worst possible matchup he could hit right here. Enemy was true damage. He was stacking damage resistance and also armor MR. Doesn't even matter against the Senna.
That's why the Amumu melted so fast, right? Because we saw it in other fights, look so incredibly tanky, but against the Senna, it's a good call out, does absolutely nothing. As we see another cash out coming through for Ice. He's strong enough. So he has the Jin with some perfect items on it. Blue buff, IE, and the Gunblade. He's just trying to continue to find that 2-star to really pop off.
But on the other side of this, Milala has been 4-win streaking, finally finding the Kale 3-star to pair up with that 3-star Mordekaiser in the front line. And poor Taro, who's sitting at that one
the
last
master
life,
of low
is going to be rolling into Milala's board.
He had 8 Sennas at the start of stage 3, didn't manage to hit until, I believe, late stage 4 here. And there's just no way that he can claw back against 5 extra units here.
Last stand, though, so at least actually not going to be eliminated. Going to be able to hold on for one more round, maybe more, and maybe that actually can lock Scapeus out. We'll have to keep our eyes as Scapeus has started this win streak. He needs a 5th or better, and there are 2 people below him.
Yep, there's going to be Ice as well, who is sitting at elimination point. And what are you looking at, Clement?
I'm looking at the Alawi. This is huge. He needs frontline, instantly goes for it, and locks it in. Also gives him an edge of 9 if he gets the Yorick.
Yeah, Taro finding an extra true damage emblem as well. Going to unlock this comp a little bit more. A lot of our bottom players are getting a lot stronger, and Scapeus needing that 5th. He needs one more of them to go down before he does at 16 to try and find himself in check.
Oh, that looks just so much better. You instantly get 3 frontliners just from that one unit. Slightly low roll on this one. Does find a Virtues as his cash out. Usually Aegis is just the best one.
Yeah.
You get the attack speed, extra resistances.
A little more frontline from the Virtue, but it's not significant enough that I think you'd still rather have that Aegis.
Yep, Aegis will lock it. Would probably be the best ones here. And he is going to put his Ezreal on the 3rd row. Make sure that...
Oh, it's Milala!
No.
The Reaper coming through as Taro on the other side runs into Relic. Should be able to find that with the last stand, but I'm looking at Milala versus Ice. Ice found some upgrades, but can he deal with Mordekaiser 3? I'm not so sure. A big cast from Ezreal, but the healing still there from the Gunblade. The Radiant Deathblade almost made that cast enough, but it doesn't get there. Milala will eliminate Ice. Taro stays alive, but that should mean Scapeus has made it into the top 5 and has made it to check.
That's going to be Milala and Scapeus now, putting the lobby into check. Ice cannot do that after not being able to get that top 3, but Relic, still alive at 15 HP, has a chance to do so as well if he hits that 3rd or better.
It's a really interesting board that he's playing right here, actually going with partially EDM and also having the Caitlyn as his main carry. Honestly, I don't think I've seen this version of Ahri Warriors whatsoever.
I mean, if anyone was going to put something like this together, it's Scapeus with how he's been playing so far. Always happy to cobble together something, some 4-cost soup instead of 5-cost soup on this patch. He's going to run into Milala now, be the next victim over there, but he's done enough. He made it to that top 5, and Taro holding on, just trying to score enough points to be in a position to even make it to check in his next few games.
Well, it does look like he's going to take down Zillia, who has been streaking forever here. And looks like Zillia, even though he high-rolled on that Lucian, wasn't able to find the pair just yet.
We have our top 4 now. Relic, Taro, both at a point where they can get eliminated, but this last stand, are there still boards that this last stand can beat?
It's really hard to say. It's pretty strong with this board, but you're still on a Kali 1, RE1. Maybe if you find some of these upgrades, the 4 costs are still going to benefit from that last stand quite a bit and actually add some additional carry value to this Senna, because right now, she's just solo, even though Lulu is 1-star.
I think he just has to keep on calling on Zillia, said, hey bro, can I go over to your place to crash a little bit? Because Zillia is still coasting on a lot of HP and gold. I think that's pretty much it.
All right, but the big thing to look at, Yue and Relic can both get into the top 3 here and make it a 4-way check between Scapeus, Milala, Relic, and Yue. They're able to find their way there. Relic falling very low overall, so we have to see if he can hang on past Taro.
And this is kind of crazy how far ahead Zillia actually built himself up. He's sitting on 52 gold, level 9, waiting on the level 10 to come through here. It's going up against Relic, but, you know, Relic's board just has so many more upgrades.
Relic dodged Milala. I think that was the big thing that he wanted to avoid. And that means Taro may fall down while Relic stays alive. But this Poppy is so incredibly tanky, And now finally the Ahri is getting shot down by the Lucian. It's up to the Akali as there's one more cast on the Yorick. The Ghoul is still there. And actually Relic is going to fall. And Taro, it looks like, may have found the win against Milala. And Relic not able to get to check as he needed a top 3. And he falls in 4th. Latam was almost just one game away from winning, but it's going to be another 19.
That's such a huge loss for the player.
You could see that on his face too when it happened. He knew what was at stake in order to win that combat. But now that is going to be another game for him. Relic, though, sadly not going to be able to make it this time, but Ziwe, with that top 3, has locked in a check.
Yeah, we will have 3 players, Milala, Scapeus, Jue, all on check in the next game. This is now about Taro trying to get as many points as possible for himself to have a chance later on.
He is going up against a ghost board, and we did see last time he was able to beat Ziwe. No significant upgrades just yet. Looks like he will climb another spot.
The fact that he beat Milala as well, he's actually beating both of these boards, even though they're both incredibly strong, incredibly captured. Yue does have more to go, and Milala could be looking for a level up as we see that gold starting to drop. He was at 96 going into this one. Milala should be able to find some meaningful upgrades.
And I do want to take a look at Ziwe and tell everyone why this board is so strong. He actually hit one of the best headliners, Emo, Poppy. It gives you 2 extra traits here, and he also hit Jazz, 3 Jazz early on stage 4. So 7 traits, best headliner, and also a Yorick here coming in on level 8. Just was so strong throughout the early stages.
Yeah, he's also got those pair of Lucians, and he's going to be able to go to 10. This cap will come through. He has a lot of HP to spare, and so does Milala, and that's where things get scary for Taro. How can Taro upgrade his board meaningfully to continue finding these victories as we look as Taro is fighting both of the boards, one as a ghost, one as himself, and it looks like currently the Sen is actually winning both of them.
Ooh, that's a close one, but the Kale's gonna get hit by that first. But yeah, that's just solo
the
Ahri damage.
And the real Taro being able to beat both of these very strong boards. But now there's still more capping for both Milala and Jue to do.
I do want to take a look at how many pentakill Milala did get in, because he's playing on Sentinel headliner here, and there is a penta +1. Oh, that's going to be huge for Milala.
Can you get to 7?
Yeah, you could definitely get to 7 here. You do need, you know, for higher penta, you do need the double spat, but 7 would be great.
Picks up the Karthus, so...
Karthus levels up. You could just put in the Karthus plus the emblem and puts him at 7. Finds the Yorick. That's
even
the hit he really wanted to fully start to cap this. Yorick 2 would be huge at level 9 for him to be able to find that. Only 30 gold, though, so not super high odds to find that hit.
That's huge, though. Can also just sell everything for Econ. Now he has enough to be able to behold the HP and then try to roll for an upgrade with something like the Karthus and the Yorick a little bit later.
So this is something that Panda had mentioned before, but the key thing about the Pentacomp is that they need to avoid just getting focused here by Ziwe. If the Lucian and Ezreal are able to stack on the same target, they can blow through Mordekaiser before second cast.
Yeah, now at this point, though, the 7 pentakill seems like it was a big enough upgrade as Milala trying to strike down that Taro, and it is going to be enough. Taro going to fall in 30. Still finds a much better game this time around, tries to get himself closer on the points, but won't be able to put himself in striking distance of check. Notably, 3rd place puts him at 11 points. He needed one more placement to even be in that striking distance.
Oh, and Ziwe here just kind of low-rolling as he goes to level 10. But hey, he's level 10, you know, he can't complain all that much. Doesn't find the Lucian 2 or the Yorick 2. Milala is much more limited in terms of how he can position his units. I'm looking at that Viego and wondering where it could go, because it does have this sort of wrap angle where he has to go around.
It's going to get stuck on a tentacle first, though, before it ends up actually getting there. But at least there's not too much HP, but it buys some time here for this Ezreal as well as this Aphelios to start getting some damage down.
Yeah, this tentacle is going to be a menace because the Alawi has been relatively untouched, so it's going to just keep respawning until finally the Kale gets onto her. But it's been so late. This tentacle has done 3 full cycles, and even with that, Kale trying to carry, not going to be able to do it one more cast, but if the tentacle does not get 3 cycles there, I think Milala can find this fight.
Ooh, big Lucian upgrade.
Oh, that does change things, though. That can make it even harder for him to be able to turn this around.
We are going into stage 7 right here. That does mean that Zirui will have 1 extra life if not enough units are killed on the other side here. While Milala, he's on his absolutely last legs. So I think the biggest thing for him is just to look for, hey, can he actually find that Yorick upgrade? And maybe even that Kane too, because he could swap the Spat over. Doesn't have 3 Edgelord just yet on his composition.
Yeah, Yorick 2, potentially with like a Thieves' Gloves or something off of this, could be a massive way to upgrade. So we'll see what item he ends up getting. Look for the roll down.
There's at least the Karthus 2 here for Milala. And I'm looking at the Akali that also just got put in on the board. But you're still looking for that big Yorick. And there's 2 that are 3 out of the pool here, as Zirui was able to find the 2-star himself.
Akali 2 picked up from Milala, but if it doesn't have items, it's actually just going to feed mana to the backline, hitting it. I would want to see it itemized potentially to try and actually assassinate onto this Lucian, but instead, she's going to be able to just feed her some mana. There's the fight. Mordekaiser in the front line. We actually see this Yorick wrapping towards the Kale, takes down all that front line, but the stun from Thresh able to slow the damage quite a bit. Kale not able to do enough. It looks like that is just going to be a victory for GUA. And he's going to put himself in check from already making this top 3. A really solid performance. And Milala not able to find the first, so maybe he doesn't feel so bad about being on 19 points this time. Second's good. Second's fine.
Yeah, you know, the next time is the charm.
Next time's
yeah,
first,
exactly,
right? This is the
exactly.
second, next time's the first.
Yeah, you got to ramp it up there. But that was an amazing game, especially taking a look at just how far those players were able to take it. They needed to get to level 9, level 10, and find these big value units in order to be able to get those placements.
I love the way Milala tried to cap his board. He had the Executioner duo going for the backline, but unfortunately for him, Vampirism and also Edge of Night on the Lucian just said no.
Yeah,
Not
so
enough that you can do there, absolutely.
Zio is going to be another player that ends up being able to join, of course, 2 more that have reached this checkpoint. So where are we going after this? Well, analysis first, and then we'll see if any player can finish the job.
All right, come on, Scapeus and Taro. Give us what we want to see. Give us the Wandering Trainer.
Oh, thank you, more dog.
Back and come on. Just going to be a victory for GUA. And he's going to put himself in check from already making this top 3. A really solid performance in Milala. Not able to find the first one.
Hey, tacticians. Sherman here. Make sure you stick around after the finals. We'll be revealing the new set and some big updates for esports in the latest dev drop.
welcome back to the TFT Global Championship. We're here with another analyst desk, and I feel like in this specific game, we saw a lot of change in the lines that players were chasing down, a lot of forecasts being played actually in the long run. Peter, Taro finally making it into those top 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was really rooting for him in that game, particularly, you said, with title having won the World Championship in the previous event, to come in here to be so far behind the rest of the pack and to get a good game, I think means absolutely everything. But it looked pretty shaky for a while. I mean, he had the last stand there, of course, and he had the absolute miracle of a shot, but sometimes we see those shots go a little sideways.
Yeah, you think it's like a high roll, the fact that you got the Senna early, but actually until 5-1, he didn't got the Senna 3-star. In another round, Relic also with the high stakes in here, he needed a 3rd place. He only get a 4th place. Coming back to your point, makes the forecast composition. In his case, he was trying to go for the Ari Warriors, playing with the Akali. It's a good comp to go for 4th, go for 3rd, but he only misses 1 into going to check. But the highlight was actually China with a level 10 really cap board.
Once again, it seems like the same story. Spoils of War being the most important thing, scaling that into the late game to send a gold variant, but still so effective for a player that, remember yesterday in day 2, 5th and 6th games, played Heartsteel, needed to have that clutch moment to even make it to day 3, and he does so again where it matters most, where he needs a big result.
Yeah, and I mean, Milala didn't even need that big result. Like we were saying, any place would have been enough, but in terms of competition, you still want to get those high points, you still want to test things, you still want to try and go for the maximum that you can go for, and Milala does just that. Once again, with getting a Kale 3, Mordekaiser 3, a comp we've seen Milala run a lot. We were even breaking it down this morning with specific positioning.
Yeah, and I think particularly as well, having the Lucky Street, the Gambler's Blade in there from really early on, just sort of, again, unlocks an even better version of the composition we already know is an incredibly reliable composition at base.
And the heads-up thing for the kill reroll, I think, is the fact that players from NA specifically in this tournament have noticed that Mordekaiser Headliner is really the key for these big moments where you're able to get into the top 3 almost guaranteed. It makes it that much easier to find the Mord 3. The kill you can find a little bit later into the game, but really center on the Mordekaiser as a centerpiece of that comp.
We're actually seeing the roll down here, Milala working on that kill, looking for the kill 3, and then popping up with the Mordekaiser 3 to get actually the best possibility of that comp, only losing to a level 10 cap comp, needing maybe the Yorick to be able to face it off.
Pana, we were back there, of course, watching as we do, and you were talking about all the different matchmaking possibilities. In the end, Scapeus clawing his way to that 5th place. His comp looked kind of here and there, though.
It was really just hoping and praying for a 5th place, hoping the matchmaking went his way, especially with Taro. Taro hit late, but he had last stand, and the moment that last stand proc,
that's the moment from Relic.
Whoever's in this pool is in big trouble. Relic as well, we saw with that 4th place, just barely missing the result that he needed.
Yeah, you can see the heartbreak on his camera. I think, certainly coming to this event, we have quote from yesterday, he really wanted to give the tournament to LATAM fans, but now that's been taken out of his hands, with not being able to get the finish there.
Yeah, it's definitely rough, but of course the tournament does still go on. We have more games to go. Everything is still open, hasn't been decided. All 8 players still fighting for everything. And
Hey! What's going on?
We might have an intruder here on stage.
What?
He was here the whole time.
What does this mean?
We'll figure out.
King Pengu.
I wonder what happened in that last game for such a change.
It has happened. 3 players are on check now. Milala, Zhue, and Scapeus all made it to the esteemed 20 points.
It's important to highlight that now Taro is the only one who cannot make the check in the next round, but both Degree, Sake, Ice, and Relic with any results, Ice, Sake, and Degree actually need only like a decent result, and they're already there, and with the possibility of check, but obviously Milala and ZUS, Kipeos with the possibility to take it away.
I mean, we were looking for the situation to develop in this kind of way. Once more than a couple of people have headed on to check, it's not realistic to stop all of them anymore. The only way you can is by taking that 1st place for yourself, which is quite an ask to make at this point in the competition. We've seen so many incredible boards coming through. The kind of quality of board that's taking 1st place in this lobbies is off the charts.
And now going to Game 5, coming to this tournament, some would say the 3 big regions, North America, CN, and EMEA, are looking for a chance to win the championship.
They sure are, but so is every other player that is in this tournament. We're going to go to a very quick break, and then we will be back with our next game that could be ending it all. Stay tuned. And like I said, that game is about to start. 3 players on check. Hooper, you're already giving us the right tunes, but are we going to find the right units in the game? Has to be the big question.
My question is, are they going to turn off the Rumble?
I would hope so.
Now we're in the moment that everyone was waiting for. Now we have 3 competitors on check and 4 with the possibility of also going for that check. So now the stakes are higher than ever.
And what a story for all 3 regions that are currently in check. Scapeus stretching, making sure he's physically prepared for the battle at hand. Milala trying to cap out one of the strongest seasons of TFT we have ever seen.
We're seeing
now Champion Duplicator, Prismatic Symphony, and Training Dummy as the options.
4 players sitting on that Prismatic Symphony saying, high variance, I'll take it. If I can high roll,
on the wrong side.
I will go for it. And it looks like it might just be the case. Sake taking this one home. Prismatic Symphony is where we're going to be.
Makes sense. It doesn't make sense for the ones that want to do the check and are close to doing that 20 points. But for the rest, they're already in check. They want the high variance. They want to ensure a possibility of being able to, if they hit, they get a little lucky panda, go for that first place.
And look at the points coming into this game. There's 3 distinct groups. 3 players, of course, are on check right now. Scapeus, Milala, and Ziyue. Then we have 3 players that are very close to check. Anywhere close to a top 4, even a 5th in many cases, even a 6th in some cases, will do it. And then Degree, who needs a big first place to actually make check. And Taro just trying to make this tournament go as long as possible.
And I mean, Prismatics can help with that, but they can also do the opposite, which is probably why we saw Milala, among others, staying there. Right now, you're looking at our beautiful 9-box here to see what everybody is going for in those early stages. As usually, there's not too much going on. We're not seeing any bold headliner picks just yet. The only one I'm spotting is Sake on the right-hand side. buying out that Vi, usually something a lot of players do, just to how strong of a unit she is.
For sure. Also in the bottom right side, Milala already with 2 hardstyle units, the Set and the Kazante, the possibility of him on getting an early hardstyle, start to pump up on economy, and then look for the big cash out, possibly raising the stakes if possible, and trying to achieve that first place.
We have to look at the tournament game plan and really the game plan for this game 5 for the 3 players currently in check. Rerolls are dangerous. Players will want to stop you from ending the tournament for obvious reasons. Everyone wants to become a champion here. So playing any kind of reroll opens you up to being scouted in stages 2 and 3, and everyone else in the lobby, including your competitors on check, holding those units. Prismatics are rolling through. Let's see if there's any big and impactful ones coming up right now. March of Progress for Taro, Spoils of War as well. Hologram is an option for Milala. He's a player that loves to play Lulu. His tech in the World's in-houses was playing Lulu alongside a Mumu and finding a lot of success.
Spoils of War for Ziyue, one of the best augments. We have seen it with high priority shopping spree with Taro, and probably the best augment of the Prismatic, the roll the dice, now for Ice, now for Skip, sorry. And I think these are great augments for going for a win.
We're seeing the Twin Terror being picked up from Saka here. It was also open to Ice, and Milala is probably still thinking about that hologram, recognizes that somebody else might be on that same line and says, okay, I will not lock myself into that.
Milala picked up the orb in time, and again, we talked about it. If you go into that Lulu reroll and you have the problem of someone else contesting you, you're going to be too contested. It's too difficult, too risky of a game plan for Milala. I like the fact that he skipped it despite that being in his comfort zone.
Milala already with the 3 hard seal, so it's a great spot for him. He's going for combat even, so he's not looking for the big flashy plays, play like doing a loose trick with hardstyle. That's not the way this guy is playing. He wants to save as much SP as possible and then put in a position to look for the big cash outs in the later rounds.
Look at this Gnar. He's being a menace as he's moving through stages. Just absolutely terrorizing some of the other comms. But of course, as always, it is about the win streaks and the loss streaks that you can build out early. And we're checking in with Scapeus, our checkmate, who's in checkmate.
This is one of the best early games for him. He already talked about it in the interview. He has the setup for the superfans. He has a good headliner to start with the Evelyn, and now he can think about what he wants to do with the Radiant gloves that he has. Meanwhile, ZU going for the country, very good in the early game. We haven't seen much country Panda. I think we saw it once yesterday, but actually not with the best results.
Something we have seen a lot of is a scaling augment that rewards you for win streaking in the early game. 2 games in a row now, our winner has had Spoils of War at 2-1, and once again, it's exactly Jiwei who was just able to do it in that last game, and we've been scaling. Ice was the silver version, the gold version last game, and now we're with the prismatic Spoils of War.
Spoils of War is very good, but of course so are some of the other prismatics, so I'm not sure if it's really gonna go his way this time around. Seems to be working for now. Country just very strong in the early due to getting that Hecarim on board. More bodies means more HP for other teams to chew through, and usually that can help you quite well.
And Degree had a Heartsteel Aphelios in his shop, opts not to go for it, but goes for level 5, so really playing to try and maybe, I don't know, stop the loss streak here right now with the March of Progress. Has that early level up, which makes a lot of sense, but Milala is really the scary player, especially with the Infinity Force. Has been a very good augment throughout the first 2 days of competition. Has worked so well with things like the Zed, for example, with the instant cast as the fight begins.
For sure, starting with a slight lose streak, but actually losing very few HP, only 10, and now Relic with the possibility here, going for full mana. So he has a Mana Saint, he has the Shojin here, for now on the Nami, holding for them. He has the Kaisa also as the headliner, so still not an actual path makes for going, but fairly frequently going for something that generates a lot of mana, maybe the Lulu.
A lot of comms on the AP line that are open, reroll, or even going for that Ahri in the late game, I think are all possibilities that could be working here. I do want to point out, we saw several players go to 5 here, notably Ziyue, who's currently building out that win streak, trying to keep that going, trying to go for that momentum. And we are going to be hopping into that carousel. No spatulas, though.
Set is available for any player trying to go for Heartsteel, trying to really cap out with those crazy boards with Legendary that we've been seeing win so many of our games in this tournament. Milala is the one to pick up the BF sword as well, so great component, great unit. What more can you ask for?
Taro will probably go for that reroll. He already has the Super Fan, he has the Senna, so he's the one with priority.
Run it back.
Run it back, yeah, for sure. If it's working, why break it again?
The first time it worked this day? Okay, I'm going to do it again. Give me last stand, please, Mortog.
We're saying that on day one, it was actually the best comp in the game, like the most consistent. Day two, maybe not so much, and now once again is getting priority. Actually, the power it has to break down the tanks are pretty impressive.
Once again, this is the Set 10 Stage 2 Hall of Fame board. Olaf 2, Vi 2, Urgot, Country Online. This is all about raw power in Stage 2, especially with Spoils of War. You're really indexing into the augment and what it's asking for.
Right, and it's paying off thus far. Even went down to 0 gold when he went to level 5, but knows on the back end of Spoils of War, he's just going to be able to make that econ back, doesn't lose too much. So an easy math solution coming up there. Checking in with Milala, though, another one of our players that's on check, who really likes that Heartsteel line, it seems like.
For sure, he already has 4. He only needs the Aphelios to get 5. So I'm interested to see if maybe, I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't, but maybe he can do like those shy roll downs like Jidostor did on day 2 and actually gave in the first place to try to ensure he gets the Fire Heartsteel as soon as possible.
The cash out coming through. We'll see what the reward's going to be. The components are looking good. Wants a few tiers coming into this Krug round after this. Surely he won't raise the stakes, knowing that every eye in this lobby
he's thinking about it.
Milala.
Look at his face.
You dangerous man. He's raising the stakes. Now, the players that are going to be contesting for check in this game, who maybe only need a 6th, they can really warp their game plan around trying to stop Milala from cashing out here.
And he finds 5 Heartsteel here with an Aphelios that just very briefly showed in his shop. So that is probably why he was so tempted to go there and is why he's going there. But now he needs to be on his toes. You can see Relic on the other side.
He's like, you dirty boy.
Saying like, you're really doing it, huh?
And this, we heard the pings in the in-game sound. We heard some pinging going on. I wonder why. I wonder what players are indicating.
Relic has been playing a lot of Ari Warrior, so that's what he's going to do. We have to remember he only has 1 point aware from check, so anything that happened is good for him, so he's actually depending on their things. It would be interesting if Relic sees someone going for that first phase, some of the people that could good checkmate, maybe try to grief, maybe try to avoid that the round ends here and try to prolong it a little more.
The 5 loss streak for Degree here, so the only player that actually gets a 5 win or loss streak coming into Krug's, trying to maximize that economy.
We were just grinning at each other because there were more and more pings coming through, just players saying like, oh yeah, that's really happening. Attention, everybody. But for now, it is going to be Krug's for some more upgrades. And looking at Scapeus' board, he's already collected a few, currently has that IE open to go into an 80 flex line, but is also looking at other options.
Little reward there for Scapeus, who loves playing into the KDA line, has played 5 games of Ari Warrior, more than any other player in the field coming into this day 3, and he gets given a Nico here that can really help him play either into Superfans, which we see very little from Scapeus. He's only played 1 game of Senna reroll and 1 game of Superfan reroll overall in this tournament.
When we saw his board, it was actually very efficient, very, very low cost. Now Degree getting this case, he already had 1, so now he has 4. Normally you want a little more, and I think they could be enough.
So right before we hopped off Scapeus' board, he also had a Kale headliner offered, and I just saw the Kale 2 pop off for him as well. So both of these players currently picking up that headliner Kale. Now we know that's not a comp that likes hand holding, but we'll see. I think for now, Scapeus might just be playing it for tempo, whereas Degree's board seems to be going into the direction of the Pentakill for sure. And there he is, Scapeus on the other side with that headliner Kale.
Ice as well, the best Heartsteel player in the first 2 days of the tournament, is on Heartsteel trying to make check in this game. Number 5 overall right now is winning. He has a 4 win streak despite having his Heartsteel in, so trying to preserve HP to then have even bigger cash outs, potentially with 5 Heartsteel online in stage 4.
They're doing what we expected. Milala, Ice, both going for the Heartsteel, both going for that amazing cash out. And now Prismatic again, we saw it in the portal selection. And some good stuff here, healing for Milala and binary, a great item for the late game for Zijue.
2 different augments to draw attention to here. Milala, with Tiniest Titan, is going to be able to have even more HP to work with a Heartsteel, especially with the raise of stakes. But we also have Freaky Friday, 71% top 4 rate in the first 2 days for this augment, and we see at the very least Sokka has picked it up. Milala, it was his first augment choice as well. Binary, 77% top 4 rate across the first 2 days. Some of the best combat augments in the game are being offered here.
Relic does not go for Binary though, and Scapeus also rolled away his Freaky Friday, so good options being locked away, rolled away, saying this is not what we're looking for, instead going for some more stability. In Scapeus' case, just an extra unit, but isn't able to pick up the orb.
I have a trivia for you guys. Do you know why Relic didn't pick the Binary, but picked Radiant Relics? Radiant Relics.
Oh, no.
That's his favorite augment. It's his favorite augment. It's not a joke. It's actually his favorite augment. He believes in it. So there's some magic into it. Relic with the Radiant Relics.
It took 17 games of TFT casting for Hoope to give us an English pun, but we got a big one with his own compatriot Relic in the mix. I love that Hoope from you. And looking now, Scapeus gets a loss here. Was hoping to get a bit of a win streak going with a Kale headliner pickup. Gets a few Superfan upgrades at the very least.
But just kind of circling back to that topic, for Milala, who is raising the stakes, who is on that Heartsteel, now has the tiniest Titan as well. Those are a lot of stars that are aligning right now.
And no one seems to be stopping him. No one is trying to, really index into open forwarding or making sure Milala is not able to get that raise the stakes cash out, which is going to make him one of these scarier players coming to stage 4.
Yes, no one is in a position to do it. If you do that, you're actually griefing yourself totally, and we have a lot of players also looking for that check. Only Taro maybe is the one that still needs at least two rounds to get to that check, and now Milala faces again against Skip, and let's see if it's enough. Obviously, he wants to lose. He wants to ensure the loss streak for the big cash out with the double up.
300 hard stacks now for Milala. The risk is paying off.
You can see him very shortly
putting
his hands together there, saying, more dog, come on. Make this one a good one, but we are going to be moving yet into another carousel. And of course, for these Heartsteel players, for players who are playing on the loss streak, losing a lot of HP, you get that priority, and that could be yet another spatula, or just that one perfect item that you need, like, an extra tier for Milala. Blue buff would be ready.
It could be the set also as a priority unit. Taro goes directly for it.
Oh, poor Milala.
Yeah.
Even with his speed, he spawns on the wrong side of the carousel, could not make it in time.
We see it here. He still hasn't popped off any of the items, so he's waiting for the cash out and then start popping off, and the rest of the items are being taken. A Twisted Fate, obviously we won't be seeing any disco right now, and finally the rest of the comps. Now everyone has an archetype, everyone already has a path in which they want to go.
There it is, a cash out comes through from Milala. What does he pick up? A spatula is his first choice. He has to maybe open up some space on the item bench component here. Is fully stacked with components that he has to start slamming. Things like the blue buff could be slammed here. Half a red buff. Well, no, full red buff here as well. Another spatula, yeah. His crown. So many bows. Great components overall. And there's a second Infinity Force coming down from the Freaky Friday. So all of a sudden, a massive injection of power onto this board from Milala, who becomes the scariest player in the lobby.
And you can see everybody else just kind of watching, right? When you know that cash out is coming in, you're kind of taking stock, looking how much did he really get, how much of a spike is it, and do we have anything to put against that? I do want to kind of focus your attention on Zidre, who's up there with the Spoils of War, 3 wins in, and kind of playing that HP preservation game that we have seen specifically from the CN players.
So many players angling Heartsteel, Hoope. Not enough units for everyone. We're going to have to see what the 4-2 rolldowns look like, who's able to stay open to as many different carry options and really mix-ups as possible when it comes to Poppy, Zed, Ezreal, Caitlyn, Zac even.
And now we see ZUA here with the country, still with wanting to go for the Heartsteel, but I think he has a chance in his head to go for this line. He doesn't want it. He knows he has to go for the cap. He cannot allow Milala, he cannot allow the rest to close it out. So I truly believe he wants to run out of this. He has the set, he has the Ezreal, but it's not 2-star. So he wants to maintain this country ball that is very strong as long as possible, but I think 4-2 is the most he can wait for.
And now, of course, everybody else also wants that first place just to stop the 3 players who are in check from running away with it. But somebody that definitely wants it even more than that is Degree, because that first place would put him in check for the next game and give him another shot at this all.
But these game plans, the projection for some of these boards is starting to get very, very scary. Spoils of War alongside Binary, the extra items you get from both Spoils of War and the Heartsteel means that you're scaling out of control when you get into stage 5 and 6, as long as you survive, as long as you stay healthy. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Ziwei, who has 5 country, one of the strongest boards in this stage 3, an Urgot 2, the extra items from Binary right now. Just a very scary board to face now and in later stages as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing Milala. He was just at 50 AP, now at 40. It's a good spot. He's actually 40. He already got a lot of gold, and he hasn't made the roll down at level 8, where he will make the real stabilization of his board. So now the final round of the Wolf will decide which are the final items. So Skipdeos trying to go. What is he looking for here? Because he has still as a holder the Kale, but he doesn't have enough. He's holding the bars also. Maybe he's also trying to pivot out of it.
He's not playing Kale. He knows degrees on it. He knows it'll be very hard to contest for a first place.
But it also will be very hard to go for Heartsteel from them. Yeah.
But I think even harder for Kale. I think he knows he has to pivot out into something that can actually cap out strongly, despite being, I think, in projection behind players like Milala.
He's a SPDL, so he can do anything.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, he tends to just play whatever he can find, and we have seen a lot of weird combos come out of him, specifically stuff that is around that Jazz trait, where he just slots it in to give whatever he has built a little bit more extra power. So I'm not very surprised by seeing that Bard in here to try and find maybe that Heartsteel Jazz angle that we've seen a couple of times.
We see the crown on the side of his points. He's also in check, and now the roll down from Ice, trying to look. He gets the big shot. Ezreal, this is great for him. He has the items for him. He has the blue buff. He has the Infinity Edge.
I love this from Ice, rolling on 4-1, knowing that there's going to be some big roll on the 4-2. He might not be able to find any of these units if he waits until players like Ziwei, who has so much gold to work with, rolls as well, tries to find a few early units, takes them out of the shops, and the Ezreal's a big upgrade for now. Statistically, the big shot Ezreal headliner has actually not been performing at too high a level in the first 2 days.
Yeah, you need to cap it later. You need to Jin later to go together with the Misfortune, but it's not the best headliner to go on level 8.
And the big thing is, if you are rolling that early, you often also don't have the gold to roll a lot. So we saw like 2-3 refreshes, one more time Prismatic Augments coming in here, but not a lot that you can take out of the pool with 3 rerolls, right? So still a lot in there. Of course, like you said, that headliner definitely interesting. Would much rather had that Heartsteel.
I'm seeing you're impressed there. What are you looking at?
David, look down at Milala's board, because he picked up a very interesting prismatic option that completely changes what this late game will look like. But what the forwards, we see the Unleashed Arcana for Sakai, who had the option for Binary, didn't go for it. So many Lucky Gloves being picked up as well. Hologram for Degree, trying to play into a kill. Hologram board, which is not the most oftenly played thing. We see Lulu, of course, as the #1 option.
Yeah, it's interesting. He goes for that. Normally, you need more frontline. You already have the damage. So that he shows maybe not the best possibilities for him. And now he's set up. We have the 3
setup. Oh, double Sniper's focus is big. Eternal Windsor on each side of the board, making sure to chill and slow down the opponents as much as possible. If this Sniper's focus goes on something like a Lucian in the late game, this could be definitely what you need to cap out and to win a lobby outright and to become potentially world champion, cementing one of the biggest set runs of all time.
Now, I will point out that Milala is on 32 HP. He does have Tiniest Titan, so there is a little bit of room around that. But compared to some of the other players, he's already lost significant amounts, and we know how these prismatic lobbies go, where tempo just scales up and pressure trickles down. But Milala has the call to the sniper somehow.
Yeah, he needs a little more front lane. So even though he rolled down a lot, he rolled down to 0. He finds the Caitlyn that is not the best, but it's actually a good option to go to level 9. But he's still lacking at least the Poppy 2 to be stable and try to go for level 9. That is where he is capable of winning.
With the amount of Heartsteel players, we talk about the difficulty of trying to adapt to what you're given in the shops. You can't just tunnel vision on just the Ezreal and the Zed for the stage 4. You have to try and pick up things like the Caitlyn. We'll see if it will be strong enough. Scipeus against Milala, 2 players currently in check, trying to fight for the tournament win, but Scipeus still has not used up most of his gold, so this should be a fairly easy fight for Milala. If Milala can't win this, that spells disaster, I would say, in terms of his current potential.
I don't think that's something we need to worry about. Just looking at Scipeus' board, there's just not really anything there that could put up with What the Forge Caitlyn headliner board there. But we do have a Kiana and a Sona here. Could be interesting for some of the players that are on that Spellweaver line. Maybe go for that one.
Scipeus picks up the Ezreal, needs to find a way to transition into a stronger board. Ditch the Kayle, ditch the Yasuo especially. Still holding a TG there.
Yeah, Degree going for the Sona. We haven't seen him. He's the less played legendary because of the high volatile of the boards right now. So they're capping now. They're capping. We're trying to see if ZUA is going to be the one who caps out. Also, he, together with Milala, are trying to go for that level 9 and trying to get the comp that it actually has a good chance of winning the lobby.
Finds a Zed. What can Skip find? This roll down is so relevant. 2 Zeds is a good
Zed.
start. Illusion is an even better start. Every roll here is bringing in some juice for Skipeus. Is it enough to stay in contention for the lobby win, considering how far ahead some players seem to be with the prismatics they've been able to pick up for this game number 5?
For now, that is going to be everything, is thinking about how to slot these units in. Like you said, does want to play the Lucian, does want to play that Ezreal, but we know that players like Syria who are on the left side also want that Ezreal, so that unit is becoming scarcer and scarcer as the rounds go on. So at this point, you're probably very happy about having at least found that big shot headliner earlier on.
Yes, the thing is also that CUA, also with Milala, they still have to keep rolling. They haven't found the final stable. So they're generating gold with his helmet, but it's still not enough. And now we see the Executioner table winning against him. So they will actually need more gold. They need more presence to keep up with the lobby tempo.
And the rerollers are also joining the party. It's not all about Heartsteel in this game number 5. Taro running it back with the Senna 3 now, found a little bit earlier than he did in that last game. It was a tiny bit tragic how much he low rolled in that stage 3 to 4. Degree with the hologram kill has also found the 3-star, obviously not the 3-star Mordekaiser yet, which is that next big spike.
You're saying it, the Mordekaiser is missing, but I would have thought that at least with 2 KOs we would be somewhat stable. Degree is on a 3-loss streak, which is a little bit surprising, I would say. Skipeus making some moves.
Radiant PG on the Zed could be massive, with Lucky Gloves especially.
Now we have the Heartsteel. Yeah, it's the Heartsteel enfrentation now. Skipeus guy trying to go against Ice. Both have legendaries, not 2-star. Let's see if he knows. There's good positioning from the Lucian. Trying to go there. The Truth Shot barrage from the Ezreal is not enough. And only 1 life left. 12 HP. So a bad loss here. He knows it. He knows he's not in a good spot. And let's see if Milala is able to take it here. He really wants to go to level 9.
And there it is, the beauty of the Infinity Force Zed, such a good item for this carry. We talk about Freaky Friday being so impactful in a meta like this one with so many great carries that can use it.
We are also looking at Skipeus, right? One of our players who is on that check, 4 HP left in the tank. Nothing is coming really together for him. During these Raptors, he needs to stabilize this board somehow. And we already saw a little bit of a Monkastier moment in that previous game from him. So I am very worried.
Yeah, he's looking for the Hail Mary. He wants to to get another Lucian, use the duplicator. He's trying to grid it out. He knows that he cannot go
here.
for another one.
Glove is so big for the Zed now as well.
The Lulu 3 comes for Relic. So he's now stable and he will punish even more the Heartsteel players.
We need upgrades for Skipeus, as you mentioned, man. He's on his last life. Ezreal 1, Zed 1. MF is an upgrade, but not the one you were looking for, considering you do have a Zed pair here.
Yeah, you just said that you have to.
And
You
no
cannot
glove. No glove is
save that
tragic.
duplicator for the next round. Slams that Edge of Night and the Guard Breaker to try and make anything happen here. But really, neither this roll down nor the items were what Skipeus was looking for. And he runs into that Lulu 3 that was just found by Relic on the other side. There is maybe a slight chance that the Ezreal and the Lucian in harmony can find a way to break through to that backline. The Ziggs is taken out. The front line for Relic also slowly falls, but the Lulu is still pretty much alive.
The Manazine is mostly run out at this point in time. I think the Lulu cannot quite clutch it. The Zac, so resilient with the Radiant Declaw and the Radiant Steadfast Heart Relic. Unfortunately an 8th, but that's all he needed to go into check. So as long as no one else can end the tournament this game, he's still in contention if we're able to make it to that game number 6.
Taro was the only one we were seeing it there, the only one who cannot make it even if he gets a first place. And Sako here also staying with the Executioner 9. He's trying to get the Vex 3 and he got it. Vex 3 for him. Good front line with the Pantheon. He doesn't have the Amumu, maybe the Pantheon is not enough, so lacking a little front line there. Meanwhile, Degree with the hologram kill full max speed on the back lane.
One copy away from finding that Mordekaiser 3 there for Degree, but we are going to hop on over to Scapeus looking at Cijure's board. We still haven't found that Ezreal 2 for him is on a pair, but in the backline there is a Jhin who is ramping up and trying to get more of these units out. The Bard doing a lot of work here. Can the Zek get that stun out? And Scapeus hangs in there.
And such a close fight. We saw the Zed wrapping to the right, able to kill the Lucian, but the direct shots from the Lucian onto the opponent's Ezreal was so clutch near the end of that fight.
Yeah, the hero is being the Zac. The EDM is going there. He has a lot of CC. Also, the Zed is doing the CC for him, and actually that's what making the difference. Now Saka again trying to go with his line, and Ice rolling again. Now on level 9, trying to cap even more his board. He's looking for the Lucian too.
Seeing that Samira 3 come online, more and more pressure from Saku's board, but Scapeus is still on 1 life, and this time around it is going to be Degree on the other side of the board.
Scapeus now trying to fight up against the Kales. We're slowly scaling on the back left there. Lucian does not have the cross shot on them, unfortunately. We'll see what the Lucian can do though. Firing into the Kales now. Not quite on them yet, but the Zac surviving for so long, buying so much time. The Zed now onto the kill should be a win for Scapeus here, who's just barely able to clutch up every single one of these fights.
This Zac is an MVP for Scapeus.
Jazz Emblem, take out your saxophone. Scapeus is able to pick it up. It's right in front of him. What a massive stroke of luck for the Czech player. Exactly what he needed to potentially stay alive, considering he had a much weaker board than the other Heartsteel players.
He couldn't generate the economy the others did with the augments, but he actually has good combat augments. He's able to keep it out, and now with the emblem mates, he's able to get more life for all his comp, and he's able to do more damage, so this is amazing for him.
Yeah, he has shown in the past days that this is a line he is extremely comfortable on leading that Jess Heartsteel. Of course, very popular overall, but Scapeus now with that pickup not only finds that Jazz emblem, but also that 6-2. He is doing well right now.
I guess a Jazz on the Kiana to proc that true damage, but Milala also has a very capped board. Still on the Caitlyn headliner despite going 9. Finds the Kiana 2 that's really big for scaling into stage 5 and 6 as well. Able to print out a few more items. Does not have true damage in right now, actually.
This front line is very chilly if you're looking at it. A lot of winters coming through, and Milala is actually going to go up against Cijure on the left-hand side. We're looking at the Senna 3 from Taro that is dealing with the Jazz board from Scapeus. 2 players could get knocked out here, and for Scapeus, it's actually looking dire despite the massive pickups he found.
Zac down, and that's the end of the story. The front line has melted. Scapeus is out for the count despite the Jazz emblem. Not enough to put him into the game. Jiwei as well. It's now only Milala who's on check and who can become the TFT Remix Rumble World Champion if he's able to win this game. Every other player in this lobby eyes on Milala, trying to do anything they can to stop him from ending, again, one of the most historic runs in TFT history.
Only 13 HP for him, but he's actually very close. Good front line. The Kiana making a difference there. Double Kiana now with the mirror, and the Caitlyn that is actually doing great work. He decides not to sell because the 8-bit has given her a lot of damage so far.
On the other side, we are seeing what I think is a ghost copy, so this one should be very easy for Milala. This set, we've been talking about him again and again, the TVO champion. What an amazing feat it would be if he can round this one out.
Big win, no lock needed on the shop, can buy the Lucian, have a natural shop next round. The Lucian 2 upgrade would be massive. Degree also stays alive with the Kale doing work, and one off Mordekaiser 3, potentially contesting Milala for the win. Holy.
He's been one off for so many stages now, and it just doesn't come around.
And this is the prep group diff. Milala played 2 games of Kale coming into this game number 5. It's now Degree's turn to do it. NA seems to know something the other regions don't about piloting this Kale to great success.
Do you think it's a secret? There's like a secret, right? There's like
I found the secret. It's Taro holding these units. That's why that Mordekaiser is not coming through.
This is starting to get so close now. Ice also a scary player with the lucky gloves, picked up a TG on the last carousel. He's one of the players on Heartsteel as well, trying to cap out higher than Milala, but it's so hard. What the Forge and the Kiana's printing items means that, he found the Lucian too, the last big upgrade he needed. He sacrifices the potential of the frontline upgrade on Illaoi to make what could be the definitive upgrade to seal the deal in this game number 5.
Not the only upgrades though.
Yeah, more 3 now for Degree, and this is the cap of the board. Maybe you can think about Jorek too, but now Degree in a great spot. Not good with HP. This is his last life, and he still has the dream very pending.
And it is his practice partner who is going to roll around on the other side. Degree versus Milala. Both of these players are very low in HP, and they have just capped their boards. Milala is fighting for the title and everything. Degree fighting for qualification into the checkmate, but it's not going to be enough. That Mordekaiser coming too late for Degree.
Eternal Winter, a massive counter to the Kayle, who's trying to ramp up her attack speed. And the Kiana as well. We saw the Mordekaiser getting bullied all the way into the back row, essentially, as soon as this fight started off.
No, this is a great spot for Milala. This is supposed you want. He raised the stakes. He got a good cash out early, and then he pivoted out of Heartsteel, only going for full combat mates. And this is the board that normally wins lobbies.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking across these, the only person that's on a win streak is Saka, who's on that Twin Terror Executioner line. And I'm not sure if that comp actually has enough power to deal with all of the legendaries that Milala has assembled. It is going to be Taro who gets to fight him first, though, has just found that RE2 that you see in the backline.
I don't know, that's impactful enough. Ari's already been taken down. The Senna's starting to get surrounded, targeted by the Lux, by every single unit on Milala's side of the board. The Sniper's focus, with such a strong front line, you're able to have so much distance between yourself and the opponent's carries. It just seems like the Grim Reaper has arrived. Milala really camping out the board with the What the Forge especially. A risky play. Could have backfired with just some terrible items, but he found so many Sniper's focuses.
He's winning by 7, by 6 units, so actually penalizing a lot of the blow, hitting them a lot for a lot of HP, and now Taro wins his final round and getting the Illaoi 2 and actually improving his front line. That's the only thing he needed. He has the Senna through, he has the damage.
Saka also losing that previous round against Ice, so the Executioners cannot even keep up with that board. How is it going to go against Milala? We'll find out in the next round, as Milala is going to fight Ice first. Heartsteel against a little bit of everything on Milala's side. The Legendary Soup coming together to try and take down what has been the absolute domination of this entire tournament thus far. Still fighting with that front line there, but it is going to be enough for Milala to get yet another round win and another round of HP gain on the other players.
Milala is the favorite, and the only one that could possibly win it was Taro. He was looking for the Akali 3. He's defeated, and now he's in 4th. Only Milala, Soko, and Ice are still alive. Milala with the possibility, with the first place, of getting this tournament, of getting the TFT championship.
Milala sold the Illaoi, finds another one now in the carousel, trying to find the Illaoi to upgrade. North America versus CN. CN trying to stop North America from doing it again. They won in set 8 with a replay. They're trying to do it in set 10. Trying to maybe equal CN in terms of total championship wins. There it is, Illaoi 2.
One more upgrade coming through for Milala. You could still look at that set potentially to get yet one more, but really this board is coming very close to what is the ultimate concoction of legendaries.
5 legendaries, 2-star if we count the one that are duplicated by the item. So immense power of trends here for Milala. Very, very difficult. The other players will have to look for another 3-stars to epic 3-star legendary. It's actually very, very difficult, and Sake knows this. He's laughing. He's enjoying it. It's very, very difficult, and Milala, he's nervous. He knows he's very, very close from getting it.
Not just that, but Milala is healing up with Tiny Titans every single fight, able to have 2 lives in case something goes wrong with the fight RNG, but it looks like even in the worst of cases, everything going wrong, Milala cannot be defeated. 14 artifacts for Milala, all the upgrades he needs, and the Kiana especially probably the most relevant unit when it comes to her positioning in these late game fights.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is just so perfect from Milala. From everything we've seen all throughout those games, very risky moves, but all of them have paid off. And now you're looking at Ice, who has won that previous round, is very close to getting yet another cash out. But is that really going to be enough?
He needs the Cartus 2 still, he needs the Yorick 2, he needs the Jin 2, so actually his board could be a good match against Milala, but not now. He needs those two legendaries. Now the face-off is against both CN players on the right, Ice going directly with them, and Milala on the left.
And Ice has a great combination of augments. He couldn't have asked for much more as well. Has the roll the dice into the lucky glove.
This is it. Saka is out. There is only Ice in the way of Milala on his path to the world champion title.
Ice on 17 points.
Catch out. Maybe something. No, only gold. No items. It's actually good. He needs the Jin 2. He needs the Yorick 2.
The Ziggs is found for Milala. That last little bit of extra trait spike he needed, adding the Dazzler, adding the Hyper Pop as well, getting even more value for Jazz on all of his units.
Milala holding the Lucian, avoiding that Ice has the possibility of getting it, so only covering his position. He knows he's the favorite. He only needs to avoid Ice on getting a new win condition.
Maybe that would be rolling for a 3-star 5-cost, but with the amount that Milala has, I think it's almost impossible at this point in time.
I think the big upgrade for Ice that was still missing was that
Lucian as well. All of a sudden, boom.
Both come online. Milala has enough HP to tank one more loss, but so does Ice. Both of these players very even in terms of HP right now, but for Milala, everything is on the line here.
Lasagna is found, could go on the Ziggs. Not going to be super impactful considering the Ziggs only has one item. Would have maybe been better to have a frontline artifact instead to go onto the Alawi.
Oh, finals Fights, 28 HP for both fights, 26 on the other. Let's see if it's enough. 25-28, going for the fight. Both with the legendary cons, both cap, both using the Heartsteel to get to this point. It's up for everyone. The favorite is now Milala.
It is really a measuring of strength that you are seeing right now, a gauging of where the other player is, and Milala takes this win, knocks Ice down to one last life, and that is going to be the trend. 8 wins, rolls them.
Doesn't go for it. That was maybe the chance. Maybe Ice thinks he still has a fighting chance in a fair fight, but it's not looking like that's the case
not selling.
at all.
Yeah. He's not selling. He thinks he can win. He thinks he can win, maybe some positioning. If the Jin is capable of scaling, if the front line is able to hold up for the whole tree of the Maestro to work, maybe there's a possibility that Milala is highly the favorite.
It has to come down to the Thresh potentially casting onto that right-hand corner with the Lucian and the Caitlyn. The Kiana's not going to be so relevant from Milala's side as well. We'll see now there's any going to be wrapped from the Yorick, but so many tentacles in the way that Kiana onto the Thresh, stunning the Thresh, moving the Thresh back so his cast cannot connect. The Lucian and the Caitlyn unhindered on the top left corner. The damage coming through the sniper's focus, melting the front line for Ice. Milala, he's gonna do it. He does it. The man has done it.
Milala is going to be your Remix Rumble World Champion. From going to first place at TVO to first place at Heartsteel Cup, finding his way through NA Regionals, he has won it all this set.
Confetti raining down upon the stage to celebrate. I think a set that will not be beaten no matter how long TFT goes on for. Milala has made absolute history for himself, but for North America as well. Another big championship win.
He was the most condecorated player of NA in the set. Now he's the most condecorated place of all TFT. I have to think in the story of TFT in a single set. This was amazing run from him. I'm so happy for him since Las Vegas I had a chance to meet him, and now he's the world champion.
And he's such a nice guy as well. We got the chance to talk to him, of course, before, but also in Vegas. And he is just fantastic to talk to. I'm very happy. I think no one can be angry about this one. It was so deserved and such an amazing story from Milala.
It all started off with a raise of stakes all the way back in stage 2, taking a risk knowing he had to do so if he wanted to win. Second big risk, what the Forge. Again, he could have low rolled. We've seen it. Sometimes 5 Trickster's Glasses, 7 Zanyas. Things, they can happen, but no. He gets that little bit of a high roll, finds so many Sniper's focuses, using the Caitlyn as that stepping stone into then the Lucian to close things off. And just legendary after legendary being upgraded as the game went on.
Well, that is going to be it from us, but of course that is not going to be everything just yet. We still have more to come. There's going to be some info on a new set, I heard, Inkborn Fables, and of course we also want to hear from our analyst desk about this game, and maybe from Milala himself, so stay tuned. We are going to be right back.
Wow! Version 2, the last big upgrade he needed. He sacrifices the potential of the frontline upgrade on Alawi to make what could be the definitive upgrade to the front line for Ice. Milala, he's gonna do it. He does it. The man has done it.
Milala is going to be your Remix Rumble World.
After 5 games, Milala has done it, and he has returned as the king of Set 10. Welcome back, everybody, to our encore for the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships, where Milala won! Woo!
North America! Let's go! The king of Set 10 claimed his crown for the 3rd time this set. Nearly a 4th, with regionals being tied with Dish. So
nearly a fifth, actually, if you want to look at Chinese
That's
MSI
really
as
up
well.
there as well. I mean, at this point, everyone just needs to bow to the king, Milala, taking it down for North America once again.
I mean, being in that room, you could tell from even the beginning of the game, there was something in the air. As soon as that game started off, you started to see it developing. You knew there was something special happening. That feeling just didn't go away to the very end of the game, which just kept getting bigger.
Well, because there were so many moments that we looked at, which was a roller coaster, right? We get the prismatic early start. What could it be? And we just kind of went from there.
We saw he was angling for Heartsteel very early on with the Freaky Friday and also the Heartsteel cash-out start, but I really want to pay attention to the two big risks that he took. Raising the stakes early, even though he was in a decent position, and also going for What the Forge. As we said before, there's a lot of low roll potential, and for this game, the most dangerous point was when you have What the Forge, but didn't have Penetration or the Lucian or Yorick. If he failed there on stage 4 or 5, that would have been it.
So many risks, though. But that's exactly what he was talking about. When we talked to him at the beginning of the day, Milala said the one way that he can get wins and one way he has found wins in this tournament is by raising the stakes.
Yeah, I said he had to raise the stakes, and he did both figuratively and literally in this game, right? He raised the stakes one time. We thought he might go for 2 with the Tiniest Titans, but that wasn't the second raise the stakes. The second raise the stakes was that What the Forge. That's when he raised it, and he was able to find all those snipers' focuses.
It was amazing to watch, and we get a chance to celebrate now our top 8 players and how those 5 games went for them as we take a look at the overall standings. Well, of course, we have Milala at the top. Let's take a moment and celebrate everyone else that competed today.
Yeah, followed immediately by the 3 CN players going 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Honestly, what a performance from that region to have 3 in the top 8 and then still have them go 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
I do have to say, though, this is still going to be a minor disappointment for them. They did start with 3 at the start of the day, and they had 3 last year. So honestly, the bar is so high for the region, they're only looking at the championship.
I think they still do say that, much as they did in the previous championship, say, on any other day, in any other game, they're absolutely going to be back there. I don't think China ever leaves as one of the biggest threats.
Yeah, I think next set, we're already going to be seeing everybody coming back stronger and better than ever, but we have to stay in the now. Please welcome to our broadcast, the man, the myth, the legend, the champion, Milala. Congratulations. What in the world is going through your head right now?
Right now, I can't believe that I actually won Worlds. It's just been like such an insane journey ever since Vegas.
Yeah, let's go through that journey together really fast. You had so much attention on you after winning the TFT Vegas Open. You go right into the North America circuit, winning the first tournament of the set in KDA Cup. Not only 24 hours later, you get 3rd place at the Chinese MSI, and you keep the ball rolling, narrowly missing out on a first at the NA Regional Finals leading up into this event on a tiebreaker. What does it mean to you knowing that you now have had a set that's basically untouchable?
It just means so much because I remember in the beginning of my career, like I was always like a good player, but never the best and never really like tier 1. I just feel like grateful that so many people support me and so many people like have confidence in me. And I'm glad that I was able to, maybe give them something now, something worthy of cheering on for.
All right, Milala, I gotta ask you. You've always got the belt and the check in the back. Now you got a trophy, another check. Is it going to just keep stacking up behind you? Are you going to eventually be buried in accolades that you're not even going to be able to function in that room anymore, Milala? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I can keep it going in the next couple sets. Initially, when I won Vegas, I was like kind of scared that I was never going to win again, but I don't know. I kept getting it. I just was always in the spot to keep winning, I guess.
Well, I want to ask you, what was going through your mind in that game as you have to take all these risks? You told us you were raising the stakes to win. That had to be what you did. You raised the stakes with the Heartsteel, but also What the Forge, and that's the moment I really want to ask you about. You get to that prismatic augment, and you really have to take such a massive risk.
Yeah, I think in my spot, I was sort of forced to take What the Forge. I don't think any of my other options were really takeable. And the thing with What the Forge is it's like a huge coin flip. If you like get really bad items, your spot becomes really doomed. But it's really good if you have a lot of items. So yeah, I just believed in the Mortdog blessing and I clicked What the Forge and it worked out for me.
Even though Mortdog picked EMEA in his pick'ems, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
It's whatever. As long as Mordog put me first, he gave me the personal blessing because he picked title last set, and then he picked me this set. So I guess whoever Mordog picks just ends up winning Worlds.
Someone get the referee on this one.
Yeah, just know, Milala, I picked you first in my pick'ems. I picked you in the predictions as well. I had faith all along. We hung out in Vegas. After you winning the belt, I knew this guy chosen to win in set 10.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been amazing to watch you throughout this entire set. And I want to look towards your future now. What's next? Are you going to still continue to compete knowing that set 11 is right around the corner?
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep competing. I've been able to do it while working my job. So I think if I can keep making that balance and still proving that I'm one of the best competitors in the world, I'll keep going for it.
Well, but I think you've won enough money now that you might be able to quit that job. But it sounds like you're in a comfy position. But what are you going to do with all of that?
I don't know. I'm mostly just, I don't really like spending too much money. I'm not a big spender. I'm more of like I just stay at home and play TFT. So.
So you're gonna bathe in it, is what you're saying? Is just make it a
keep
part
decorating
of
the back of his room with it. Yeah. Cases of cash.
I'll cover my bed with the cash.
There you go. Does anybody else have anything that they'd like to ask of Milala?
I guess I would kind of like to ask you because Milala already, you've attracted so much worldwide attention, becoming the world champion here. I have to imagine there's a lot of people watching right now who maybe at the very beginning are thinking about getting into a TFT competitive career. You are at the absolute apex of what's possible. What would you like to say to players who might want to follow in your footsteps?
Yeah, I've always just been a believer, I guess. Always have confidence in yourself and always believe that, you can make it this far. I think if people look back at my journey, especially when I started like in set 6 and set 7, I don't think many people would have believed that I would make it to where I am today in terms of like my competitive TFT career. So perseverance actually helps out a lot, and just keep believing in yourself.
Well said.
All right, Milala, they said that you were a choker. They said, you only won because of your gold openers. They made so many excuses. What are they going to say? What are your haters going to say now, Milala? Or what do you have to say to them?
I'm the world champ. GG's.
Oh, the world champ Milala difference. Well, Milala, we're going to let you go celebrate. But before we do that, I wanted to give you one last chance to have a platform, say shout outs and all that stuff.
Yeah, I just want to give the same shout outs I gave in the beginning to my study group, Waging Iverson, Philip, Toronto, Tokyo. I also want to give shout outs to like Replay, Degree, Ripple. We studied a bunch, and all the other NA representatives. I also want to give a shout out to like some of my international friends, Michael, Flancy, 60 and all the Chinese participants in this Worlds were super friendly to me, and we were just talking in between games. I also need to give a shout out to Dan and Bryce. They do a lot for NATFT, and Dan was actually the first guy who ever put me on the spotlight back in set 7. I think I was given a good opportunity, a good second chance to be in the spotlight, and I just want to make the most of it.
Best of luck to you, Milala, in your future. Congratulations again on your world champion title, and enjoy that golden spatula behind you.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. NA on top once again. They have secured themselves another slot heading into next set's championship. And what's scarier than 4 NA players at a world championship? 5?
5, yeah, absolutely. It's just like Urgots. The more you put there, it's just more terrifying and more terrifying. And it's going to take it home again. We're looking for our 3-peat now. We're starting our road.
I see. It's a new era.
Yeah, new era.
I do want to say, though, I feel like international TFT is just getting so much more synergy. We heard from Relic joining the MSI, and now from Milala being able to talk to 60 Cent. We heard that from Taro as well. He studied the TOC finals extremely extensively. So I think, it might be an NA championship, but there's also a lot of CN magic behind it.
There's a lot of magic from other regions, though, as well, right? Not only has it been the international synergy between all of these players competing at these big competitions, but we also have so many regions that are still showing so much passion and growth for the game, and it's been really amazing to watch.
No, absolutely. We saw there was so much coming out of the last game as well. I think particularly shout out to our friends from LATAM for putting on a hell of a performance here. I think people, the different regions came in with different expectations for today, but honestly, I think so many of the regions have done incredibly well to set themselves up for future championships.
Yeah, well said, well said.
Yeah, Relic was the big one for me looking at this. I was very, very excited to see his performance, just to see the passion on his face. When he went to 19 points, you could see how much it crushed him, and I know that we're going to have still all that passion from LATAM coming back to the next Worlds.
Yeah, well, while one set may be over, that just means that another set gets to begin. And without further ado, we have more information for you about Set 11, Inkborn Fables.
Enter a world where myth intertwines with reality, and fantastical beings tempt fate and fortune. With a new mechanic and roster, each path, decision, and encounter will paint your journey.
Hey Tacticians, I'm Riot Blue Cove, a gameplay designer who's most proud of my work across the legendary units of this set and sets past, Mecha Leona.
And I'm Sloan, the gameplay designer behind the set mechanic you're about to encounter.
We're so excited to welcome you to our new set, Inkborn Fables.
In the world of Inkborn Fables, brushes with fate and mythical creatures are inevitable. So we created Encounters, a new mechanic that brings the thematic to life. At various points in each game, you'll have chance encounters with legendary beings. They can be just for fun, or literally game-ending. Some encounters have a small impact on your game. If Alawi shows up, she'll grant you some free rerolls. Encounters set, and all tacticians get way bigger, then shrink down a bit, with no gameplay effect. Why, you ask? Well, set's just passionate about bulk and cut cycles, and sometimes it's fun to have a more normal game of TFT. Then there are the game-changing encounters. Cho'Gath, for example, gives players a choice. Feed the beast and permanently sacrifice a shop slot in exchange for a reward, or play it safe and keep your shop fully intact.
Oh, I've got to talk about this next one, which comes from some very loud player feedback. Fishing minigame enthusiasts, we see you. When you meet Tom Kench, you'll want to stand in puddles to collect fish for the River King. The more fish you collect, the more loot everyone gets. And then there's the Kain encounter. If Kain appears, he'll announce his return on a predetermined stage. When he returns, he ends the game. Whether you're first or eighth when that time comes, your fate will stand. Encounters will show up in a variety of ways and will impact all players equally. Over the course of the set, you'll have the chance to see more than 70 unique encounters, but expect some of the spicier ones to be more rare.
Now let's talk about some of the traits you'll discover in Inkborn Fables. First up, Exalted. If you love adapting on the fly, you'll love Exalted. In each game that you play, a new subset of champions will be given the trait, creating novel opportunities. This trait buffs Exalted champions and their adjacent allies, so you can play it as a vertical or splash it into other comps for support. That flexibility is vital because you'll be building dramatically different comps each game as the Exalted roster changes. Next, there's Mythic. Mythic units gain a bunch of stats. After 4 combats, these myths become canonical. They just double their bonus stats. Hui, League's sad lad artist, will make his debut as a 5-cost Mythic. His artist trait lets him paint duplicate copies of your benched units. We're also revisiting a fan favorite, Fortune, so get ready to bring out the thumbnails. But Fortune is especially exciting this time around because for the first time ever in TFT, we're introducing a new character to Runeterra. Our new tank Yordle is an absolute unit. Well, by Yordle standards, because he's only about 4 feet tall. This fluffy fellow will join the ranks of tanky Yordles, aka just Poppy. Despite being a 1-cost, he scales nicely into the late game, because the more interest you earn, the more permanent health he gains.
Okay, now I've got to share my favorites. First up, Fated. Bond 2 units together and you'll make them stronger. Now now, Keith. Speaking of favorite couples, there's one more unit I want to call out, Xayah and Rakan, who enter the set as a single 5-cost via their unique trait, Lovers. The trait allows you to swap which lover takes to the battlefield based upon where you place them. Each lovebird has their own ability that will also tag in their off-board partner for support. Ready to build your own hero? Storyweaver champs create a build-your-own summon in the form of Kale. As you write her legend, through reaching trait breakpoints, you'll have the ability to empower her spell, grant her new passive, or even see her ascend. Now we'll pass it over to this set's engineering lead to give you more info on the 5-cost for Storyweaver that required all new tech to live up to her Blade Dancer moniker.
Hey everyone, I'm Anurag, the engineering lead of Inkborn Fables, who led the tech for Irelia. And I'm here with Winston, the gameplay product lead for this set.
Hey everybody.
Usually when we make a champion in TFT, we have plenty of examples to draw from in League or previous sets for the tech. This was the first time where we had to build the tech for a champion from the ground up, because the concept was just so unique.
When I first saw this, I thought it was her ability, but it's actually just her auto attack. Engineering is at the core of making games. Designers and artists can dream up the wildest things, but it always falls to engineers to figure out how to actually build them. So when design wanted to bring Aurelia's legendary blade dancing abilities into the game, we went to Anurag and said, design wants to do something impossible. So in a real way, we went to engineering to see if we could make the blade dancer's blades truly dance.
We wanted Irelia's missiles to weave smoothly from target to target. At the time, this was impossible. It was hard for us to create missiles with smooth paths that were more complicated than S shape. We solved this issue by using a combination of Hermite splines. These are basically equations that tell a missile how to move in a specified shape from point A to point B, while making adjustments for the chaos that is a fight in TFT. So basically, whenever Irelia hits a target, she decides what the next target should be and how intensely the missile should turn to the next enemy. Then after she hits them, she repeats the process.
And things like this unlock new possibilities for the future of TFT. Inkborn Fables is a prime example of how we're trying to push the boundaries of TFT as a major player within League Tech and the Runeterra universe. Our new tank Yordle unit is of course another example of this, but there's even more we've been working on. Elune, who you know as Aphelios' twin sister, has always been the disembodied voice and never the independent lunar being. Well, now she's making an appearance of her own, so she can blast her enemies with lunar energy. Inkborn Fables is the most content-heavy set we've ever created, thanks to the efforts of all of our teams working in harmony, including QA, art, engineering, design, and many, many more. But these teams aren't the only ones cooking up new content and experiences for you. Hey Alex, can you paint us a picture of what you folks on cosmetics have been working on?
Hey Tacticians, I'm Alex, a product manager for cosmetics on TFT. With Inkborn Fables, we're introducing a new way for you to get chibis, little legends, arenas, and more, with a focus on eliminating some of the randomness you see in Treasure Realms today. Coming midway through this set, our rotating shop will offer a seasonal selection of in-game content you can buy with a new currency. You'll get this currency through passes, Treasure Realms, and events, regardless if you're a free-to-play player or mythic content enthusiast. This currency will be used in the rotating shop, where we'll have a changing selection of content, both old and new. And if you don't see anything you like during one shop rotation, you can save up for something in the future. It's about choosing the content you want. The overall goal of this update is to increase agency in how you choose to approach collection. So we're making a couple of additional changes. With the addition of rotating shop currency to Treasure Realms, we're reducing the drop rate of mythic content, but also reducing the price of each Treasure Realm pull along with it. We'll also be adding a milestone reward track, similar to League's Masterwork chests. These changes will result in less investment for each individual pull, more rewards along the way, and more control over acquiring the content you want. That's it for me. Look forward to more info on the rotating shop as we get closer to its release. Thanks for supporting TFT, whether you're still repping River Sprite or flaunting your finisher at the end of a fight. Now I'll pass it over to Mariah in our Singapore office to talk about some of the new stylish content coming in this set.
Hello everyone, Mariah.
one of the producers for cosmetics on TFT here, and I'm honored to share what the team's been working on for Inkborn Fables. First, let's get chibified. With the set's release, we're introducing Chibi Morgana and her spell-binding mythic variant, Chibi Majestic Empress Morgana. Wow, that's a cool look. Also, during our release patch is a new mythic variant of a fan favorite chibi. Chibi Spirit Blossom Ari is the perfect chibi to guide your foes to the afterlife. But new chibis aren't the only thing in store for Inkborn Fables. Handan is a new species of Little Legend that's never made a mean face. Well, they've never really made a face at all. And finally, our Heaven's Celestial Court Arena. Koi points do make the perfect place to relax, even if that point tends to transition into a spirit realm with glowing fish circling the court. With that, let's see how you can embark on your own journey in the mythical realm of esports.
Hey Tacticians, I'm Michael Sherman, lead for TFT Esports. Since our last dev drop, we've had a few major events. So let me start off by saying a huge thank you to everyone who came out to Vegas for the first TFT Open. Congrats to Milala, who took home our first ever Tacticians belt. It was such an incredible weekend, and I can't wait for our next Open at the end of this year. On top of that, we just crowned our Remix Rumble champion this weekend. We're filming this before said championship, so whoever ends up winning, congrats. I thought you were the favorite the whole time, no cap. Now, let's turn our eyes to how we're improving future competition. Over the years, we've opened our tournament circuits to 9 regions around the world. But that resulted in 9 unique regional formats that are hard to follow and know how to get involved. We've also heard that competitors feel like they're playing in qualifiers for qualifiers, and the seeds at set championships don't represent regional strength. So, starting with Inkborn Fables, our regional cups will be shifting to a pan-regional model, built around EMEA, APAC, the Americas, and CN. This allows us to simplify formats around the world. This way, competitors can better represent their servers, build new rivalries or friendships, and take advantage of TFT's unique ability to compete cross-regionally without lag being an issue. These pan-regional tournaments will also become the new path for players to earn a spot into set championships. Expect an update from the esports team with all the particulars soon. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone who's ever cheered for their favorite TFT player during Remix Rumble, and welcome you to Inkborn Fables.
What amazing information that we just got a chance to see for the new set, Inkborn Fables. What was your favorite part?
I definitely was hearing about Sherman talking about esports, and I'm so pumped for all the different esports tournaments that could push the set forward in casual play as well for TFT.
I'm really excited about those cosmetics as well. I cannot wait to get a new board to play with for all of the games I know I'm going to be spamming when the set releases.
Oh, Alex definitely has my lunch money right there. I could not believe they're actually putting out Spirit Blossom Ari alongside with the Empress Cold Look Morgana. That was epic.
Yeah, I'm about to be okay, I think, getting finished off in a game if I get a chance to see that animation as well. But there is so much more for us to unpack when it comes to Inkborn Fables, especially when it comes to the gameplay side. So please join us in welcoming to our broadcast Riot Blue Cove and Sloan, who you just heard from in that video explaining more about that set. Both of you, welcome to the broadcast. How are you enjoying the World Championships that we just had?
It has been a lot of fun. That last game, we were sitting there going, it's game 6, wait, and what a finish.
Yeah, congrats to Milala. What a display on like the entirety of Remix Rumble. It has just been fantastic to watch.
Maybe we'll get a chance to see somebody else do another repeat, just star-studded performance when it comes to the new set that both of you worked on, Inkborn Fables. And I'd love to know, where is the inspiration for this set come from?
So our set lead, Linda, was really interested in revisiting the thematic space we last saw in Fates, our 4th set, but we knew we really wanted a unique twist to give Inkborn Fables its own identity. So we started individually exploring interesting possibilities to make sure we had a wide range of options to consider when it came time to really lock down what we wanted to create.
Yeah, the direction that we were all really excited by was heavily inspired by traditional ink paintings of Eastern myths and legends. So we decided to create a set that exists in a spirit world within one of these works of art.
The set is so beautiful, and I love that you're able to share some of where that inspiration came from, but I was also wondering if you could both share something that you were both proud of contributing to the set's realization.
Absolutely. So the set mechanic Encounters is the easy answer. I spent a lot of my time on it, and I'm pretty proud of where it landed, as I think it really captures the fantasy of journeying through an unknown realm. But I also have to mention Kobuko, the new Yordle debuting in Inkborn Fables. I got to work on him from concept to finished product, and seeing the character evolve and come to life has been one of the most satisfying and meaningful experiences of my time at Riot. Every time I see his face or hear his voice, it makes me smile, and I hope our players love him as much as I do. And a huge shout out to all the talented artists, animators, engineers, sound designers, user experience designers, and other contributors I worked with on these projects, because without you guys, none of this would have been possible. So thank you.
That's amazing.
And my answer is not that wholesome. I'm really selfish. I got the opportunity to work on a ton of our 5 costs this time around. So I had a lot of fun creating some really wild interpretations of our characters in the spirit world, from like Lysandra cooking people in a teapot to Azir lasering down enemies to death. I had some really, really lofty goals this time around with our 5 costs, but the entire team really supported me in bringing these designs to life, and I'm super happy with how they landed. I'm also really excited to play. I'm excited to play. I'm excited for people to play around with Storyweaver, which is our summon trait. Our artists worked really hard to create a new look for Kale, the summon, and the whole trait line is it's full of my favorite skins. It's just really, really pretty. There's a couple combinations to play around with, and I'm really curious to see which ones people find the most.
I thought we got a lot of information from the preview that we just saw, but I feel like we have even more now we've got to consider.
Yeah, I'm really dying to know more about the core set mechanic itself, Encounters. We have so many systems already, like the portals, like the augments. How is this going to add to the experience on top of all of that?
Sure. So we wanted to make sure Encounters could shake up the game and challenge you to adapt to changing situations, but we didn't want to make them something you had to always remember during every round and every decision. So we built the mechanic to deliver exciting, short-duration high points, while having some longer effects mixed in to add texture and let us experiment with new design spaces. So 2 to 5 times per game, at random rounds, a champion will appear to every player and do something that changes the game. Anything from giving someone player health, to making every unit killed have a chance to drop loot for the rest of the game. Some of them can even happen right at the start, and some of those will challenge you to put your skills to the test and adapt to wild situations. Luckily, we have an encounter panel, so you can remind yourself of what happened when you get too dizzy during a roll down. But there's a wide enough variety that it's actually a bit hard to generalize, so I'll just put Blue Cove on the spot and make her share a few of her favorites.
We'd love to hear it.
Unlucky. I'm on the spot. Okay. So there's a ton to choose from. There's the Wukong encounter, where you get like 6 radiant items for 1 round, and that's like really dizzying, but also super hype. For Kent, there's a Lilia encounter that randomizes the rounds that you'll get augments at. We once had a lobby that got all augments on like stage 2, and it was insane. And then there's Sivir. I love the Sivir encounter so much. It does absolutely nothing mechanically, but everyone gets really, really speedy, and the speed boost lasts until the end of the game. And it's a lot of fun just watching people zoom around the carousel at Mach speed. I am a big fan of that one.
Well, as a competitive player myself, sometimes we know when we inject too many resources or RNG into the game, it can take a hit on player agency. Are there any ways to anticipate these encounters, or are there any levers that you put inside the system to kind of control the range of craziness we're going to see?
Yeah, so the most transformative encounters are known from the start of the game. But otherwise, your only indication that an encounter is coming is seeing it appear on the stage tracker at the start of the stage. We do have levers in place to adjust the experience if necessary. Unpredictability helps sell the sense of adventure and discovery we're trying to capture with the encounter mechanic. In testing, we found that this created a more exciting experience that rewards adapting to your situation, which is what TFT is all about.
That's amazing to hear, and I'm personally so excited to see what encounters we still have in store for us, because you were able to tease so many, and I feel like we're gonna just get so many different iterations of the game when it comes down to playing. But I'm also personally interested about our new little friend Kobuko. So Sloan, this question is for you. Can you please give us more information about our new Yordle friend?
I would love to. I was hoping this question would be asked. So Kobuko is the first TFT unit designed to fit into Runeterra, which means his story needs to connect to the world we know from League of Legends. A jolly Yordle from Bandle City, Kobuko spent years exploring the world and discovered that it is often harsh and unfair. And his search to understand this led him to Ionia, where he fell in love with the culture, the people, the environment, and the philosophies, and then added his own brand of Yordle eccentricity to the mix. Now he travels across Runeterra seeking to help others find joy and value in life, even through adversity, and encouraging those he meets to pursue their dreams, do what they love, and explore new possibilities. He personally likes to express himself through martial arts and dancing, but he'll eagerly join you in whatever brings you joy, even if he's bad at it, because you deserve a friend who wants to see you happy and thriving. In Inkborn Fables, he's bringing good luck as a great early game fortune tank who stacks up permanent health over time, heals himself by dancing, and then uses his signature magical paws to smack an enemy for damage that scales with his total health. His character concept is designed to be flexible though, so when you see him in the future as a supportive unit or a melee damage dealer, don't be surprised.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait. It's not very often we get a chance to see new champions within just the TFT universe, and that makes me so excited to see what we can get next.
Yeah, it definitely takes us on the same level as our bigger cousin, League of Legends, and we can explore the convergence together. I do want to have a question about some set mechanics, because I was a huge Heartsteel enjoyer, and I believe Milala might have been as well. It gave us
a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little. It gave us so much variability in how we could cap our boards. It was really skill expressive. Are there any traits that can achieve the same heights as Heartsteel did in set 10?
Yeah, so there's quite a few opportunities for skill expression in Inkborn Fables. A Fortune is similar to playing Heartsteel in high-stakes mode. It offers you a big reward if you can lose enough consecutive rounds, but a single win will reset your proc. Then there's also encounters. They create a lot of variants that can provide opportunities for skill expression. And we have a lot of triple-traded units, which means there's a lot of paths open every game for you to explore and master.
And this prevalence of triple-traded units is partly because of Exalted, our entirely new trait that has given us a bonus third trait to different units each game. While its effect is fairly straightforward, Exalted enables team compositions that will not be possible in your next game, and rewards a deep knowledge of the set while still remaining fairly accessible. We've seen some absolutely crazy comps see success thanks to it, and I'm looking forward to players showing us even cooler ones.
Wow, I can't believe the trait web can shift with every single game. That is going to make a lot of people dizzy, but I'm going to love it. Now, I know we talked about the high skill cap version of TFT, but sometimes I get home, I just want to sit down, I don't have that much time to research, I don't want to go on all those stat websites, I just want to reroll the same comp over and over again.
Yes.
Do we have those rerolls and those verticals that you can just play every time?
We absolutely do. So our signature reroll trait is Heavenly. Each Heavenly unit you field grants your team a unique stat that increases as you star them up. So you can commit to Heavenly reroll and gain even more stats and see those bonuses increase hugely. Or, if you want to turn your brain on a little bit more, you can splash Heavenly to get out the specific stats you want in another comp. So it's a fun flex trait, and also there's a way out if you just aren't hitting.
Yeah, as for verticals, my favorite vertical, as I've mentioned before, is Story Weaver. So you summon a mythical hero, and at every trait breakpoint, you will make a choice that upgrades her in unique ways. I don't want to spoil what happens when you reach the final chapter of her story, but trust, it is worth it.
It is.
It's very cool. You can also channel the power of the moon through Umbral. The light of the moon shines down on select hexes, granting units standing in them a shield at the start of combat. Umbral units that receive the moon's blessing will also execute enemies that drop below a certain threshold. So that one's a lot of fun to play as well.
Wow. I honestly can't wait to explore all of these different trait trees that you have to offer for us, and I'm sure our players can't wait as well. And so thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. I wanted to just give you a final platform to sort of tell us what you're hoping the players can get out of the experience of playing the new set Inkborn Fables.
Yeah, we really hope players will feel like they're journeying through uncharted lands in this beautiful spirit world, discovering new friends, new team compositions, and new adventures.
And sometimes going 8th along the way.
Don't we all? Don't we all sometimes in the games that we play? Well, Sloan, Blue thank you so much for joining us, and we cannot wait to see the fully realized set when it comes out on March 20th.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank y'all. This has been fun.
I love it when we get a chance to talk to the devs, because even though we got a chance to only see a handful of faces within that experience, there's so many people that are working on each and every set.
Absolutely. We heard about the tech stuff, but the aesthetical side of this set just completely blew me away. I like the interwovenness of the mythologies there, and also just with the legends that exist within the Runeterra universe.
Yeah, and we have the new champion as well, so that's going to be very exciting to see just how far this set can go. But Clement, I can't believe it. That's it. We're done with Remix Rumble.
This was definitely my favorite set to play so far. It was so fun, so much variability. I'm a little bit saddened to see it go. We turned up the Rumble, and now it's time for a new adventure.
It really is. We're going to turn that page in our book, and we just want to thank you all so much for joining us and being along on the journey. Thank you to all of our players that competed at the TFT Remix Rumble Championships. Thank you so much to all of the staff that helps to work the event, our admins, our production team, to deliver such a wonderful viewing experience. And thank you so much to all of you viewers at home for watching along and cheering for your favorite players. From all of us here on the stage and behind the scenes, thank you for watching, and we will see you on March 20th for Inkborn Fables.